Alrighty. Here. Alright, let me try to get to everybody. Smoke Wagon, how are you? Moment Slide. Excuse me. Michael Beverly, Hello Blue, how are you? Hello Hypey, aka GLM, what's up? Gunsy Guns. Michael Beverly, I think I said your name, I didn't. But let's see. Moment Slide. Andrea D. CCC spokesman. Vlad, what's up, Vlad? Rampy MBK. I missed that account. Good to have you back. Mark Break, Anthony Cruz. Thaw, what's up, dude? Haystack, what's going on, man? Lord Cuxa, what's up? Susan, how you doing? Good to see you here. I'll see Pete, Sam, Dead Pred, OJ, Sweet Baby Ribbit. So I went through some of the ban lists, and I had banned some people. There's some people, I don't know why they're banned. There's over 200 people, or almost 200 people still banned. Now, a lot of them are doxes, but please don't ban anybody. If you have to, just time it out for 24 hours, screenshot it, and send it to me or something. So anyways, I'm going to try to get right to this. We'll see how this goes. I'm not dropping any links. Nobody has the link as of right now. So I've been staying quiet, doing my thing. I have family from out of state here. Some of them have went out to dinner, and some went to movies, right now. So I thought it'd be a good time because there's not very many people here now. But anywho, if you hear some barking from the dogs, we have 2 pit bulls here right now currently, and we have to keep them separated. So they tend to bark a lot. Right now, they're both sleeping, which is good. So if you hear barking and commotion, that's all that is. My brother and his wife is here, and we got some other family down for some personal stuff and whatnot. So anyways, I'm going to get right to the point. I don't care if she's banned or not. She's had her voice. It's my voice now. My time. Hey, Tony, how you doing? Good to see you, by the way. Bill, gangbang. Good to see you, Bill. So I don't know how many panels I've seen Jen A been on. I've seen at least 3 or 4, and she can't keep my name out of her mouth and my kid's name and the physical threats, which I probably have to report to law enforcement. People keep sending me clips. I've actually seen it myself, screen recorded, etc., etc. And I've just stayed quiet. That's what I usually do. I just ignore most stuff. But when she starts making physical threats, even in my comment section, she left a message. She said her son Michael was going to come down here and give me a little punch in. Oh my goodness, Jenna, you have no idea what you just got yourself into. That is a physical threat. It's against the law. First of all, it's against the law. It's screen recorded. Everything's documented. That is a physical threat. First of all, he wouldn't make it far. Justifiably and legally, he would be taken care of. Okay. Law enforcement would be contacted, of course, as well. So making physical threats, Gen A, is illegal. I don't know if you know that or not, but a little lesson learned there. And so you're so upset because when we were on Locksmiths, I said something to the nature of, and correct me if I'm wrong, anybody, but I said something like "Today, Junior" from Billy Madison or something like that. And then anyway, so her response to that was to physically threaten me. Okay, now there's that. Let me back up just a little bit. I'm not looking at chat hardly at all. I go, hey, Cobbs, it's good to see you. I'm looking down once in a while to see what's going on. Moderators, please keep it civil. Don't ban anybody. If you have to, time them out for 24 hours. Give them a warning, then time them out for 24 hours. Whatever. Screenshot if you could and send it to me. Okay, so moving on here. You said that my minor son, and by the way, his girlfriend is now around, I'm not giving an exact age, 30 years old when he passed. So she's around 30 years old now, my late son's girlfriend. If there's some, if she may or may not come up, I don't know. I'm just saying. So when you say that my minor son who passed in 2010 is in hell, you are a piece of shit. When you say that my children are going to hell, you are a piece of shit, Jen A. Okay? And you get mad because I said something to the fact of the stuttering thing, which I, found out that you had, whatever. Okay, I did not know that, or maybe you told me and I forgot about it. The point of it is that you think that justifies you into physically threatening me? You're sorely mistaken, Jen A. Yes, Jen A. Holier than thou. Yeah. You call me a lukewarm Christian? Okay, and let me get to the next point, too. So, people keep wanting to see a scar that's virtually gone uh, of when I got shot in the arm. So I said, what the heck? I'll try. My camera on my phone's not that great. I turned it on. I showed the best I could with what I had. And it's not that it's anybody's business, but my middle daughter came over a few weeks back and she helped me. Well, not that long ago. I think it was last week. I don't remember. The point of it is, she was helping me organize some things, and we're getting ready for a yard sale and all this stuff. And I have a habit of putting in all my receipts. And when I say receipts, I'm talking about like grocery store receipts, gas station receipts, appliances receipts, whatever. I put all those in a drawer and I throw all my pill bottle inputs in a drawer. All right. Because sometimes I go to a different physician or emergency room and what medications were you on, or are you on, what dosage milligram, blah, 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 blah. I just have a habit of saving them, just like my grandma did. And she went through everything in that drawer out of the kindness of, I paid her $120, of course, to help me clean for 4 hours. And the point of it is she put everything into a basket, into the military bag that my son-in-law gave me when he was in the Marines. And that evening, they were still on the floor. And I have to go through them and see if there's any medications inside. If there is, I have to dispose of them properly. Well, in her mind, I have a pharmacy in my room. And then she comes up with a narrative. Jen A., I can say officially, I have not been drunk nor drink liquor in over 4 months today. So there's that. All right. I have Delta 8 once in a while. I'm not on it now, but I have Delta 8, and I have some prescription medications, which is really none of your business. So you go on this little panel spree, and I've been noticing this going on now for about a week, give or take, since the locksmith panel I was up on, and you decided to go on your little rant, remember when you tried to steal Cameron's dog? That's pretty sick, Jen A. You're a sick person. You're a sick person. So anyways, you keep up with the threats, Jen A. Law enforcement will be notified. I will file charges against you. And apparently you're bringing your son into this, Michael. I will also bring him into this because you brought him into it, and they will investigate him as well. That is a physical threat. That is illegal. All right. So that's what I'm addressing tonight. So fasten your seatbelts and get ready. Jen A., you are not allowed on my panel ever again. In fact, to the best of my knowledge, I believe you're banned in my chat as well. If anybody sees Jen A., don't ban her, please. But if you do see her, let me know. I'm gonna look down once in a while here. She's had her voice, and she's talked her smack. Don't ban NTF either. I'm not mad at NTF. That's whatever. It is what it is. We can agree, disagree, move on. I'm talking about Jen A. So don't ban or mess with NTF. Just leave her alone, unless if she threatens or whatever, which she won't. I don't think she will. They're doxes, but she doesn't dox. So I don't have a problem with NTF. So please don't ban her or anything like that. Leave her alone, please. But Jen A., this is about you right now. This is about you. You are a POS. How dare you tell me that my deceased son is in hell? And he was a minor, by the way, when he passed. You are disgusting. You sicken me. You sicken my family. And by the way, there may be different family members that are going to come up here on occasion throughout this panel. Okay, just FYI. People are disgusted with you. My family is disgusted with you. You've made an illegal physical threat against me, which also includes my family. Are you proud of yourself? At your age, do you really want to spend some time in jail? Look, I have not filed charges yet. I've been told to several times in the last 3, 4, 5 days now, something like that. I said, no, it's internet stuff. I dropped charges on some other people. I dropped situations. I just want to move on and go forward. I did not even want to do this panel. I did not even want to do this, but I have to because she won't shut up. It won't shut up. How dare you? You're disgusting. So my son, my deceased, by the way, if anybody talks crap about my deceased son, ban him. Don't ban him. Time him out for 24 hours, send me the screenshot. Nobody talks about my deceased son. Our deceased son, my ex-wife's and I. It's disgusting. You are disgusting, Jen A. You want to call me a lukewarm Christian? Listen, I've been sober from alcohol for over 4 months. All right. Period. So I don't want to talk about alcohol. It doesn't even interest me anymore. Sure, I think about it on occasion because that's what alcoholics do, right? Or recovery. I should say, I don't like the word alcoholic because I'm not currently drinking. So I'll say recovering alcoholic. The last thing we want to see or hear about is alcohol. And you keep bringing that up. And then because you see an organized bucket on the floor, a basket, whatever it's called, and a marine bag with a bunch of, most of them, so far, everything emptied. There's nothing in there, or they're empty. There's nothing in there. If there was something in there, I was going to take them and dispose of them properly to the pharmacy. And you see every little thing, you hear little things, and then you want to create your own narrative, and you want to go up on panels. This is the very same thing that when me, Casey, my brother, exposed Matt the morning after, what was it, 1.5 years, 2 years ago, for his felony 3, when he threatened to kill his wife, his stalking charge, we exposed him. And you know what he did? He ran panel to panel to panel to panel to get everybody on his side. That's what he did too. And that's what you're doing, Jenny. And now he's got, 2 other charges, last I heard. Identity theft and another, I don't know if it's a felony 3, but something similar to what he did before. That's the last I heard. I didn't go look him up and confirm it yet, but that's what everybody was saying. But that's the very same thing he did. You go pound to pound to pound, try to get everybody on your side to get your sympathy so you can talk your crap. But there are some people that don't understand, Jen A., that you said my deceased son, who passed as a minor, is in hell. You said that all my current kids are going to hell. You are disgusting. How dare you? You're sick. And then you want to physically threaten me. Oh, my son Michael's going to get on a plane and go down there and take it behind the woodshed and teach me a lesson. First of all, he wouldn't teach me anything. He wouldn't even get very far. All right. Legally and justifiably, he would not get far at all. Probably not even far from the airport, to be honest with you. Because law enforcement probably had him pulled over before he even got out of the airport, to be honest with you. Just throwing that out there, Jen A. Oh, my goodness. Jenny, you are something else. You are something else. You know those verses I put up there, or I'm sorry, in the messages where you first threatened me. Now, when I first saw the message, I thought maybe you reconciled with the son that you disowned because he's gay. Okay. And I thought, oh, wow, she's reconciled and he wants to have a talk with us. I was like, and I smiled. I left a heart and a thumbs up. I was like, oh, cool. All right. Maybe she's had a change of heart. She's heard some things from people. And then I realized what you were talking about later on, which I need to go on heart then, by the way. But yeah, Jenna, you got issues. Big time. Big time. You have problems. You always talk about, oh, this person's always saying this and always saying, you sound like me, a hypocrite, like all of us. We're all sinners, right? Especially when I was drinking. I was being a hypocrite. Don't cuss, don't do this. Then I go and do it. Yeah, I own up to that. I'm owning up to it right now. But see, that's what you're doing. You're doing the very same thing I was doing, being a hypocrite. Because I've heard you say cuss all the time. Then you lie and you create your own narrative. Well, Jeff needs to go to the Betty Ford. I don't know about any Betty Ford clinic except for Southern California. I'm not in California, Jen A. By the way, I already got the help that I needed. I'm over 4 months sober. That's in my past now. Okay? I'm moving forward. So I'm giving you a warning. Stop the threats, which is illegal, or I will be filing charges against you. All right? That is your warning. Stop talking about my deceased son and my living children and grandchildren, etc., etc. Got it? Gosh, I wanted to say so much more. I am trying to be a good Christian here. I really, really am. I'm really trying here. I'm trying to hold back a lot of things I would love to say to you. Let me look down at chat real quick. Let me take a little whatever. Oh my goodness. Jersey Stang, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to, if you're going to talk like that one, you're making fun of my dead son too? I don't know. They say a scumbag. If I'm such a scumbag, why do my kids, my grandkids, my family, and I love each other? I'm just such a scumbag. So yeah, no offense, but I let you slide all this time, but yeah, you're gonna go on timeout. So 24 hours, goodbye. Take a lap for 24 hours. Come back next time. Thank you, drive through. Anybody else need to be timed out for 24 hours or banned? If I have to, I'll ban. If nobody ban anybody, but I'll do it if I need to. But that's just totally disgusting, Jen A. You are sick. Why don't you care about your own child that you disowned? I mean, I know that person's an adult. I mean, according to what you said. So we're not talking about kids here. I'm just simply saying, how could you do that? I can't stand to go more than a few weeks or a month at the most without seeing my kids and grandkids because you know what? We love each other. They're my family. How can you disown your own? Oh my goodness, it makes no sense to me. And then you want to throw it at somebody else and make fun of my dead, deceased son, who, by the way, was strongly involved in the youth group at church. Okay, he was a good kid. I'm not just saying that. He actually was a good kid. He did very, very well. He was going to graduate that year. Well, technically that year after, because he was in the middle of the school year, but after Christmas, it was right before Christmas, so it's just disgusting. And I've kept my mouth shut for the most part. I haven't said anything hardly at all. I've talked to a few people behind the scenes, and of course, obviously, our family and I has been discussing options because of what you've said. Hey, Belt Loop, look, good to see you. I know you're at work. If you want the link, no, I know you're at work, but if you want the link, let me know. I can text it to you. And anybody else who's cool, I can send it to as well. But I am tired of people saying that my deceased son is in hell or that my kids are going to hell. It's just disgusting. And then Bell Loop's a police officer, by the way, and I'm not getting him involved. I'm just simply making a comment here. There's a few police officers in chat right now. And they, everybody has their own jurisdiction, but you know what? It's a crime to threaten to get on a plane and come down here and take me behind a woodshed and dispose of me. That is a legal threat. It's illegal. It's illegal. It's a threat. So knock it off, Jenny. You're not immune from the justice system. I've had enough. It's disgusting. It's sick. It's repulsive, just like you. All right. I've been enough. So I can either shut the stream down, or if somebody that's cool wants to come up and talk for a little bit, we can do that. Otherwise, I have no more reason to be live, to be honest with you. I wanted to get this out there. I'm not going to put up with it legally. I'm not going to put up with it. So, Jen A., this is your warning. Leave my name and my family's name out of your damn mouth. And in return, I'll leave your name out of my mouth. Deal? Deal. Jersey Sting, seriously? You want to be timed out again? With your alt? Go ahead. There you go. I can do this all night if I need to. And I wasn't even planning on staying live that long. But it is what it is. Anyways, let me go to chat here. We have 123 people in here. Thank you for coming. I can't keep up with there's this many people in here. Sean Americana, how you doing? Matt C., good to see you. Hey, Matt C. Matt C., you can come up. I'll drop the link. I'm only going to let certain people up. So I'm not going to have a shit show. Just not going to have it. I believe this is it. For those that are cool, and I'm not going to argue with anybody. I've said my piece. My blood pressure is already high. I'm already ticked off, so I'm not going to argue about anything else. So if somebody wants to come up just to have a chill conversation, we can do that. If not, I'm just going to end the stream because I said what I needed to say. So there's the link for a few people that are cool and just want to come up and shoot the breeze. And we'll give it about 10 minutes. If nobody comes up, I'm done. Is this again? Okay, Javi, hold on just 1 second. Let me see if this is real you. It's got to authenticate. It doesn't say it's the real you. I don't want to say that. I don't know if that's your real name, so I don't want to say anything. Can you say something in chat? I don't. Oh, I can put a banner up, I suppose. Hold on just 1 second. I'll put up a banner. For brand, they call it a brand. Whatever. They put up a banner. In case that happens to be your real name, I don't want that exposed. So hold on, just give me a minute here. Let me find I thought I already had one up actually. No, I'm live. I have my background up. My bad. Let's see here. Well, if it'll let me do this here. Holy cow. There's a lot of Wi-Fi being used. Oh, that's why. Yeah, it's going to be extra slow. Hold on, just give me a minute here. I'm trying to get to a banner or brand, whatever you want to call it, an overlay, whatever. All right, that's background. Almost there. Here we go. And there's Matt C., I think, too. Whoops. 1 second. Almost clicked the wrong one there. I got to clear some of these old receipts out and upload a few more, actually. I was going to put up some other stuff, but I just didn't do it. It is what it is. All right, here we go. Let me let Javi up first. He was first. I'll let Matt see it. Hey, what's up, Javi?
The spider went up the Oh, am I live?
Hey.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Matt and Javi? How are
Hey,
you?
I'm trying to get JJ on here. So if you see JJ, it's my friend. All right. So don't.
Yeah, he just pulled up.
Oh.
All right, cool. He's
Well, this is
the.
awkward.
Put your camera off. Take your camera off, JJ.
Oh, what?
Oh.
Hello, everybody.
Hi.
How is life?
Hey.
JJ.
What's up, JJ? Hey, Javi. Hey, Matt C.
Hey,
So,
Jeff was speaking highly of you, JJ, the other time. That's why I invited you up, because Jeff was like, "Hey,
Jeff speaks highly
Matt
of me
C, you
all the
suck to
time.
talk to. You suck
But it's
to talk
because
to,
I'm
Matt
brown.
C. Where's your friend JJ?
If I wasn't brown, I'd be worried. Whew.
Let's just say life's been exhausting, and life's a bitch.
Oh.
Yeah, it can be.
Well, yeah.
That's for sure.
Oh.
You know what, Jeff? I wish JJ would have met Jen A and had an argument on the Bible because JJ knows the Bible.
Me too. I know the
Really?
Bible.
Yeah, Hobby
Yeah,
does too.
JJ's going
I
to
do
no.
agree.
Well, JJ not talking too much, but he's going to seminary. So he would have been really good for Jen A to talk to.
Well, I will say this: she's not banned from my StreamYard. I know that. Now, if she wants to come up, I'll give her a chance. I will say that. So, Jen
Whoa.
A,
Who's
you wanna
Lieutenant
come
Come
Doofy?
on, Jen A.
Lieutenant Doofy. What's up?
Come debate someone that goes to seminary school. I don't mean
What's
me.
up, Telly? Good
Hey,
looking
Telly.
out. NTF, what's up? Saw you're live. Good stuff. Haystack, I did a whole episode for you, motherfucker. You never showed up. Much love. Anyway, Laura, hey, what's going on? Telly, Nick's baby girl. I don't think I've met you yet, but anyway. Hey, Jeff, how you doing?
Good. How are you, Hobby? I dropped the link. So, Jen A, if you are watching, I dropped it again. I will give you an opportunity to come up one time. That's it. So, there it is.
JJ, let me ask you a question. What do you feel about a Christian abandoning their son because they're gay? Abandon it. I mean, totally abandoned, JJ. What do you feel about that?
You know, if Jesus could forgive them on the cross, we should be able to forgive them. If they want to be gay, let them be gay, but they will have to answer to Jesus for it, not us. Hate is too bitter.
Come on, Jen A. Come on. Come. This is someone actually going through seminary,
Wait,
Jen A. So
what
come
is this
on,
about gay
Jen A.
people? I thought we were roasting the Crypt Keeper. What's up? Where the fuck's she at?
Well, Hobby's Jesus, I thought, right?
I
Hobby, I
am
thought
last
you.
time I checked. But then again, I come by many names. I go by many names, and that's one of them. Just like
That's
Yahweh,
true.
that's another one. And Odin, Javi.
Yesh,
Where else do you want me to
Yesh,
go?
Yeshua,
And
yeah,
Jen A,
yeah.
why you saying the N word, Jen A? All because you
Well,
don't say it with a hard R. That don't make it right, Jen A.
what's the N word?
I ain't
Nicotine?
saying that. I'm not stupid.
Well, we're not. We don't.
Narcotics.
I think you know what I'm talking about. So let's not be
Oh, I can
stupid.
say it. I can say it.
All right, then you
I
say
got the
it. That's
card.
great. I'm not saying.
Yeah.
I don't
Hey, which
care.
one do you want, Jeff? Do you want the nigga?
Yeah, just keep it at that. Just be polite,
Oh,
because
okay.
there are African Americans in chat.
So funny.
My good
So
my
I'm
funny.
good
Egyptian,
friends
I'm
in
bro.
on
here.
I didn't
YouTube.
tell you that.
Well, so is Rami. Oh
Yeah, I
shoot,
got a
who
little
we
Egyptian in
lose?
me. That makes me African, so I can say it.
Who we lose? Oh shoot, we lost Matt or no JJ. JJ, do
Hold on a
you
Yeah,
second. Can I
because
get
you
a
guys are
shout
going
out to the
around
chat there,
saying
Jeff?
that word. I wouldn't want to be on here either.
What word? Jesus?
What word?
let me drop the
Yeah.
link one more time in case JJ or Jen A. This is another opportunity. I'm not going to pin it, so there it
Oh,
is.
the N word. NTF. Got it. Sorry. Thanks, Deli. That's twice today you got me.
Let's see Tommy Boy Studios, or I mean, constant. Or shoot, who said that? Let me find it here. I got this. Oh, Matt. So Tommy Boy TBS says Matt C is Oasis, 100% confirmed.
Hey, you should drop
What?
OTF's link. NTF's link. She's got some good stuff going on. And her crime channel, I know you got it, Jeff. You got to drop that shit too.
Well, somebody can drop it if they want. She's in here, I think. Oh, no,
Yeah,
I
but she's
forgot
not a
she's not
mod.
modded.
You got to hook her up with a
I'm a
mod in there.
racist because I'm against people saying that word.
Well, I can't be racist.
Yeah.
I'm brown. So
I'm not
That's
talking to you, man. Jeez, dude. I don't even know you.
no,
right,
Javi is
right.
actually brown. You know?
Everybody knows
I
that.
don't care.
If you go look in the Bible, it has a picture of me. No, wait.
All
That's not.
olive colored skin, long hair, beard. I
Yeah.
don't know. Kind of reminds me of Christ himself, you know? I mean, just saying.
Mm-hmm. I don't know, but my beard's like getting gray, so I don't know if I can, maybe I'm Jesus if he didn't get crucified.
Right. There you go.
Almost as if
No,
I
I've
was
actually
a prophet.
I've been watching some of your stuff. I found you on Rumble, Javi. I actually like some of the stuff you've been doing. I know it's a lot of politics and
Like
whatnot
what?
and some other
What's
stuff.
the last one you watched?
It's been a little bit, I'll be honest with you. I think you
Oh,
did one on Kennedy. You did one on, oh
Bro,
goodness. What was the last one you did? I'm sorry.
that
The
was like
last
a
one I
year
saw.
ago.
No, I'm trying to remember the very recent. I don't have the greatest memory. My mind is, I'm upset right now. My blood pressure's high because of Gen A. So I just can't remember. But I've
Hold
been
on, Jeff.
looking a little bit. I'm
Relax.
following you on Rumble.
Breathe in through your nose, out through your mouth. In through your nose, out through your mouth. How do you feel?
Okay, listen, you ready? I'm gonna breathe through my nose. Listen.
No, I don't want to hear it. I just
I'm
want you to
stuffed.
do it.
I can't. I can't because I'm too stuffed. But no, I get you.
You're too what?
I'm too stuffed up. I've got a cold.
Oh, okay. That
Yeah,
makes sense.
yeah.
So,
We lost Jake or somebody.
yeah, I have that effect on people. So, does anybody else in the chat want to come on up? Jeff says anybody can come up.
Well, not just anybody, but most people. Yeah, they're gonna be cool. No porn bombers or anything like that.
No. You know what I mean by everybody. People that don't porn bomb. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like Kelly, Laura, NTF,
Yeah, Kelly's
Alan,
welcome.
Nunya, Jersey Stang.
Nah, there were certain people. I had to time out Jersey Stinks. He was getting nasty, and I was talking about my deceased son. And there's also a legal situation I'm dealing with, not with him, but with somebody else I just discussed.
Oh,
And
hey,
if I needed,
speaking of legal situations, can I get the name and number for your lawyer? Because I think I'm under investigation by this guy. You might know him, Southwest Jeff.
yeah, if you need to talk to him. Actually, you know what I just did. I went ahead and pinned it. If Kelly wants to come up, or
There you go.
TBS. All right. Laura, is it really Laura? I gotta check the authentic. Okay, gotcha. You can go off camera, Laura.
Make sure they're not banned in the not YouTube, but
No, she's not banned in here. No, of course not.
Hey,
hello, show pal.
how's it going?
Oh,
What did Jen
good.
do?
Hanging in there.
I wanted to ask because I missed part of your stream. Where was she threatening you and shit?
Oh, she on different panels, including today on Ed's.
Really?
Yeah.
hey Jeff,
Yeah,
I have a
she's
question.
pretty gross.
Can Lord
Yeah,
come up?
And then she said my deceased, and he was a minor in the
No.
past too, to throw that on the fire too. He's in hell. It's
Wow.
like what?
How would she know? Like
Right, and then
like what is she, God? She thinks she is.
oh, she's here. Let me just confirm it's her. So Matt,
Great.
JJ, she's coming up. Here we go. This is your chance, Jenny. If you get out of control, I have to drop you. So be mature.
I'm glad you're
Jenny! Oh my god, I just blew my load. Hold on, let me clean this shit up.
Jenny. It's
That's
Jenny.
pretty good question, Hobby.
Jenny, what's up with the illegal
You compare
threats?
yourself to Jesus. Really?
I don't really give a shit what you say.
I mean, you act like you are Jesus or God.
No, I don't act like I'm Jesus.
I don't know. Sounds like it's.
You act like you're holier than thou.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't. I follow biblical standings. And by
What's
the way,
So
Jim,
you
I hope you
go
heard
ahead.
my home health aide today on Ed's panel that said, no, Jenny, don't abuse me. Did you hear it?
But how do we know? But how do we know who that really is, though? That could be.
Well, I'm not going to
your
dox
neighbor
her
or a
name.
family member.
I called her kiddo. I call her
seen you a
kiddo
little
when
bit.
she comes.
Were you holding a knife to her neck?
Yeah. Did it sound
We're
like
holding
she
knives to
had
people's
a
neck
knife
now?
held to her neck?
I'm
Come
just
on.
joking. My gosh.
So
Hey, Jenny,
Jenny, what's up with?
Were you born? Were you around in 1945, Germany?
No, I wasn't. What does that have to do with price of tea in China?
Well,
Aren't you a Nazi?
why do you have China on your mind?
It probably does have
You a communist?
the tea at the time, but
China.
No,
Say it
Hobby.
right next time.
It's an old
China.
Is this what this is going to be a gang up, Jeff? Is this what this
No,
is
it's
about?
not a gangbang, Jenna.
That
You're too
sounds
old
like a
for me.
gang
Laura,
up.
maybe.
I said a gang up,
Oh,
not a gang bang.
oh,
Oh,
this isn't my
fuck.
stream then. I should probably leave.
So, Jenny, what's up with the illegal threats?
No, they're not illegal threats. I'm just saying that
The
one of my
promises.
sons, one of my sons is pretty pissed off about you going around on
I
the
don't give a shit. I
on the
don't care.
YouTube
Don't,
streets.
you don't. Okay,
Wait,
that's fine.
let's hear what Jen has to say.
Oh, hold on.
Okay,
Time out. I want to
okay.
read a comment. Jen A, how do you hate gays? Oh, stop moving the chat. But you follow the King James Bible.
King James was gay.
No, I don't know about all that.
Well,
King James let the Bible go for. That's what King James did.
What's a Bible go for? I don't
and
know.
hell yeah,
Depends on who
that's
you ask.
OJ, I
Go
want
Sometimes
for.
it's free. Sometimes you gotta pay for
FRCF.
it.
Fourth, not four. Fourth.
Like the letter for?
Fourth.
Like
Whore.
golfing?
Fourth.
Oh,
FORCA.
Foreskin. Got it.
No,
Carry
I
on.
got
not
a question for
fourth.
Jen A. You know, like you hang around and like are like buddy with JD and Good Guy and Vic and all of them. Remember when they put all that awful stuff about NTF out and like even a photo of her kid? And then you're up on her panel being all like friendly with her and she's giving you grace. And I don't know, it was just like kind of weird.
What'd I
Like,
miss?
Who's the female I'm talking to? Is that Missy?
no, I'm Laura.
Yeah, it's Missy.
I might as well be
Oh,
Missy.
well.
I mean, she's better.
You don't want Missy up there. Missy would probably.
Missy's
Wasn't that
smarter.
ironic? They
Again.
didn't want me to talk about religion. Missy came up on the panel to rescue NTF from me talking about religion, and then they all
So
proceeded
you're
to talk
saying
about
NTF
religion
needs rescuing?
until
Are you
well,
implying that she is not a
that's
strong,
what-
independent woman who don't need
That's
no man?
apparently not. That's what Missy went up there to do.
Well,
Wow.
it seemed like NTF
So
was
she's a
It's
strong,
NTF's
independent
channel.
black
She
woman.
can
You
do
won't
what
give
she
her
wants.
and
the
then they
most
continue-
disenfranchised minority in the United States of America.
Over me, you
Bobby,
weirdo.
Oh, there's the F word you said you never
Yeah,
used.
there's the F word. There it is. There you have it. Clip
Kicker.
it.
JJ has questions for you, Jenny.
Hey, Janae.
I'm tired of a bunch of people trying to talk over me.
It's just
Janae,
me.
I got a real serious question for you. Why would you give up on your son for any reason? He's your son. Why can't you just forgive him and love him as your son? You don't have to love that he's gay, but you can still love him as your son.
Doesn't the Bible say that certain people are supposed to be marked and avoided?
Huh? Like you?
Jesus could send his son to die for your sins. He died for your son's sins as well. If he forgives all of mankind, so
Well, JJ, since you're in seminary school, I'm sure you realize that in the Old Testament, God cleansed all the lands of the Sodomites, and you probably should know in the New Testament, Romans 1:18 through 32, right? There's no salvation for Sodomites. Period.
I
Period.
love
The only unforgivable sin
I
is
could go for some sodomy.
blasphemy of the Holy Spirit.
No,
Sorry.
the people take the mark of the beast also is going to hell as well.
Isn't it a goat?
died on the cross for
Have you ever tried goat meat?
I think the
pretty good.
number of the beast is kind of cool. And sodomy.
Well, actually, I don't think it's 666. It's actually 999.
Yeah.
Ever seen that movie End of Days?
Yeah, I agree.
Arnold
Well,
Schwarzenegger.
the Antichrist number will be 636. It will be 666.
I
The Bible
Bill,
says
good video.
that's
Good
my
video of
comment
you and
on it.
Ryan. Just real quick, I want to compliment Bill Evans. I saw the video where Ryan, he was letting Ryan fly the plane, and that was a great video, Bill Evans. Thank you.
I follow the teachings of Anton LaVey, so
Oh, that guy. I know that guy.
yeah.
You know that guy?
Satan. There you go.
Satanic
Jenna?
Bible.
My grandpa Malcolm Tate was a professional boxer at one point before he died. And then he also taught me the best advice that I have for everybody here. You can't reason with unreasonable people. I've told the truth, and there's nothing I'm not going to sugarcoat. If you want to make up your own truth, then that's on you. But you got to answer to God for it, not me.
Well, JJ, don't you believe that the Bible should be a Christian's final authority?
Spinal Tap.
MC, you want to help me out here?
Yeah, the Bible.
Javi,
I mean,
Javi,
all
can you check
faith
your
and practice.
DMs?
I'm checking my DMs. Give me.
Thanks.
The Word
Ooh.
of God should be a Christian's final
This.
authority.
Actually,
But you're not God, Jenna. You act like you're God.
I never said I was. I said a Christian's, the Holy Bible should be a Christian's final authority. The Word of God should be a Christian's final authority.
I
How
have to
about
leave.
James?
Can I ask a
How
quick
about
question?
James 4:4? How about James 4:4?
How about grace?
Can I ask a quick question? Like,
To be
Jen,
friends with the world is
how do you feel about like
enmity with
chicks
God.
that are into anal sex? Does that mean I'm going to hell? Because I love anal. Like, is that like that's sodomy, right?
actually, anybody
Well,
who
if you're not married, you're committing a grievous sin by it's called
Yeah, I'm not
fornication.
married either, and I
It's
like
it's
I do it with
fornication.
tons of dudes.
It's
Yeah.
it's
there's
fornication.
only
Okay.
answer.
It's a grievous sin.
There's only
But
one
like, what if
simple-
you're married and you like have anal sex? Is that okay?
The simple answer is, if you do not have a personal relationship with Jesus Christ, your Lord and Savior, then I'm sorry, you will go to hell if you don't.
Yeah, no. But
Jeff,
what if
check the
what
basement.
if I'm a Christian
Yeah,
and
this
I
is
like
there.
still want it in the butt? You know?
Well, if you're worshiping Anton LaVey, I don't think you're much a Christian.
No, I
Oh,
didn't say I
I
was.
see it,
I'm
Javi.
saying, what if I was a Christian and I like it's actually a question from the chat, and I'm trying to
No,
figure out like, is that okay with Christians like to
no,
do there?
no. A Christian would not be okay with still living a life of sin. If
No,
they're
I'm just talking about like anal sex in particular. That's all I want to know. Is that like, by Christian standards, is that like, are you going to hell if you do that?
Jeff.
You're married.
I see. I'm just waiting till they're finished.
Define marriage, because the Bible defines marriage
If
is
you're
between
married,
a
like
man and
you
a woman.
go, you get married,
The
but
Bible defines
in a
marriage
church.
between a man and a woman.
That's correct.
marriage.
I'm talking about a female, me, who likes to do it with dudes. But what if I was married to my dude and he wanted to do me in the butt? Is that okay? Like, or would I be going to hell if I was a Christian?
I don't know.
Yeah, I've just always wanted to know. That's all. That's the only reason I came up.
I'm gonna put something up that Javi said.
I'm out.
Sodomites are considered females who well, Romans 1:18 through 32 is
You shut your goddamn mouth. You stupid old bitch. Shut up, you
Whoa.
bitch.
nigga, my nigga, your nigga.
Jenny.
Nigga, my nigga, your nigga. Nigga, my nigga, your nigga.
I thought you dropped mad bars.
So
You heard
Christian of you,
my
Jenny.
nigga, your nigga.
That is so Christian. That is so Christian of you,
Not
Jenny.
No, I'll tell you the context of
That
that.
is
The
so
context,
so
no,
Christian
once
of you.
shut
I
your
cannot
mouth and open
believe
your
it.
ears for a
That
hot
was a
second.
banger.
The context of that was I made the remark that FM goes
There ain't
around
no
saying
context to
my
that.
You
nigga all the
racist.
time. It's
You
just-
racist.
no,
There
he's a
ain't no
racist.
context for
He's a
that as a
racist.
Christian.
He's a
You want to
racist.
preach
FM
all
is
this
a
stuff
racist.
about
He
a
goes around and
grievous
calls
sin, a
everybody my
grievous
nigga.
sin.
And he is racist. That's who's racist. He's Puerto Rican. He's not a black man. He's Puerto Rican. And him going around
Fuck is
calling
that
everybody
supposed to
my
mean?
nigga is
And that
Who's a
is
racist.
Christian?
And that was the context of what I
Wait, did
what
you
I
just
said.
say my nigga?
Period.
Actually,
Why don't you
That's
go
what FM says.
in
That's what
front?
FM says. And
Oh,
it's
my
disgusting.
I actually heard
Did you just say that
Danae
to a
say the
brown
hard
person?
R earlier today on a clip, an old
You
clip.
used a hard R?
She used a hard R twice.
Really?
Johnny Cochran.
Yep. It's
Hey.
crazy.
Why do we waste so much time on nonsense? Instead, why don't we talk about?
I mean, I really was asking a true question, and like, I just wanted to know, like, you know, if you are married to a man and you are a woman and you like to have anal sex, is that considered sodomy and therefore considered a sin? As a Christian, would you be going to hell for that? I don't know. I've
No,
always wondered that.
if you're a Christian woman,
How about go look it up in the Bible? Go
Well,
I don't
figure it
think
out for
that is
yourself.
mentioned
gonna
in a
find that
Bible
in the Bible.
anywhere. Okay,
if you're
I mean
It's up
that's
to
fucking
interpretation.
weird. I
If-
mean, if you're married, you're married. I mean,
Yeah.
you're married. I mean, what the fuck?
doing
Yeah,
Well, if
shouldn't
you're
matter,
married
right?
for a second time, you're an adulterer.
We're
If
not
you,
talking about
if,
a second
you,
time.
if you
Hey,
get married and then put away your wife,
I'm
remarry,
going to
you're
your
Who
considered
said
an
that?
adulterer.
Who said that?
Well, I never said I
The
was that
Bible
either.
says that.
No, but who
The
said that
Bible, does
now?
it your
Who's
Bible?
talking
My
about
Bible.
adultery now?
None of us.
All
I'm
right, that's what
talking
I'm
about
saying,
doing it
Janae.
with
Like,
butt.
no one's
That's all.
talking
Yeah.
about having a marriage, getting divorced, and having another marriage. We're talking.
Well,
What are you
I
talking
said
about?
it. I said it. If
Well,
what
okay, but that's not
if a
okay.
person
But that
if
wasn't.
a person's been married and if they put away their spouse, then
Right.
and remarry, they're committing adultery with that second.
Yes. Okay. Great.
Oh.
Yes, that's true. Congratulations. That's a fact. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought
High
you had
five.
kids from more than one.
So,
Thank you,
Aren't
who was
your
John.
Adam's
children
first
of more
wife?
than one father? Janae, weren't you married more than once? I
Who
thought
was
you were.
Adam's first wife?
He only had one wife, it was Eve.
Who was Adam's first wife?
He only had one wife, it was Eve.
Really? Because wasn't she of Adam's ribs? So that would imply that there was a woman not in his liking that was, oh my God, his first wife.
I mean, you don't know what you're
Holy
talking
shit!
about.
Tell me
You're
more
full of crap.
about Lilith, please.
actually,
What about the gap?
to
What
open,
about the gap theory? Is anybody believing the gap theory?
if you
Because
open,
Hobby may have a point.
you just
And I'm
open
not religious. I don't believe in the
Apparently not.
Bible.
Apparently not. It shows. It shows.
But
if
I know something you don't know, and it's funny because you're 9,000 years older and you were there when the Bible was supposedly written.
The Earth is only a little over 5,000 years old. The Earth is. The Bible was
5,000.
9,000 years ago.
No, it's between 6 and
9,000?
10,000.
hey,
I would say it's a little over 5,000
if
Okay.
God
Sure.
needs,
biblically.
I know a good one. No,
Biblically, it's that old. Figure that out.
Can
Biblically.
I ask another question about
Yes,
like
go ahead.
how does God feel? I know like gay men like and sodomy is wrong, but what about women like lesbians?
Romans 1. Go read it. It talks about women that lie with that change the natural use of a woman,
Oh
which is
no, I treat
being
women
being
like
a wife
crap.
to a
Cancel
husband.
me.
Okay.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I
They're
treat
considered
Jenny like crap.
sodomites as well.
Cancel me. Oh no.
here's
Oh my God.
I'm
I'm
just asking
so
questions from
afraid
the
that
chat.
people in chat want
The
me
Bible
calling me
says that they are
disgusting
worthy
and,
of death.
and all that
And then who
stuff.
promote them are worthy of death as well.
Worthy of
Them
death.
I
who
never
believe
wanted to be
that
liked.
It
So
does
worthy
not
of death.
say
Romans
that.
1,
It does
18
not
to
say that.
32.
So
Yes, Romans 1,
No, it
18
does
to
not.
32 says
Well,
they're worthy of
certain
death. Yes,
no,
it
it don't say that. Romans what?
does. Romans 1, 18 through 32, King
oh,
James
back
Version.
on. I've
Oh
purchased
It
yeah,
says they're
King
worthy
James
of
version.
death.
Just the King James
Yes, it
version.
does. Yes, it says they're worthy of
Just
death.
the King James version.
Yes, I'm positive.
okay, worthy of death. Okay,
JJ, look that up because I don't have my Bible right now.
there's some good shit.
Because I don't think it says that. Because there's really only
Well, I
one
know
thing
it
in the
says
Bible where
that.
Jesus says that he will kill someone, and that has to do with people that hurt children. There's nowhere else in the Bible it says that if you do something, you are going to be put to death. No, there's only one thing that Jesus says you're going to get a millstone hung around your
Hung
neck.
around your
There's only
neck.
one
That's for
thing.
children, right? Like
Yeah, one
Uh,
thing. There's nothing else in the
Well,
Bible
the
that says that.
attributes of sodomites is they're filled with all unrighteousness.
Hey, Jenny, out of
Isn't that
curiosity,
a
how many
quick
kids do you
pedophilia?
have?
I mean, I don't think you realize the whole point of Jesus' ministry was grace, Jenny. It was about
Hold
grace.
on.
He went to tax collectors. He healed lepers. He went to like the lowest of the lowest of society, and he healed them. And he asked them to join him. And you sit there and you know, on your high horse and say these are sins and everyone's so bad. As
Okay,
a
well,
Christian, it gets to me.
I just wanted
As a
to
Christian,
ask about the
you wouldn't be allowed in my
Suicide
church,
stuff
because in
with
my church,
Jeff.
Go
no
ahead,
But
perfect
I'm gonna
people are
go.
allowed, Jenny.
Thanks, Jeff, for letting me up. Bye.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Hey, quick question. What do you think about people that have kids out of wedlock? Panel.
The Bible says it's sin, but it doesn't mean it's unforgivable.
No, it's not unforgivable.
Oh,
That I
There's a hell of a lot of things that are unforgivable, that are forgivable, that are not
Right.
unforgivable, or whatever. Unforgivable, that are forgivable.
See, blasphemy of the Holy Spirit
oh,
is the main one.
oh.
Yes, that and hurting children. That's really the only thing it says. If you go to this lengths, there ain't no coming back from. And yes, it's saying I denounce the Holy Spirit and it's hurting children.
No, it doesn't say all of that actually. There's further for that. There's more added on to that.
Constantine.
If you're adding on to the Bible, that number one sin, and number two,
I'm
read
not adding on. How about Romans 1? How about add that? Because it's
It
there.
says that they're not allowed into the kingdom of heaven, but it has nothing to do with death. It says that a lot of people are not allowed into the kingdom of heaven, but it has nothing to do with death.
Where do you think you go if you're not allowed to the kingdom of heaven? Where do you think you go?
Hell.
Purgatory?
But you're talking
There
about
you go.
death. Like you're talking like
Yeah, when you die, you go one or two places, either heaven or hell, right? That's the
Purgatory.
choice.
the Bible is
No,
very
there's no such thing as purgatory.
I believe.
ever.
Purgatory is Catholic bullcrap.
So is heaven and hell at the same time, if you really want to think about it that way.
Heaven
Let's
is
not.
body
Gotcha.
will be completely pain-free and in a complete perfect state. It's just
Oh, Lieutenant Duke is mad too. You know, when people all get me mad and not letting Gen A talk, a lot of y'all really don't listen to Gen A, because then you'll realize Gen A says the same thing over and over and over. So at this point, she's going to keep saying it, and you have no point but to talk over her.
Okay,
Because
well
she's
here
gonna
we
say
go,
the same-
folks.
let's do it
Here we
again.
go. You
Let's
guys
do it
want
again.
to hear it? Okay, how about hush? How about hush? Here we go.
Here we go.
We got
For
hush.
the wrath
Okay.
of God is revealed from heaven against all ungodliness and unrighteousness of men who hold the truth in unrighteousness, because that which may be known of God is manifest in them.
Hey,
For
Jeff,
God
is
has
Cat Eye still in the basement?
showed it unto them, for the invisible things of him from the creation of the world are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made, even his eternal power and Godhead, so that they are without excuse. Nobody's without an excuse. We all know right from wrong. We all know it internally in our hearts. We all know it. Okay. Because that when they knew God, they glorified him not as God, neither were thankful, but became vain in their imaginations, and their foolish hearts were darkened. Professing themselves to be wise, they became fools, and changed the glory of the uncorruptible God into an image made like to corruptible man, and to birds, and four-footed beasts, and creeping things. Wherefore God also gave them up to uncleanliness through the lust of their own hearts, dishonoring their own bodies between themselves, who changed the truth of God into a lie, and worshiped and served the creature more than the Creator, who is blessed forever. Amen. For this cause God gave them up unto vile affections. For even their women did change the natural use into that which is unnatural. That's women with there's your lesbians. Okay, let's continue on.
Wait, all that
Wait,
was.
wait,
And
wait.
likewise,
Wait,
also the
hold
men
on.
leave.
I didn't hear the word lesbian in there. I'm kind of confused.
All that was-
Is it women with women lesbians?
Depends. Are they a trans woman?
I mean, yeah, I mean,
Is it trans?
I'm sorry, but gay is gay. Whether you're man or woman.
And likewise,
gay
also, men leaving the natural use of the woman, burn in the lust one towards another. Men with men,
Hey, I'm sorry.
working that which is unseemly, and receiving in themselves that recompense of their error, which was meat, M-E-T.
Logical.
And
For-
even as they did not like to retain God in their knowledge, God gave them over to a reprobate mind to do those things which are not convenient. Here's some attributes of sodomites: being filled with all unrighteousness, fornication, wickedness, covetousness, maliciousness, full of envy, murder, debate, deceit, malignity, whisperers, backbiters, haters of God, despiteful, proud, boastful, boasters,
That's a lot
of evil things, disobedient
lot-
to parents, without understanding,
That's a lot what you've been doing, though. That's the thing. And I've been guilty of a few of those myself.
without natural affection, implacable, unmerciful, who knowing, here you go, Jeff, listen to this one, who knowing the judgment of God, that they which commit such things are worthy of death, not only do the same, but have pleasure in them that do them.
Death, but not hell, like death and fire or death and hell were cast in the lake of fire. This is the second death.
Do you see anything about salvation? That God has given them over to a reprobate mind. Period. That's what the Bible says.
Okay, God has gave him over to a reprobate mind, but Romans 3:23 says, "For all have sinned, come short of the glory of God." The Bible also says, "For whosoever shall call upon the name of the Lord shall be saved."
And I think Janae is forgetting about the ministry of Paul, the ministry of Jesus, the ministry of the prophets, the ministry of the disciples. Everyone tried to bring people closer to God. They went to people that were unsaved, and they tried to save them.
Went to heaven. God cleansed the lands of the Sodomites. God used Sodom and Gomorrah as an example of humanity, how he feels about Sodomites.
So God doesn't allow. So he doesn't allow people to try and save someone. So if I meet a transgender person or if I meet someone gay, I'm just supposed to say you're going to hell. I'm not supposed to try to minister to them. I'm not supposed to try to show them grace. I'm not supposed to try to show them the things that Jesus and Paul talked about.
There's no salvation for them.
There's no salvation for them.
No, there's not.
I'm done. I mean, there's no arguing with you. All right.
Jenny,
I get you. It's hard.
Does anybody?
They're not done. Like they're not done. Like there's only
they are
really
done.
two things. There's really two things that make people done.
It says that God has given them over to a reprobate mind.
I feel sorry for anybody that you come in contact with that could need ministering to, Jenny. I feel sorry for them. How many people you've encountered that you haven't ministered to?
They're filled with all unrighteousness.
And Jesus tells you to go out in the world and make disciples, and you're going out and just telling people you're a sinner, you're a sinner, you're a sinner. You got to answer to God at the end of the day, Jenny.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, how many people have you brought to Jesus, Jenny?
There you go.
I brought quite a few. Quite a few.
I don't believe it. If this is so, you're saying so. What kind of people are you bringing to Jesus? Are you bringing the homeless people to Jesus? Are you bringing addicts to Jesus? Like, what kind of people are you bringing to Jesus?
Well, how do you know what kind of people? I'm sure it's all not bringing sodomites because they're filled with all unrighteousness. They've been given over to a reprobate mind by God. God has given them over to a reprobate mind.
The Bible says, "By the fruits you shall know them." And I'll admit, there's been times I have not shown fruits of the Holy Spirit. I admit that. I own up to that. But you're not showing fruits of the Holy Spirit. That's what JJ
I'm sitting here quoting the Bible verbatim. And that's the problem.
I quoted the Bible. Does that make me perfect?
You're missing the ministry.
Jenny, Even Satan knows the Bible verbatim.
I mean,
Right.
if you were Jesus, you would never have went to the Gentiles, Jenny. You would have just stuck with the Jews.
And
That's the truth. You would not have gone. You would not have done half of what Jesus did. If you wouldn't have, because you would have just,
First off,
I mean, he
first of
went to
all,
the
Jesus.
lowest of the low
First
to
of all,
lepers,
Jesus.
a leper.
First
That
of
he
all,
healed a
Jesus'
leper.
apostles were men.
And you're sitting there saying people can't be saved. He healed
Yeah,
lepers.
yeah. There are certain people that cannot be saved. The Bible says certain people the
Yeah, I
mark of the
agree
beast.
with that. I agree
Hey,
What
with that.
about
there is
hey,
only
Jenny? What
one
about the harlot?
sin.
What about the harlot?
There is only one sin stated in the Word of God that is unforgivable, and that's the person who denounces their faith in Christ. Those are the people that will not be forgiven. But gays, lesbians, transgenders, addicts, and everybody is allowed to be saved. And Jenny, you are not Jesus. You are not God. You have no anointing to say who can and cannot be saved.
The
Read
Bible
your
says,
Bible
judge
and
not
use your
according to the
God-given
appearance, but
brain.
judge
Period.
righteous judgment. And I just judge righteous judgment
No, you
by
don't. You're
reading
not
the
You know
Bible
what?
itself.
It
I
does
just
make me
Jesus
read
upset
is
when I hear
scriptures
this stuff
verbatim.
as a
Your
Christian.
problem
So the
isn't
chat
with
saying
me,
that I'm
buddy.
prep.
It's with
Yes,
God.
I am.
Your
Yes,
problem's
I
with
am. As a
God.
Christian, it hurts to hear Jenny say this stuff.
Well, it doesn't sound like you're much of a Christian if you want to lock hands in hands with a bunch of sodomites.
Who said that? Who said that I want to lock hands in hands with him?
God, I
Well,
Who said that?
you're promoting homosexual and
No, I
transgender
didn't.
and
I'm
all
not
that.
promoting nothing.
There's
I'm
only two
promoting
genders.
grace. I'm
There's
promoting
only two
grace.
genders.
And yeah, if I saw someone
There's male and
transgender, I
female.
would try
When you're
my
born,
best to talk to them about
you're either a boy
Jesus.
or a girl when you're born. There's only two genders. You can't change
Yes,
the
I
gender.
agree. But that don't mean that I'm not going to try and save someone that is confused.
Oh, confused.
Yeah, that's what they are. They're confused. They need the Holy Spirit. So Jesus tells me to go out in the world and make disciples. So that is something that I enjoy doing. I enjoy going to the lowest of the low, right? That's what Jesus said, right? Go to the lowest of the low.
Right.
The lowest of the low. The least you do for these, you do for him. Or what you do for the least of these, you do for him.
The Bible says.
No. That's what he says.
That's what the
What
Bible
you
says.
do for the least of these, you do for me.
You do the least of these, my brethren.
Quoted the Bible. He just quoted the Bible, Jenny.
I do things for the least of these, Jenny. Yes, I do. I will admit right now, I do things for the least of them.
The brethren. Not everybody's the brethren, are they?
What you do for the least.
The brethren. You've done it unto me.
Tax collectors were his disciples. A tax collector was his disciple. Sinners were his disciple. Every single person that followed Jesus were sinners that he saved, and he said, "Follow me." Look, so what are you talking about?
Okay, so you want to know one of the most worldly people that was in the lineage of King Jesus? Rahab, a prostitute, a hooker, if you will. One of those OBT chicks in Orlando, Florida. She was the one that was promised to provide the seed in the lineage of Jesus.
I don't think she was from Orlando, Florida.
Down the road, Mary was related to Rahab, and Rahab is considered part of the lineage of King Jesus. Period.
Hey, what's up, Jeff? Hey, man, I just wanted to say something really quick. I know you have a problem one-on-one with Jen A. Why are you letting everybody else up here to gang up on her? Why are you and her not handling this problem one-on-one?
Because that's his style, Nick.
No, I said my piece and I let people come up. You're right. I've seen some comments.
No, you
about
didn't.
it.
You didn't say your piece while she was up here. There was already 4 other people up here on the panel when you let her up here.
I'm sorry, but this is America. We have freedom of speech.
Excuse me. When I'm talking to you, I will address you, okay? I'm up here to talk to Jeff, okay? Thank you.
Okay, get your brain checked,
Thank you, Nick.
I know, Jeff. Jeff, we've had a history, okay? Now, right. I'll tell you one thing. One, I've never threatened to call the cops on you after all the shit that you said about me and all the stuff that you said about me. And two, we were allowed to handle things one-on-one and deal with this stuff. What you are allowing to happen to Jen A up here, whether you agree with her or not, with the stuff that she says, is not right. You should be handling the stuff with her one-on-one. I do not agree with what she says about the Bible. I do not agree with what she says about people being gay. But that doesn't mean I'm going to put her up on a panel and let other people come after her while I sit back and watch.
Okay, I agree with you. Can I just say something in response?
Absolutely.
I don't know if you were here at the beginning, but
I've been watching the whole time.
Okay. And by the way, the people that asked me to unban them, I'm going through that now. I think I'm almost done, but let me answer Nick's question. So she's been going on panels, Nick, I don't know if you know or not, about a week or so, saying all this stuff, and I didn't respond. So finally today or tonight, whatever, I decided to respond. And I wasn't even going to let her up, to be honest with you. So she was going behind my back and going on different panels and saying stuff. So I said my piece, and then I opened up the panel, and I actually allowed her to come up, which I wasn't going to do in the first place. But
we both were on a panel on locksmiths a few days ago, a few nights ago. You were taken to task by three people, including locksmith Ed, Bobby, and locksmith. Enough about you.
Hold on. This is between me and Nick right now. Hold on. Nick is trying to make a point here. Oh gosh. How about this? How about Nick has the right point? How about this? If everybody okay, I'll give everybody a chance to do this. If everybody mutes and not says anything, I don't have to kick anybody. Let me and Jen A talk to them.
No, cool? I'll be more than happy to step back down off the panel, Jeff. I made the point that I needed to make, and I think if everybody else respected you and your panel enough, they would step down and let you and Jen A have the conversation that needed to be had. So, good luck with that. And excuse me. You piece of shit, attention-seeking motherfucker. Fuck you. You're just up here. You're up here. You're just jumping on panels to get attention. That's all you guys do. I've seen you do it. Go fuck yourself. Go take a long walk off of a short pier, motherfucker. Bye.
Hey, Nick, why don't you go suck your dick, too?
Oh, hold on. Come on, guys. Nick's cool, dude. He really is. He really is good. I think he has a good point. Jen A, I mean, if everybody agrees with that, if you guys don't mind muting, I don't want to kick anybody. I just don't like doing it unless I absolutely have to. And if NTF wants to come up later on, we can settle our differences. That's cool too, because I couldn't let her up after the last time. After the first time, because the device is not connected. But is that cool with y'all? If you give Jen A just like 5-10 minutes, whatever, to talk this over, is that cool with y'all?
Yes.
So I don't have to kick.
Yeah, I didn't know it was like that. I respect that. I didn't know it was like that.
No, it's all good.
Too.
All I ask is a mute. I don't want to kick anybody and all that stuff. So those who messaged me that said they're banned, I think I took care of everybody. I just saved it. Okay, so Jen A, it's just you and me now. What would you like?
How have I been going behind your back? I was on public panels. I didn't go behind anybody's back. And it seems kind of funny that both Locksmith, Bobby, and Ed both said something to you about you mocking me. You mocked the fact that I stutter. Irregardless if I stutter because I have strokes, it's a moot point. The fact is I have a speech impediment. And you mocking me is below the belt.
And you say my deceased son is in hell and my kids are going to hell is below the belt.
Well, if your son was a sodomite, then
he wasn't. He was straight. He was a good kid. He went to youth. He was part of the youth group in church, in our Baptist church. Mm-hmm. You're just, and he's deceased. He was also a minor. So why would you say my minor deceased son is in hell? What does he have to do with anything? He was a good kid. He's my son. My son. Oh, I don't abandon my kid. Okay, you didn't know. Okay, I appreciate that. That. Okay, Cool. We'll agree on that part. You didn't know, just like I didn't. I either you told me and I forgot, or I just didn't know you had a stroke. I have a bad memory problem. That's why I take medicine.
Well, it shouldn't matter, Jeff. What does it matter if I've had strokes or not? Actually,
Well,
I
shouldn't-
stuttered when I was a little girl. And
Okay,
I
should
never
it
had
matter?
strokes when I
Should it
was 10.
matter? Should it matter if I had two daughters that were bi-curious in high school? They're with men now, but does it matter? No, it
What does
doesn't.
that have to do with the fact that you like to get on panels and mock the fact that I've had strokes? Actually, Jeff, when
I
Ed
never
said
have. Never have. Never have. I've never
you did on
mocked you had
locksmith's
strokes.
panel, I have the clips, Jeff. I have
I
the
have
clips.
a
You
screenshot.
mocked me.
I never
You
mocked that
mocked
you
me,
had a
Jeff.
stroke.
Yes, you did. Yes,
I
you did. Locksmith said that's enough,
never.
Jeff.
I was
And Bobby told you that's enough, Jeff. And Ed even said,
about
hey,
the
buddy,
about
that's
the
enough,
stuttering.
Jeff. Yes,
Yeah,
it
I
was
think,
yes,
and if
about the stuttering.
okay, if we're gonna talk one-on-one, we got to give each other a chance. So let's just do like a time thing. Let's do like. I wish we had a mediator. Can we get a mediator up here so we can
No,
like?
I
So
don't
she
think
has,
we need a mediator.
if we talk over each other, it's not going to make any sense. That's what I'm trying to
Well,
say. You know
I'm
what I mean?
trying to tell you the reasoning behind on Locksmith's panel, you were mocking me, and Ed brought up the fact that, hey, hey, she's had 2 strokes. That's why she stutters, because you kept mocking the fact that I stuttered.
Right.
And your response to Locksmith was, oh, I'm sorry, Lock. I didn't realize you
Exactly.
had. Well, the point being is that the person that you owe the apology to was me, not Ed for bringing it up that I stuttered because I had 2 strokes, not Bobby that I stuttered because I had 2 strokes, and not Locksmith that I stuttered because I had 2 strokes. The point of the crux of the matter is that you're mocking somebody who has a speech impediment. And if you should have said, I'm sorry, it should have been to me and not to them men for pointing it out to you that I stutter because I've had 2 strokes. I stuttered when I was a little girl and never had a stroke when I was a little girl. It's the fact that I have a speech impediment, and it's been I got it back since I've had strokes. And why would you mock me? I mean, isn't Christians supposed to exhort one another? And how is that exhorting me by getting on public panels and continuously mocking me?
Janae, I'll let you talk, so it's my turn now, right? So let me just say this. In my frame of mind, I was apologizing to you because I did say, I'm sorry, I didn't know you had 2 strokes. If you told me, I did forget because I do have a memory issue. I take medicine for that, okay? Second of all, so I will apologize again. So I'm apologizing to you now, right now, in front of everybody that's here. There's not a lot, but there's 100 and whatever people here. So I'm apologizing to you publicly for that. Now, my question is, will you apologize to me for telling me that my deceased son is in hell and that my kids are going to hell? So I apologize to you. I'm sorry. So can I get an apology from you?
Well, I mean, if you said your son was homosexual, I probably said
He's not. He was not. He's straight.
Well, no, then I would say your son's not in hell then.
Okay. What about my daughters who were bi-curious for a few years when they were younger, but are with men now? Whether it matters or not, I'm just curious. You can apologize for saying.
To say bi-curious, what I mean, that's a pretty vague statement.
It's not a vague. Oh, hold on. Actually, I want to bring up a good point. And Bohan and I don't get along right now, but he has a good point here. Actually, I want to bring up on screen. Why does this chick, meaning you, Janae, still get a platform? I agree, Bohan. You're right. I wasn't going to give her one, but some people had some good points, and I'm giving her a chance. So that's why. But Bohan does have a good point.
Well, considering you get up on your live stream tonight, and damn near the first words out of your mouth is that your blood pressure is so high because of me. Right?
It's an expression. It's an expression, Jenny. I do have high blood pressure, but it's an expression. Some people say things that they don't like. If I said the sky is purple, does it mean the sky is purple?
Well, sometimes
okay, I get what you're saying. I mean, yeah, I mean, it turns colors. Like we have mountain fires here; it turned red. We had ashes fall in the sky in 2013. I mean, it is what it is. The point of it is, I apologize to you for what I said on Locksmiths. Will you apologize to me for which you did, and I appreciate that. I accept your apology about my deceased son. Thank you for that. I really do. I do appreciate that, by the way. I'm being sincere on that. But my daughters, B, and then physically, illegally threaten you and your son Michael threatened, or at least that Michael's going to.
I didn't threaten anything.
I've got it screen recorded. I've got the screenshots. It's against the law.
Wasn't a threat.
The cops are on it. The cops are on it. Do I have to continue filing charges?
Be on it. My son is beyond upset the fact that
I don't care.
You lambast me every chance to get on panels, Jen.
Jenny, it's my turn. It's my turn. You don't break the law because you're offended. I didn't break the law on you because I was offended what you said. Hold on. Look, I don't want to have to kick you. Just let me finish here. Okay, let me talk. I did not do anything illegal because you offended me about my deceased son and my daughters. But when somebody threatens, which it wouldn't go too far, they'd probably be arrested at the airport. But anyways, the point of it is you don't do something illegal because you're mad or you're offended or whatever. Does God say to break the law because you're offended? No.
Well, the point I'm trying to make is my son happened to he happened to hurt several times where you have went at me with full force, and a lot of it's the fact that I stutter. You made fun of me, you mocked me, and he's just at his breaking point. We all have a breaking point, and he made the remark that you need to take it out behind the woodshed and taught some respect. You say you respect elders, but I mean I'm your elder, and you don't have respect for me. You say you have respect for like Juniper or Cat Eyes or a few older women.
Right, and then you said I haven't been drunk. I have not had liquor in over 4 months. You are aware of that, right?
Well, when you're mixing,
which is not even dispensed with cannabis.
Well, on Locksmith's panel the other night, you said you were smoking the green stuff, so you were doing drugs on his panel a few nights ago.
Vaping, smoking. It's vaping, but okay, I got you. Go ahead.
And well, you had said in Lockstream's panel that your doctor prescribed you. I brought up Xanax and muscle relaxers, and you said your doctor prescribed you that stuff, to get off alcohol. Actually, Ed had said today, I don't know the medication. He said, but what it does, it makes you violently sick if you go to drink alcohol. And I don't take that medicine.
I wasn't prescribed that. I wasn't prescribed that. I know what he's talking about. Ed's right, but I wasn't prescribed that. The
point that I'm trying to make is, Jeff, a doctor would not prescribe to get somebody off alcohol, benzodiazepines, and muscle relaxers. They would probably encourage you to go to AA meetings. Or prescribe the stuff that Ed was talking about, or even better yet, do some in-house or whatever we call it, the Betty Ford Clinic to do actually alcohol rehab, in-house alcohol rehab.
There's no Betty Ford clinic. I went to a local clinic. I don't know if that the cap.
I do use the Betty Ford clinic as an example because people know that the Betty Ford clinic is for alcoholism. And
drug addicts gamble. There's all kinds of addictions. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. It's mostly people like they're wealthy. I'm that go to Southern California or whatever. I think they may have one. I think in New York City. I'm not sure. In Miami, I think. I don't know where all the Betty Ford clinics are.
It just defies logic. I'm a retired nurse, Jeff, and
she's still working, but she still works in the medical field. Yeah.
Well, I'm a retired. Unfortunately, I got too disabled to ever work again. Unfortunately, but anyway, the point I'm trying to make is a doctor worth his weight in salt would not prescribe somebody who's an alcoholic benzodiazepines, muscle relaxers. That's the point I'm trying to make.
My muscle relaxers, by the way, I have probably 120 of them. I don't hardly take them, but they've been prescribed to me for over 20 years for my back. I have a degenerating spine condition, which is nobody's business, but I'm going to go and throw it out there, I guess. So that's what that's for. My doctor prescribed me Xanax, or the generic name is alprazolam. The bars, you know what I'm talking about. The 2 milligram bars. Yeah. To get me, I used to be on them before, and I'm off of those now, and I'm off on a extremely low dose of a different kind of medication because I've been over 4 months sober now, so I don't need them anymore.
Well, the
and
point
those
I'm
empty.
trying to make is,
Let me just
I
address
have
this real
never-
quick. Let me just hold on, Jenny. Let me just finish. I didn't get 30 seconds in there. I put Cap's thing up on the screen for a bit there. Well, there's Pokey's. Oh yeah, Rumsky. I was able to unban you. But anyways, let me just get to my point. Like I said, not that it's anybody's business. When I showed people the what's left over, the scar of my bullet wound, you saw the basket in a Marine, which is given for my son-in-law when he was a Marine. I call it a man purse. The zipper's busted on it. But my daughter came over. I paid her $120. She helped me organize and do a little cleaning and whatnot, steam clean the carpets and whatnot, and things I can't do because of my back. And we cleaned out a drawer where like I said at the beginning, I put a lot of my receipts, like from gas station, grocery stores. I'm talking about receipts on the internet. I'm talking about actual physical receipts. And then I put my old medicine bottles in a drawer, and it was so full. She's like, "Dad, you need to get rid of some of these." I'm like, "Yeah, I do." So we went through some together, and then the rest she just threw in a basket and a medical bag or marine bag, sorry, on the floor. And I had to go through them to make sure there's nothing in there. If there was, I need to dispose of them properly. And the reason why I saved them, because things are mostly in the computer system now, but the reason why I saved them because of the time, if I went to a different clinic or doctor or urgent care or fill in the blank, they would say, "Hey, what medications have you been on? Are you currently on, etc." And I would have that as a record. That's the only reason why that doesn't mean I'm taking all those. I mean, my gosh, I'd be dead if I took that much medication. You know what I mean?
The point I'm trying to make with that was that you got on Locksmith's panel and stated that your doctor.
Jenny, I'm going to stop you for a second. Look, I'm going to stop. I'm not being rude. I just want to stop you. You're going back to Locksmiths. We already discussed that. I'm trying to get through that and go forward right now. I'm trying to explain to you that those medicine balls you saw on my floor, so far, except I got maybe 12 or 13 more to go, are empty. That's why I have to go through them. So if there's anything left, I have to dispose of them properly.
Now can I speak?
Yes.
And what I'm trying to explain to you is that you had said that for to treat your alcoholism, that you were prescribed Xanax,
yes,
and muscle relaxant.
Oh, maybe I misspoke. And I'm sorry. The muscle relaxers, like I said, I've been on for over 20 years because of my back. I don't hardly take them because they make me so tired.
And actually, what you went on even further to say that you're currently on them. I do believe you. I think you misspoke, but I think you meant Clonopin.
Oh yeah, that's for if I need it for sleep. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
No, Zolpidem is for sleep. Clonopin is a benzodiazepine.
No, you're right. It is. It just has a longer half-life. It's double than Xanax. Like Xanax, for instance, I don't know if you probably know you're a CNA, right? Or you were or whatever.
No, I'm a nurse. I'm a retired nurse.
Right. So you know the answers to this because I know nurses know a lot, right? Yeah, you're right. They're both benzodiazepines, but Xanax is more of a panic attack or anxiety attack medication where it hits you hard and fast, and the half-life is maybe 2 hours. I know they say like 4 hours, but really, to be honest with you, it's like 2 hours. But clonazepam, it's 90% absorbent, and the half-life lasts up to 8 hours. So my doctor prescribed that to help me sleep.
Yeah. Is it clozapam or is it Klonopin?
It's the same thing. Clozapam's a generic name for Klonopin. Yeah, it's just the generic name. It's like Xanax. The generic name for Xanax is alprazolam.
And don't you agree that 2 milligram bars Xanax is a high milligram of Xanax. It's very high milligram.
Oh yeah, it's the highest
I,
you can go.
there
Yeah, you're
you
right.
go. And
You're right.
what doctor in his right mind would prescribe you 2 milligram Xanax to get you off of alcohol?
Because I was on alprazolam for over 20 years. And he knows that what I was currently, because I literally, let me explain this. I've explained this before, not that I need to, but I'm going to explain it one more time. So for over 20 years, I was on the doctor, a certain doctor who's retired now, but he put me on a lot of medications, and I left that pain clinic. They had me on, and you'll probably be familiar with these medications. So for pain meds, and yeah, I'm putting my shit out here, and I don't have to, but I am. I was on Dilaudid. I was on Oxys 30s, morphine 30s, extended release, alprazolam 2 milligram, clozapam 2 milligram, and a bunch of other stuff that wasn't controlled. You know, the controlled substance thing. And I said, I've had enough of this. I feel like I'm dying. You know, and I left the pain clinic, and I got off almost. Oh, hold on just 1 second. No, hold on, Jenny. I'm not going to leave it up quite yet. I just want to see who this is. John Davis. No. No,
It's
sorry. I'm not letting him up.
I think
now,
it's a
if
fake
really,
one.
yeah, I think so too.
It's a troll account or alt account, whatever you want to call it, a troll account.
Right. I think it is too, because it doesn't even have the right avatar. But the point of it is yes, I was prescribed some extra medication for a few months to get off the alcohol, and it worked. It helped a lot, along with prayer and AA meetings. And I went to a clinic for a period of time, and that's nobody's business. But I'll just leave it at that. And I got off the liquor, and so now I'm not on all that anymore. I'm only on certain amounts, and that's why, again, my middle daughter came over and helped me go through some stuff, and we cleaned out some stuff and organized. And that was one of the last things I had to do myself, was go through each bottle, see if I still need it for records, or if there's any medication in it, if I need to dispose of it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
But didn't you just got done saying that you had been on Xanax for a long period of time?
I was before, yes.
Before what?
I didn't take alprazolam, aka Xanax, for, let's see, it's 2024, 2020, November 2023. I was put back on them until the end of January, or pardon, yeah, the end of January, yes. So it would have been, I think, 2019, 2020-ish, I think. I'm just guesstimating.
Well, here's my next question. I mean, you had brought up about, the THC gummies, and they're high milligram THC gummies, and you have admitted that you eat them bagfuls at a time. Don't you think mixing, prescription medication and high bagful at times high THC gummies and smoking pot and doing dabs or whatever else you're doing, don't you think that's a recipe for disaster, Jeff?
It could be a recipe for being messed up. I agree with you on that, but it's not deadly. My doctor told me. It's a well-known fact. Cannabis, whether it be actually cannabis from the dispensary or just simply Delta 8, Delta 9, whatever. Delta 8, different 9 are different. I don't know if you know that or not, but they're completely different. I can go to 7. Hold on. Let me just continue. I can go to 7-Eleven and pick up a Delta 8 cartridge or a Delta 9 or a Delta Z, fill in the blank. There's all kinds of Deltas. But my body was not, I didn't have a tolerance for anything, because for the time I quit drinking, I also quit cannabis. I quit everything except for my nicotine. I'll be honest with you that I still have my nicotine. And that's a struggle that you deal with and I deal with, right? It's hard to get off cigarettes. I vape, but, nicotine's hard. But so when I did get a cartridge, finally, after 3 or 4, whatever it was, 3 months, we'll say 3 months to be conservative, just to be on the safe side. Yeah, it messed me up. And of course, when I took my low dosage, different kind of benzos I'm on now, which what I was on before for 3 or 4 years or whatever, not the Xanax, but the other kind, which is nobody's business. Yeah, it did make me really messed up. In fact, one night I felt like I was drunk. Like it made me feel like I was drunk. And
Well,
then,
in actuality, too, you have said that when you've sat down and ate, a whole bag of these high THC gummies, you likened it to being drunk off vodka, right?
yes, I did. That's what it felt like. Yes, you're right. I did say that. Yes.
For your own safety, well-being, don't you think, for your own health, maybe you ought to just push back on all the drugs, all of it, and be sober. Doesn't the Bible say to be sober? Be
Be
sober.
sober, be vigilant.
There you go.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I know. Maybe you could finish the verse for me. I forgot all of it. Be sober, be vigilant. Can you finish the verse for me? Because I forgot. Do you remember the rest of the verse? Be sober, be vigilant. Do you remember the rest of that verse by chance?
Not off the top of my head. I'd have to think about it for a hot second.
Or maybe you can look it up. I don't have an ability to look it up right at the moment, but yeah, if you could look that up, that'd be cool. Actually, I know what verse you're talking about. And you're right. But you know what? I'm a human, for one. I'm a sinner, and I happen to be a sinner saved by grace. Meaning, I'm a born again Christian. I accepted Christ in my heart when I was 11 years old. Well, it was around my birthday, so I was either 10 or just turned 11, or I don't remember. But the point of it is Billy Graham Crusade. As I understood it. I finally realized I was a sinner. I understood that Christ died on the cross and rose again for my sins, and I needed Him for forgiveness into my heart for the forgiveness of sins. I accepted Christ. I got born again. Just a long story short, I got born again. But I went through a lot of rough patches in my life, but I'm still a sinner. You know the song, "We're a sinner saved by grace," the hymn we sing in church. And so we make mistakes in our life. It's part of being a human being. We all make mistakes, right?
Well, recently you made the remark that you haven't been going to church. Maybe it'd be a good idea for you to find a good church to go to, don't you think? Instead of instead of going to buying bags of THC high milligram gummies, where you're mixing them, of course, with medications. It's a recipe for disaster, Jeff. It just is. How
Well,
about
you know what? I have to agree with you. And I have been to church a couple times, but not as much as I should have. But it's not really church that makes you a good person. It's yourself. Like, I've been reading my Bible more. I have a study Bible, my Oxford study Bible. I have a church Bible publisher study Bible where I can take notes. The part where it has on the side where you can take notes, and it has cross-referencing down the middle. I have been back in my Bible, but I'm not claiming to be holier than thou. But I have my moments. Like, there's things in life that bother me. And yes, we should rely on the Lord, right? You agree with that. We should look to God first. And there's sometimes, as a human being, as a sinner saved by grace, I didn't go to the Bible first. I went straight to fill in the blank, Delta 8, or Delta 9, or gummies, or whatever. Or, you know what I mean? There was one time where I probably took more medication than I probably should have at one time, even though I was allowed to. It was the wrong move. Does that make sense? Like,
yeah, I agree.
and
I agree.
So,
and just out of curiosity, you've accused me of going around behind your back and talking about you. I haven't went behind your back. What I've said publicly. I haven't said
but I
anything
wasn't
behind your back.
there. I was either informed afterwards and given the link or a screenshot or a clip or just been told or whatever.
The point I'm trying to make is what I said publicly. I didn't go behind anybody's back. It wasn't like I was gossiping behind your back, whether you watched the live stream or not, I don't know.
But let me just say this though, I wasn't there. That's the thing. It's like I wasn't even there. It's like, well, holy shit. It's like I saw it after the fact. It's like, wow.
But the things that I address that you had said in front of other people, what I addressed was about the mocking me. That's what I
Right.
talked about. And that wasn't behind your back. I mean, you did that, on live streams before.
But here's the issue, and I'm not being mean or anything. I'm just bringing up the issue. Is it's like everything that I saw, you go up on a panel, and the first thing before you talk about jellyfish or somebody else, the first thing you would bring up is me. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm sitting here at work, or I'm spending time with my family, or I'm doing this, or I'm doing that. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I wasn't even on the computer at that time, and she's bringing me up. That's the issue that I had.
I said something about you after the fact. What I said about, actually in the back chat, I had made a remark to NTF, from one mother who's lost a child to another mother's lost a child.
I've lost a child too, though. I've lost a child too.
I told her that I was sorry that that Jilly Fisher went at her the way that she did, with the remark about taking a cloth and rubbing her arm with it. That was below the belt. That was a disgusting remark, and I said it then, and I'll say it now. It was a disgusting thing for Jilly Fisher to say about somebody who's lost a child.
Right. I've lost a child too. I think there's three of us that have lost a child.
NTF was kind of the mindset. Well, if she had a child, if she lost a child, she would understand. Well, maybe so, but it doesn't take somebody to lose a child to have moral integrity and to have integrity and a moral compass.
True. I mean, I think I'll end it with this if it's cool with you. I think we've kind of hashed out our disagreements. I'm not going to file charges. Now, if you continue to threaten me, I have to, but I'm not going to now.
For what?
Look, I'm trying to be cool and nice here. If you just hear me out.
What are you filing charges for? Because my son's upset that he says that you need to take it out behind a woodshed.
Yeah, that's a legal threat. You say he's going to hop a plane and come down here, and the police department's like, well, that's illegal. So can we agree that that's not going to happen?
Well, you don't think I haven't told my son, I told don't do that, Jeff, or don't do that, Michael. Yes, I have.
Okay, that's the first time I heard that.
I stopped my son from doing it.
Okay, then we're good. I appreciate that. Are we good?
The only thing I ask is stop mocking me. It's below. That's hitting way below the belt. Stop.
Okay. Okay, Janae, I have not did that since that night. And when I found out, I apologized. And maybe you misunderstood me, or maybe I didn't say it right.
No, you apologized to Ed.
Hold on, let me finish. Let me talk. Let me continue. Let me continue. If I failed to say your name in that paragraph and or sentences, I apologize, but I assume in my beliefs, just so you know, that I apologize to you as well. So if you didn't feel that way, I apologize. And again, I apologize. And you apologize to me about my son, my deceased son. And I think that we're good. And with that in mind, I appreciate you coming up here. I hope we can move forward and be cool. Is that cool?
Well, like I said, Jeff, it was the fact that we were up on a panel together, and when Locksmith, said, "Hey, that's enough," she's had 2 strokes. She stuttered because she has 2 strokes, and Ed did, and so did Bobby. And you made the remark, "Well, I'm sorry, Ed. I didn't realize she had 2 strokes. That's why she stuttered. I'm sorry, right. Lock. You never said, 'Hey, Jenny, I'm sorry because I mocked you.' Actually, I made the remark about I hate to see how you talk to people in wheelchairs." And you made another disparaging remark about me.
I don't remember. You have to refresh my memory. I'll go back and look at it. Is it still up on Locksmiths?
I would imagine you had said something about. Well, yeah, I empathize with people in wheelchairs, but I don't empathize with you, Jenny.
I don't remember saying that. I'll go back and look. In fact, if you could. Maybe one of my comments.
I don't have the computer.
No, I'm just saying if you could timestamp it and send it to me, I'll go back and look, and I'll make another public apology. But I just want to end this part right now, if that's cool with you. I think we came to an agreement. I won't file charges. And you said that you told your son not to come down here. And I understand your son's going to stick up for you. And I respect that, by the way. I respect that. Your son should stick up for you, just like my kids stick up for me, and whatnot.
Okay. Well, let's look. Let's just a little bit more. I mean, you even went so far to say it said that Cam had showed proof that I was fantasizing about sitting on my porch naked and something about children, which come to find out that's not true, right?
So I don't think that channel Cam has. It was the 1.7K channel called, forgive me, I'm trying to think of the name, Insight. Oh, what was it called? I don't know if you remember it or not. It was just
the point I'm trying to make with that
Let me
is
finish. Let me finish what I'm saying
Cam
here.
has come forward and said, no, Jenny, I've never posted anything where Jenny has said that she's sitting on her porch fantasizing.
He said it on his panel and it's screen recorded. And I'm not going to give the person away who gave me the screen recording, but I actually saw it live. He said that you fantasize about sitting on your porch naked and in your neighborhood, and that's your fantasy. Okay, that's your fetish or whatever, something of that nature. And I'm thinking, well, what if there's kids walking by or something? Well, you just said it was a fantasization or a fetish. Now that's what Cam said. Now whether it's true or not, I don't know. I just
well, I mean, the word. Do we believe everything that Cam says? Really, is Cam the final authority? And Cam has come forward since the past few days and said, no, he did not say and do that.
He did. And I'm not against Cam. I'm just saying that this was a while back, but
what I'm saying is he's recently, just the past few days, has come forward and said, no, he hasn't said that. That's what I'm saying. That Cam has said,
well,
no.
I heard it with my own ears. I seen it with my own eyes, and I got the screen recording. So if I was able to upload it, I would upload it.
Well, at some point in time, if he said that, well, then shame on him. First off, I don't have a porch. And no, I don't fantasize about sitting on a porch and doing anything with anybody. And you also brought up about me being abusive towards my home health aides. And as you heard today, one of my home health aides was still in my home, and I told her, I said, I won't put you on camera. And I asked her, flat out, just asked her, told her to just be honest. And actually, I have given her. Actually, today I gave her a little constructive criticism. Today I did. I gave her a little polite constructive criticism, and I asked her. I said, "Have I ever been abusive towards you?" And she said, "No, ma'am, you never have." She said, "You like things done a certain way." Yes, I do. I like things done a certain way. I'm a perfectionist. I've always been a perfectionist. And I like the fact that she does a good job. She comes on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. And first off, if I was abusive towards my home health aides, I would lose my services with the home health agency that they work for. And second off, if I was abusive towards other people, I'd be sitting in jail.
I will say that, yeah, I get it. And I will say that, now I can't prove that was your home health aide or whatever, but I'll believe you.
Well, I called her kiddo.
Yeah, I know. Let me just get.
It was my home health aide.
And she sounded very right, and she sounded very kind. By the way, she sounded very sweet.
She is.
And it actually sounds like you guys are pretty close, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, she's a nice girl.
With that being said, I don't want to go any more longer than this.
In actuality, the one who comes on Thursdays, she had one of her clients was in a hospital for a week, and she called her boss and asked if she could come here for that week. I mean, I've had workers that requested to come to my home because I'm very nice to them. And when I do give them a little constructive criticism. I do it in a very polite way. I'm not crass with them. I treat people with respect. I treat people the way I want to be treated in my own home. And I want this gobbledygook, this baloney that's been going around that I've been abusive towards these home health aid workers to stop, because I have not been abusive towards anybody in my home. Quite the opposite. Quite the opposite. I've even given on occasion. I even give them gifts. They're not supposed to accept gifts, but I've even given them Christmas gifts.
Personal gain.
I gave them.
Yeah, like it. No, I was just saying. I agree. It's like personal game stuff. You're not supposed to like do certain things because it's case in point, my next door neighbor, a year ago this past Christmas, I gave her a really nice movie. It's called The Homecoming. It's the prequel to the TV series Waltons. Yes, I have that. I have that. Yes.
What a great movie! Isn't that a great movie?
It is. Yes, it is. I have to agree. I love all the Walton stuff and Little House on the Prairie, and all that good stuff. Yep.
Yeah, it's got a Patricia O'Neill instead of Michael Lerner in the prequel for it. It was made for TV, but it's also, I bought it off eBay, a few of the movies. But anyway, I have a next door neighbor that a year ago this past Christmas, I gave her that movie. I gave her a box of the popcorn, the bags of kettle corn, and a box of hot chocolate, kind of like a snack with a movie, dinner and a movie, snack with a movie kind of motif for Christmas, two Christmases ago. And just recently, she's involved two of my home health workers. One was at the mailbox checking my mail, and she walked out the door, my neighbor did, and said, "Make sure Jenny gets that movie I put in her mailbox." And at first I really did, when the worker brought my mail to me, she just handed me the stuff, and she didn't, elaborate on what my neighbor had said to her. And I was sitting here thinking, well, I ordered that movie once. Did I order it again off eBay? I had to stop and think for a minute about it. And then another worker that comes on Thursday at 8:00 in the morning, she commandeered her as soon as she got out of her car and said, make sure tell Jenny to make sure she gets that movie that I put in her mailbox. First off, it's a federal crime to be messing with people's mailboxes. And I have two witnesses that she's had her hands in my mailbox, whether she's putting stuff in or taking stuff out. She has no business with her hands in my mailbox. And second off, if she didn't want the movie, then just throw it in the trash and be quiet about it, or give it away to somebody and be quiet about it.
Or give it away to somebody or something like that.
Yeah, or come to my door, knock at my door, and say, "Here, Jenny, I don't want this movie," and just hand it back to me, right? But she went on the way to involve two people that are total strangers to her about her putting her hands in my mailbox. Do I trust her? Put her hands in my mailbox right now? No. Why would I? She's admitted to two people that made it a point to involve two people that are strangers to her that come into my home as home health aides, that she's had her hands in my mailbox. And I don't trust her with her hands in my mailbox. And it's a federal crime.
It's a federal crime. Yeah,
exactly.
I was going to say that. It's a federal crime to go to somebody else's mail. That's a known fact.
Exactly.
Let me just end with this. I don't want to go any longer than this. I hope that you and I came, at least for now, to some kind of a peaceful agreement. I think we have. I hope you agree with that. Can we agree with that, at least for now? At least we came to at least some peace agreements. I think we came to a peace agreement. I don't know if you agree completely,
I'm thankful that you took Nick's advice and got all the people that wanted to gang up on me off the panel. That was nice. I appreciate that, because the gang up is just it's beyond the pale. The gang up is.
I don't think it was a gang up. I just think it was just a bunch of people talking over each other, and I get that. I've had that to myself.
It was all geared towards me.
Well, Okay, and I'm glad Nick did come up, and other people said in chat. I put it up on the screen, and I think Pat was one of them, and a few other people. It's like, hey, let everybody down, and a few others, of course, too, and let you and just Jen A talk it out. And I'm glad we did, but I want to move on from this. You're welcome to stay up if you want. You can drop down if you want. It's up to you. But I want to just say, I hope we at least came to some kind of agreement now. I think we have. I know we have. We both agreed on some things. We may not agree on everything, but we came to at least some sort of an agreement. So with that being said, I'm going to open up the panel again. If anybody wants to come up, if not, I'll just go ahead and close her down. But if anybody wants to come, it's in the pinned description, and I want to move on. Is that cool with you? Because I'm done. I don't want to talk. I think I'll charge as long as there's nothing else said. Anything like that, we're cool. Whatever, we can agree to disagree on some things, which will happen, of course. It's part of life, you know what I mean. So I hope we can move on from this. And if anybody else wants to come up, you can go ahead and click the link and come on up. And I appreciate you talking with me. I really do. And there's somebody now. All right, thank you, Jenna. I appreciate it. I think we did a good job. What do you think? I think we did pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, as you, I don't know about you, but I think my blood pressure medication is working just fine because I take blood pressure pills too. Tylenol.
Yeah, I used to take that too. Right now, they got me on propranolol. I don't know if you heard of that or not. But here comes Matt.
I'll tell you what's good about lisinopril. It's fast acting.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, it works. Yeah, that's true. Hey, Matt, what's up, buddy?
Hey, I just want to say, Renee, I just want to apologize for you. I didn't mean for you to feel ganged up on. So I don't want to be a part of that feeling. So I just want to apologize for ganging up on you.
Thank you, Matt.
That's how it felt, and that's how it came across. I just wanted to come on and with JJ and kind of me and him kind of go. I didn't want it to be like a 4 or 5, 6 on 1. So I apologize.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Matt. It's very kind of you.
Hey, Matt, can I get your opinion? Do you think Janae and I did a good job kind of resolving at least most things or whatever? Do you think we did okay?
Yes, that was good. I never thought that. I didn't think that was the point, but yes, that was good. I wish it went longer. I wish that we didn't spend the time on the the Bible talk, and the people in the chat made me laugh saying that we're in like a Bible group. So that made me laugh, but I didn't know, if y'all would have spent that 30 minutes talking, I think it would have went like 50 times better than it already went. But yeah, I think it went great.
I appreciate that.
That's what it says in the Bible, right? I think it says, before you come to the altar, make sure that you make amends with your brothers, or before you bring a gift to the altar, or something like that. It says, before you bring a gift to the altar, make sure that you make amends with your brothers and sisters, and then come back and give your gift. Something like that. So that's what it's about. It's about making amends, and we ain't perfect. We say we're human. We say imperfect things. We do imperfect things, but it's about forgiveness. It's about
I don't know who this is. It says John Davis. Okay, who is this? Real quick, who is this?
Not John Davis.
All right, bye. All right, so it's not John Davis. Okay. All right. I kind of figured that. I at least wanted to give the person a chance. Maybe they were. I don't know. If they say who they are in chat, maybe I'll change my mind. But for now, they're kicked from studio. But appreciate that. I think we did okay. I mean, I don't think we're going to be buddies and all that good stuff again or whatever. I mean, we can at least be peaceful. That's pretty cool. At least be peaceful.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me give this person one more chance. Maybe they just say who you are when you come up right away. All right, go ahead. Who are you?
OJ.
3, 2. Who are you?
Jeff.
Who is it?
What the hell?
Wait, who? I don't know who this is.
I don't know. That's funny though.
Wait, is this James?
OJ.
Oh, it's OJ. Okay. All right. My bad.
Fucking
All right, what's up, OJ?
Fruit Loop.
What's up, OJ? Do you have anything you want?
What?
Okay. Do you have anything you want to add or anything or?
Oh man, yeah, I could add a lot, but
You got the floor. You got the floor.
I got the floor.
Mhm.
Got the floor. Is Jenny still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, she's cool, man. She made some great points. I don't know. I missed a lot. I had to go for a walk, but she's all right people, man.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think she's bad people at all. I think that just like myself, I'm including myself in this. Sometimes we overreact about things, right?
Yeah, you gotta chill out with the fucking pressing charges on the whole community, though. You know.
Well, no, this is something that was bad. This was a threat to come hurt me and my family behind my woodshed, the way we took it. But we worked it out, so we're going to put that in the past.
Well,
but I
no,
get
he
your
didn't.
point.
He didn't threaten your family. He said,
Or
I'll
me.
quote verbatim what my son said. My son said that somebody needs to take you out behind the woodshed, and he said he hopes it doesn't have to be him. That's what my son had said. One of my sons
Okay.
had said.
All right.
And she's not lying sometimes, Jeff.
Right.
That's a good point. I mean, not saying I'm going to do it, so please don't press charges on me.
No, dude. No, we talked it out. But is there anything else you want to discuss? I don't know.
I don't know. How's the weather there?
Hot.
Like, how hot?
Well, it's not really hot, but it's hot inside because we don't have our AC hooked up yet. We haven't turned everything on yet, and it's supposed to cool down for a few days. But we've been like it's not hot, but it's hot inside. You know what I mean? It's like in the 70s outside, but it's like in the 80s in here. So
Oh, man. 80s.
inside the house, yeah.
Damn.
But we're gonna cool it. We're supposed to have a cool down for a few days, so that'll be nice.
You got a pool?
We used to, not anymore.
Get a pool, man. Couple $100.
Oh, above ground, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, I just got one last year, man. It's the best thing ever.
Did you get the one with the wooden deck and everything, or just the simple ladder? Or
No, I haven't got no donos. I can't get no deck or nothing.
donuts? No, we've had one for years. It's
I put
just
my
we had
cash up. I'm, trying to raise funds for something. So
or drop your cash app. Somebody, help donate to OJ's pool.
yeah, I'll do a cannonball live.
There you go. That'll be the receipt.
Yeah.
Hey, Predicatcher OTR, what's up, buddy? I sent you the link if you want to come up. I think he just woke up actually recently. He has to go on a shift here pretty soon, if I'm not mistaken.
So did you guys hear about this Cam's fundraiser? What's that about? I don't know.
No, I don't. I haven't seen. I don't think Cam has a channel anymore, except the what's it called? Honor Your Oath or something channel. That's the only one I know about. Oh, I'm wrong. Okay. We'll drop the link. Or
I
somebody.
don't know. He blocked me on Facebook on accident, I guess, and now he can't unblock me. And I haven't seen him, or I just heard somebody say something about some type of fundraiser or something that he was trying to do. Or I was just wondering if people knew about, details or whatever.
Well,
I don't know.
Since we're doing donuts for a pool, can I do a dono for a porch?
Yeah, drop your cash app. I don't care.
No, I don't.
Anybody-
I don't have a cash app. I don't have a cash app. I'm just trying to inject a little levity about the
Little
porch stuff. Right.
little humor
Oh,
about
I got you. Okay, it took me
she's
a
making
while.
she's making a funny about the Porsche monkey. There you
Exactly.
go.
I got it. I got it now.
I'm not calling. I'm not calling you. I'm not calling you a monkey.
Just out of curiosity, since you've made amends with Vic, Jeff, have you ever thought about? And I'll tell you, this is why I ask you this, because he does suffer from depression, and I usually send him Bible verses, or I send him like somebody singing, playing a violin, or somebody singing, hymns or whatever,
Right.
as an encouragement to Vic. On a regular basis, I do that. On a regular basis, I do that.
That's good. We've actually, let me say this if I could. Actually, Vic and I have talked about the Bible a lot on the phone, and I remember when I first talked to him like a while back. He said he believed the Bible or something of that nature. He wasn't really a believer, but we've actually talked a lot lately, and we've talked a lot about the Bible and God, and he's actually talked a lot about it. And people, I'm quick to forgive, and I think that's the way we should be, especially as Christians. You agree, Janae? Like, we should be quick to forgive. The Bible says that, be quick to forgive.
Well, I mean, I guess the point I'm trying to make is, I for quite some time now, I've been setting big Bible verses of encouragement, and songs, biblical songs of encouragement, and and maybe that's, the Bible talks about, to beget, when you can beget something.
Right. Wait, you cut out there or something. I don't know what happened there.
To be closer to God. I'm hoping that I did a little begetting of it by all the hard work that I've done with going finding Bible verses to uplift his spirits. Because
yeah,
Amen.
I think that Vic's a good person. I really do.
I
And
think
for those who don't want
I think the world of Vic.
look, I've done some shitty things, and you know that. Everybody knows that. We've all done something, right? Not everybody, but most of us have done something, right? That's been wrong or whatever. And
I didn't.
I'm not saying you did that. I'm just saying most people have, and I'm just simply saying that I'm just quick to forgive on most things. Like Jen A, look, I forgive you tonight. Like, I'm glad that I didn't want to do this stream, but I didn't want to go I didn't want to have to finish the paperwork and file charges, and you have to come down here and go to court and go to trial, blah 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 blah, or your son or whatever. I didn't want to have to go through that. And so, and like with Vic, he even knows. He knows. The police talked to him. I had to contact the police, or my neighbor, whatever. The point of it is we've moved on, and now, and I know some people may not agree with me on that, or and some people disagree with me, but we talk privately behind the scenes, and I think that's what we have a lack of in the community or on YouTube in general. For those who have the ability to talk behind the scenes and work things out, that's the way it should be done. It should be done behind the scenes first.
Wait. On YouTube,
Okay?
You're talking about on YouTube?
I like the street
Well,
fighting.
yeah. Well, yeah.
You do understand that YouTube says protect your privacy, so why should people be going like, what?
Well, that's why I said it should be, if possible, it should be fixed behind the scenes first. It's like, Jen A will know this, and Matt, you would too, and JJ would too. Like, for instance, the Bible says, go to that person, well, I'm not going to get in all the thys and these and thous. I'm a King James Bible person myself, but the Bible says, go to that person first. If that doesn't work, the Bible says to go in front of the church. Or to Jen A, you have to help me on this one.
Right. Two other people. That then goes
Two other
to other
people.
people. The
There
church,
you
right?
go. Right.
And if
There you go.
that doesn't work, you just go and piss on the porch.
So hold up,
you
Jeff.
take,
So you're saying that if I get in a beef with someone on YouTube, I have to first try and figure out who the hell that person is,
no,
reach
he's
out to
talking
them.
about a beef between two Christians.
No,
Yeah.
I asked him to clarify. I said, is he talking about a problem with someone on YouTube?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, well, yeah. But we happen to have each other's information. Like, I understand what you're saying.
Okay,
Like,
I got
sometimes,
what you're saying.
like, not everybody has everybody's information or IG or whatever it may be, or phone number or Facebook or whatever. And I get that. But, like, so if you have no way of contacting somebody privately, then yeah, go up on a panel and just simply say, hey, this person, fill in the blank, can we talk privately? Here's my Instagram, or here's a text now number if you want to give out your you know what I mean, and maybe try to
Or
work it out
maybe are
privately
people
first.
too easily offended? Like this is a public platform, right? I
Right.
mean,
True.
this is YouTube. It's not like a private thing, right? Where a bunch of friends are getting together. So, I mean, for people to get offended on YouTube and then have the need to kind of reach out kind of privately is kind of weird.
Pussy shit.
Like if I hear someone on YouTube say something bad, like I'm gonna comment and I'm gonna say, "Hey, what the heck?" Or I'm gonna go on a panel like I did tonight and say, "Hey, Jenna, like you're going around saying this, that, and the other." Like I ain't gonna try and think about reaching out to people privately on YouTube. This is like a platform for free speech in a bracket.
Hold on. Yeah, you're right. Hold on. I'm just trying to figure out something real quick. Go ahead and keep talking. I'm just trying to figure out something. Go
No,
ahead.
I'm good.
No, I
I
get
get
what you're
I
saying.
get what you're saying with people but I think some people
Right.
are getting too offended on YouTube and then they try and get into personal lives. And that's where like we talked about before, even on our side of things, I had an issue with totally uncalled for posting the video of how did I get switched?
I'm putting you in charge because I have to go to the restroom. Is that cool? So I put you up front. Is that cool?
Sure.
Jeff,
Did I
Jeff's
go?
got to take a deuce.
No,
I
I
didn't
just
know. I
got
just
people
taught
real
myself
quick.
switch to this spot. I'm like, what the heck?
No, I
Did,
put
did,
you up front. Do you mind being
Oh,
in
why
charge?
didn't
I'll
you
be
put
real
me
quick.
up front?
Put Jenna up here.
did Damone take his own channel down, or did YouTube
I don't
strike his
know. I
channel?
don't know.
I
But
don't
I
know.
was against him posting the body cam of the Jeff situation because I'm like, look, man, if you got an issue with Jeff, just troll him on his account, right? Or post a short, right? Making fun of someone being passed out at a computer or whatever, or, just do something innocently funny. But the fact that people go into personal on it, it's not just our side, it's the other side too. Ed doing it to Cap. It's the fact that people think, I'm going to get involved in someone's personal life because I don't like them. That's a problem.
Yeah, but if you got to think about it this way too. If you put yourself in that position many, many, many times over, eventually that egg is going to crack. And I mean, gets to a point where I hear what you're saying, but you know what I
But
mean?
there are certain things that they do cross the line in this lifetime. Just
It's
just
like,
just like the remarks made about NTF's dead child. That was crossing the line.
yeah, it's
Irregardless
like,
of who said it, whether it be male or female, it was crossing the line.
But I
You
mean, it is crossing the line. But my point is, if it's put on YouTube, you're kind of, it's
asking
kind
for
of
it.
like you're putting on a platform of
Yeah.
people like that, and people are surprised that they
and
get that
actually,
kind of response.
well,
Yeah.
and actually, Jilly doubled down on it, and I mean, she was castigated by many people for what she did, and instead of being woefully sorry and going to NTF and apologizing to her, she doubled down.
Yeah.
I just don't get it. Why she wouldn't have went and apologized to her? Because that would have been the right thing to do.
Yeah, that never happens. It's just one up, oh, I'm gonna be more vile than you. Oh, Tommy made a blanket of Warbot. So now Warbot's talking about going one up and going and making something with someone's wife on it. It's like that don't cross anyone's mind, Jenny, of hey, I'm gonna be the person in line that's gonna end this, and I'm just gonna remove myself, and it's not gonna continue anymore past this. But no, it goes back and forth like ping pong.
Well, there's an old adage that's very true. When you put somebody down to raise yourself up, it means that you have a character flaw. I don't mean you. I'm just saying that's a general old adage is very true. When you have to put other people down to bring yourself up, it means you have a character flaw. The
Yeah.
person that's putting everybody else down to raise themselves up.
Well, I agree, and unfortunately,
There's a lot of
YouTube has a lot of that, and that's why, like I said, I don't understand why people get offended because there's literally millions of people that go on YouTube. Anyone can access these videos and comment what they like, and it's only illegal when you make a direct threat. I mean, everything else is literally legal.
Well, it might be legal, but is it morally repugnant? I mean, when
Of
you
course,
make
it's
fun
not.
of
It's not right, but I'm saying you're putting it on a public platform. It's not like I'm putting this into a community of whatever good people, right? Or
right.
Christians or
Well, I
whatever.
mean,
You're not putting it into. You're putting it on
basically,
YouTube.
well, but to say that it's on a public platform, uh, basically people should have thicker skin. How about instead of everybody having thicker skin, how about people just don't say stuff that's morally repugnant towards other people, especially
It's
when
gonna. Well, it's gonna. Yeah, I agree, but it's just gonna happen. Would everybody agree with that? No matter
Yeah.
what,
Yeah.
YouTube is YouTube. The internet's the internet. Whatever platform
Well, you
you're
know
on.
what? When Jelly goes around and talks about other people's dead children, maybe people ought to shun her. What about
Okay,
shun?
let me ask the question. I actually didn't hear everything nor see anything. Can I ask somebody who knows about that? What happened with that with Jilly? Because all I've heard is what I saw in comments or a few things on there with Jilly Fisher. She
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 says
said something about
she says something to the fact when you wake up in the morning, one child you put on a school bus or something like that, and the other you take a cloth and go rub the urn.
you cut out there.
You go with the other child. You take a cloth and go rub the urn.
Wait, what? I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I haven't.
One child, I think she said when you get up in the morning, one child, I do believe she said you put on a school bus or something, set them up to school or something like that. And the other child, you take a cloth and go rub their urn.
Really?
Yes.
Holy cow!
Yeah.
Do you know what channel that was on? I'm just curious. That's crazy.
I don't know, but I know she has doubled down on it. Instead of going to NTF and saying, I said something that was morally repugnant, and I'm woefully sorry for that. She should have apologized to her for that. Instead, Julie doubled down on it.
So she said that to NTF,
Yes, she did.
and she never apologized or
No, she
anything.
didn't. No, she didn't.
Well, she should.
Exactly. You made my point.
And
Exactly.
it's like with the whole NTF and I thing. Look, I'm not going to apologize to Nunya because I just don't like Nunya. I'm sorry. I don't hate her. I just don't like her. But we were making fun of her, NTF. I'm sorry, not NTF. What's her name? Nunya, behind the scenes. NTF and I were making fun of her behind the scenes. And that's where all that message got out of hand. And then of course, she thought I lied to her about being drunk. I wasn't drunk, but I sure felt and sounded like it, right? Everybody can agree to that. But yeah, I don't have a problem with NTF. In fact, I really enjoyed her streams. I hope we can get past that. I don't know, but for Jilly to say that is disgusting.
Yes, that's exactly what I said. I agree. Totally agree. And you don't have to be MTF was like, well, she had a child, and had a child that died, maybe she would understand. And my response to that was, you don't have to have, even men said it. As you can see, you're a man. I mean, even men who don't have children, even women who don't have children, it doesn't take having a child to die, to have integrity and a moral compass.
Right, right.
What's right is right, what's wrong is wrong. Let
I
your
agree.
yays be yays and your nays be nays, And I mean, and Jilly doubled down on it. Unfortunately, she doubled down on it.
I think
Which
she just
makes
wants attention. Jilly
I,
does. You
I
know what I
don't know.
mean?
I don't know what it is. I mean, can't you figure out another way to get attention except for running her mouth off about somebody's dead child?
It's just wrong. Nobody should bring, especially dead children, into anything. And I'm not going to get into what we talked about because we settled it. I'm just saying, nobody should be talking about people's children and dead children or any way, shape, or form. They're innocent children. I mean, they have no idea what this community is. I mean, that I know of. I mean, you know what I mean?
No, I
They
mean,
should have
would you say that nobody should talk about other people's children?
Oh, I agree with you 100%.
But have you
horrible?
But have you noticed that one of my children in particular that people like to bring up over and over and over and over again? And why isn't that wrong to talk about that child of mine, irregardless of what my relationship is with any of my children, right?
I don't want to go back into that again, Jenny, but your child
I don't either. I'm just, since we're talking about, that we shouldn't talk about other people's children. How about,
well, I'm talking about
how about people not talk about my children?
but they're adults. And I get what you're saying. But like you brought, and I don't want to get into it again, and I'm not. I'm just bringing up a point just to go with our conversation. Like you bring up your son, the one that said what he said, you stopped him, and that is what it is. But I'm just talking about especially minor children. That's what I have a problem with, or deceased children,
Yeah.
That's why I was trying to make a point. And what I did see and hear is it was pretty bad. I think Ed even slammed Jilly for it, if I'm not mistaken. Other people have too.
Yeah, there was a lot of people did. A lot of people did. And Jilly doubled down.
Doesn't Jilly like the martial list?
I think so.
You see, that kind of explains it. Because the martial list says some messed up stuff.
Like he likes 14-year-olds are ready, but anything below that should be.
Tommy, first off, I mean, I never heard much, but I heard what he said to Tommy.
Right. You let your son be great. Almost say great, and I'm like, that was bad. That was horrible. But you know what? I think, and I'm not justifying it, because I said stupid shit when I was drunk, and Jen A will, you probably know that too, Matt. See, I don't know, but Jen A knows, and people here know. I said some stupid shit when I was drunk. I'm not justifying it. I'm just simply saying maybe he was drunk and he was out of his mind, crossed the invisible line. It doesn't justify it.
But didn't anyone ever teach anyone don't go on your phone when you've been drinking? I learned that when I was 18 years old. Look, don't pick up your phone. It's only you're either gonna call someone and say something stupid, you're gonna text someone and say something stupid.
Right.
Now you got the internet and people are on YouTube. So it's look,
I remember the Bible verse. Be sober, be vigilant, because the devil, your adversary,
the devil,
roameth about, waiting to devour souls.
Like a roaring lion waiting.
Like a roaring lion walking about waiting to devour souls.
Right, exactly. There's a verse
when you're drunk. That phone's a lion.
Constantine, come up, brother. Give us some content. You're good, man. My name is Jeff. Constantine's my homie. I love that dude.
Oh yeah, anything I say isn't fun. I've learned my lesson, and nothing I do is fun anymore. I've learned my lesson. I live life within means, I don't do anything or say anything crazy anymore. I've learned my lesson.
Let me just say something real quick. Careless Islanders, I met forgive me, careless auditors, if I'm wrong. I met you recently. I want to give you a wrench so you can drop your channel. I met him on my police friends panel, I believe, and I want to give this person a wrench. I promised I would. It's hard to moderate when you have a lot of people in here. It's finally down to 60 people, so it's a little bit easier. But Careless, you do have a wrench now. If you want to drop your link, please do, and welcome here, by the way. But what I wanted to say was it's so difficult to try to balance everything, especially on YouTube. Like there's sometimes, well, many times actually, where I would come in here and I'm sincerely trying to be nice. I really am. I'm not faking it. I'm sincerely trying to be nice, and people will say, "Oh, Jeff's just faking it," or "Jeff's this," or "Jeff's that." It's like I was really trying to be kind. I really was. Like when Jen A and I were talking, and I think we had a good talk. Jen A, do you think you agree?
Yes, I agree. I totally agree.
I appreciate that. I mean, we had a great talk. She was being kind. I was being kind. I think we were both being honest. I think that we settled our differences, and I think we can move on. And things can happen. It's real life. It's part of life. And so I just want to throw my 2 cents in on that. And I have no problem with NTF. Look, I get it. Once I look back at that, that was the night, Jen A and Matt C and everybody in chat, that was the night that I got really messed up. I had, for the first time in months, I had Delta. It was like a cart with a different mix. I had take my medications with it, and Jen A even said it. And I agreed, and I told her, yeah, it was true. I felt like I was drunk off vodka. That's how messed up I felt. I was like, whoa, I can get really messed up sometimes, especially when my tolerance level is low. And, I took a couple of puffs a little while ago, so, just to calm my nerves. But that night I was really messed up. And yeah, I can see where people thought I was actually drunk, and I was not. I just haven't drank since November 9th. So it is what it is. But, good points there.
That's one vice I'm so glad I never got into, was drinking alcohol.
Oh, you never drink? That's good.
I've never. Well, I mean, I will. Well, back in the day, actually, when I worked at International Factory, we had to wear steel toes, part of plethora of PPE. But I would go to a sports bar in the little town I lived in, and I would go in. Usually, I would drink orange juice. And it never failed. I had very long curly hair. I mean, very, very long curly hair.
Right.
And it never failed that some drunk, I got to the point I would wear my steel toes into the bar, into this as a sports bar. And I would just, I knew the bartender. I would just socialize with some friends. But anyway, it never failed that a guy would come out of the bathroom and want to come running up on me and put his hands in my hair. And of course, I would give him one bow, shot across the bow and tell him, back away from me, buddy. And after that, his shins were mine. Just one little short kick in the shins, and then put somebody on the floor rolling around in pain. And of course, the bartender knew that, because I know where his hands were at last.
Right.
And I don't, and I don't want,
you don't want the same hands on you. Yeah.
Well, in my hair, I mean, I've even had women run up to me and want to put their hands in my long hair. I don't know what the deal is. I have very long, thick, curly hair. I sit on my hair; it's so long. And you know why? I mean, I had a friend of mine that's offered to pay for me to go to a beautician to have my hair cut. Why I don't have my hair cut? The Bible says the woman's heads are covering.
Yeah, it says the woman's, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, Jen A, verbatim, but a long hair on a woman is their glory. Is that the correct term? Is their glory?
Well, it says the Bible says the woman's hairs are covering. Basically, same thing, same difference, same premise there.
One of them is for praying, and the other one is for her glory, meaning it's her beauty. You know, and I'm not saying that women with short hair don't have beauty. I'm just simply saying that that was what it was talking about. You know, when women have
Right.
long hair, it's one verse said it's for praying, the other one said it's for the beauty, and you know,
Well, I mean, like I said, like one of them, I don't know the verse, but it says a woman's hair is her covering.
hold
Basically,
on, just
same thing that same premise as you. Woman's hair is her glory. You know, a woman's supposed to look like a woman, and a man's supposed to look like a man.
right.
And you
I
know,
saw
actually,
I saw this
actually,
comment.
actually, people mistaken me for being a Pentecostal because Pentecostal women don't cut their hair, and I'm not
Right,
Pentecostal.
my
But
aunt's the same way. Yes, she has in fact, excuse me, I have the hiccups. She has like a tapered haircut, which is when I had short hair, which I plan on cutting it off. By the way, you guys are gonna see me for the first time on camera in a while. Once I get my hair cut in a week or two, I'm cutting all my hair off. But like when I had short hair, when I was in law enforcement, you had to have short hair. That was just the way it was back then.
right,
And I never tapered my hair since I was like my dad or my mom took me to a barber when I was a kid in the 70s and early 80s. I always had it blocked off. My aunt literally has a tapered haircut and she believes that's the way it's supposed to be because her Pentecostal beliefs. And I don't hate her or anything like that. I'm just simply making a comment, you know. Oh, shoot. I wanted to read that. Darn it. I took it off. Somebody had a point I wanted to go across. Oh, here it is. Let me just read this if I could. It's kind of off subject, but I just kind of want to read it. Excuse me. Can we start a petition about Nunya's hypocrisy, please, Jeff? I believe we can really put a stop to this beat or best of women. You have to be more in detail what you're talking about. I don't really know exactly what the subject matter is in that particular statement.
I can't
Anyway,
understand
sorry.
how a white woman can pass out black cards. How does that happen?
I agree, right? You saw my short, Jenny, right? I showed
Yeah,
her picture.
yeah,
Now I was going to show like 12 pictures, and I didn't because she did it to me on her channel, and I was going to drop it like 10 days prior to that after she dropped a little bit because I never really defend myself too much on YouTube because I don't really care, but once in a while I do, and that's one time I was, and I was like, you know what? I have this up here. I did a little bit of work on it. You know what I mean? And you know what? People need to see that she's not black, first of all. Second of all,
right,
she's not my type. I'm not being rude. I'm just saying she's just not my type. And it's not about any necessarily a physical appearance. I mentioned everything, or at least 3 or 4 things: intelligence, personality, you know, weight, etc., etc., etc. Maybe I like women heavier, you know, and maybe I like women thinner. I'm just simply saying she's not my type. But she was obsessive. Now she hasn't been lately. So Nadia, I'm sure you're watching, recording, and listening. I have nothing against you. That was then. That was reply to your thing. That was like what, a month ago now. So yeah, I'm not doing it. I don't plan on doing it anymore. James, you deleted both of your channels. I don't know if you deleted your James channel, but you deleted totally or whatever you did or hid them. Totally uncalled for and totally off topic. So I'm not going to drop the video I had for you. And you asked me respectfully, actually. And let me just finish, folks. Give me a minute. On Locksmiths, even though we weren't getting along, I think Jen A, I think you were up there during that one. I could be wrong. But you asked me respectfully not to put your house and address on there, which I told you I was thinking about doing, which I always think about it, but never usually do. And
I
so,
don't remember that conversation. I don't think you know where I live.
no, not you, Jen. I'm talking about James.
Oh,
No, I don't. I thought you were up on panel during that conversation, but maybe I'm wrong.
I don't know.
But
I don't remember that.
no,
I
I
don't
was
think
talking
I
about
was.
James.
I don't think I
Did
was.
he
But
do that? Did he do that before or after your like
with her chick,
insinuation of him?
which one? I don't know what you're talking. I mean, like there's some that were saying it's not true, and I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know.
That little the comment you made when you said people that go through your social media and then you're
He
like
was.
insinuating him.
Well, I'm not.
Did he post that body cam before that or after?
Oh, he was posting stuff from my personal Facebook and social media before and after. Yeah, I
But the
guess
body
so.
cam, the specific body cam, because that's
In the
the one
middle,
thing that I had an
in the
issue
mid.
with on his channel.
Oh yeah, some people refused to. I think Ed even said, and thank
Was
you,
that
Ed. I wish
after? Was that after that comment or before?
it was in the middle. Like what I'm saying is, he was already doing it before. Wait, you said comment? I'm sorry, maybe I misunderstood you. My
The
apologies.
when you said that one night when you said something like you said people that go through my social media, I got grandkids on there, and you're like insinuating that it was him that does that. That comment, remember? So did he post the body cam before you made that insinuation or afterwards or assumption? I mean,
Okay, no, I get you now. Actually, I made that comment more than once. You probably maybe heard it on one panel, but I don't. I have to go back and look at the dates just to be honest with you. I assume it was probably before and after because I made it several. I made
yeah,
that statement several
Well,
times.
well,
Just
yeah.
so you know.
Because
I
I
think
had a problem with that. I had a problem with, like Nanya. I'm cool with Nanya. Everything Nanya, I think she's super talented in her graphic
yes,
design, what she does in her
yes,
backdrops and her shorts, but the phone calls too far. So I definitely
right,
have my boundaries, even with these people. I'm not gonna say people I support, but even with those that like I kind of follow and listen to like quite often. Like, yeah, there's times I'm like, yeah, this is like it's funny, it's cool, and then I'm like, oh my
right.
goodness, like this is like I start thinking like, oh my god, like how did they even get this? And, why did they even do this? Like, how much time did this take? Did this even cost money to attain this? Then my mind starts
well,
going down.
correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't it seem like for whatever reason, Damone decided to go after a certain people? He's went
Hold on.
after me. He's went
He's
after you. He's went after Tom,
right, right.
or no, or Todd. I mean, I mean,
Yeah,
for whatever certain reason, he's had a
you,
people
you
that he.
too.
I know he's went after. I mean, my gosh, he called me to see you next Tuesday more times than I can count. I mean,
I got. He was about to go to. I better shut up. Yeah, he did stuff illegally. I got recorded, screenshot, and whatnot. And like I said earlier, I asked to drop everything on everybody. And now the legal system decides. I'm not talking just in any particular person. I'm just saying if they have to prosecute because they have to, that's on them. I dropped everything personally. But
right.
yeah,
I mean,
sorry.
I guess the point I'm making is about Damone. He just chose to target certain people, and he was relentless over certain people.
Right.
Me, you, Todd, a few other, a few
Yep.
other people.
Well,
He
Todd,
was relentless.
you think the thing with Todd, right, is like we all supported him, and out of nowhere, he kind of turned on us, and that's kind of where the Todd thing is. Where I can understand him with the Todd thing, and it's like I was asking Jeff, did he really start on Jeff before or after that comment? The Todd thing, look, he went after Todd because we supported Todd, we donated to Todd, we supported Todd, and then he just flipped out of nowhere. He just flipped on us and started flipping on Tommy, and he just totally flipped the script. And I think it offended personally a lot of people that actually, supported him.
Right. Well, let me just say this before I forget. First of all, there's a comment up on the screen. I'm going to get to that after this. With Todd. Okay, so Todd's a moderator in here. I just recently remodded him, like after 6 months or a year, because I did understand some of that stuff, the condom thing, with the Caesar dress, fill in the blank, right? Need I say
Yeah,
anymore? However,
yeah.
I just believe that, and no offense, Todd, if you're here, you're welcome in here. You're a moderator of my channel. I consider you my e buddy, and yeah, you're cool. I'm just making points here. And you know what? I tend to because a lot of it has to do with my life choices and careers. Like I was a counselor in prison. I did a lot of things. And the long story short is I finally realized that Todd is maybe a little bit different in a special way. I'm being kind. I don't know how else to say it without saying that. But if me and you were talking like man to man in my house, your house, restaurant, bar, whatever, you know what I mean? I would say something a little bit different. And I was like, you know what?
I would put it as he's not the sharpest tool in the shed.
Okay, that's Jen A's way of putting it, and I know what she's talking about, and so I just kind of look at it as. I'm sorry for the dogs barking in the background. But anywho,
And actually, I defended, what happened with him with the Girl Scouts cookie selling stuff, and of course I called hell for it, but I'm not, I don't remember who gave me hell over it, but I did catch hell over it. How dare you, to defend? They acted like he was a chomo, and he's not. I mean,
okay. That's not to interrupt you. I don't mean to interrupt you, Jenny. Seriously,
you're fine.
I want to get this out before I forget. Is what got me is the Girl Scout cookie thing. So I got a notification on my phone, and it was Envy Cat Fireside. And I was like, and usually I just swipe it away. I'm not being rude, Ryan. I'm just saying I just swipe it away. I don't watch a lot of stuff anymore. And something I saw the word Todd, and I don't remember. I don't want to say the wrong thing, but it was towards the word creepy, or maybe I actually had the word in there. I don't know. And I was like, whoa, okay, I'm busy, but I'll take a gander. That's all I can do. And I clicked on it. And Ryan was giving a speech. And then it said, and when I figured it out, I went to Todd's channel, got to watch 2 videos before he took them off. And I was like, wait a minute. Okay. I think in Todd's mind, now, I wouldn't do this. I said this publicly several times. In Todd's mind, he was doing the right thing. He would want to support his community. I think it's called Girl Scouts of America or something of that nature, cookies and whatnot. And I get it. But I think because he might be a little slower than some, and no offense, Todd. It's cool, man. I'm just simply saying he might be behind the times. Maybe he lives in a place where they're behind 10 years or whatever. I don't know. Does that make sense? I don't know. I don't know. I don't think he's a bad person. I'm just gonna put it that way. Should he have done that? Absolutely not. Do I think he's a bad person or a chomo? Absolutely not.
I mean, it's my understanding that he was given permission by their Girl Scout leader or whoever was there. I guess he pushed the girl's hair back so he could see something that was on her back. I don't know, his badges or whatever the hell it was. But I mean, nobody. It didn't offend anybody that was there, and there was adults there. And I mean, he was just trying to drum up,
hold on. Oh, sorry.
He was just trying to drum up some business for locally.
Right.
I mean, what he did was done in a sense. There was no malicious intent towards
Right.
them.
Thank you. It was honorable, but in his mind, he didn't realize that YouTube is not Facebook. Like I made the comment.
Dude, you just took the words out of my mouth. I was about to say, you put it on a public platform. You didn't put it on a private page.
Right. I said at the most, I would put it on Facebook, and that's it. At the most.
Then your friends comment, your family comments. You know what I'm saying? Like, the public it's not up for discussion in the public. Like, I don't think people understand. You're putting YouTube, these panels are public.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. They're watching, dude. We know that for a fact. Jen A knows that for a fact. We all know that. Most chat knows that. We have I'm not going to say his name, but I want to give because that's his channels, which he's not supposed to be on the internet, let alone YouTube, YouTube, whatever. But I'm not going to say his name, but everybody knows the gaming guy. I'll just say that. That's enough. He's been watching, and he's supposed to be sentenced in. Actually, today's the 12th. I think 3 days or 4 days or something like that. I think he's supposed to be sentenced to 25 or 35 years in prison. So bye-bye. You know who you are.
Yeah. Well, I guess the point I'm trying to make was I defended Todd. And Todd didn't upload that to his own channel to be malicious towards anybody or here,
No.
Chomo, here's some little girls, locally selling Girl Scout cookies. He, if there was a problem with that, there was a Girl Scout leader there, maybe even parents, I don't know, but then they should have went to the parents of them girls. There was a problem. Them girls contacted law enforcement and then go from there. It wasn't. It's kind of like it's kind of like Todd was judged. The it went to a judge, jury, and conviction in the court of public opinion.
Right.
On YouTube, and I don't think he had any kind of malicious intent. It wasn't like he uploaded to that gaming guy's channel, right?
Right,
If
exactly.
he did that, I would say, what? But I mean, he just uploaded to his own, and it wasn't maliciously done. He was just trying to drum up business. I mean, he had the blessing of the Girl Scout leader was there, under my understanding of it. I didn't see the video,
Yeah.
but I mean, it was kosher with them. And he was trying to be helpful. Is what he's trying to do.
Exactly. Here's the thing too, is like he made a statement, and I think he either posted a video or was supposed to post one or something, but he goes, I was just supporting my neighborhood, my community.
There you go.
And I think it was, you have to forgive me, I don't want to say the wrong person. I want to say it was Juniper, but I could be wrong. Please forgive me. Maybe it was Angel. I don't remember, but somebody, a female in the community, said something to the nature of, all you have to do is type in Girl Scout cookies in the zip code, and it tells you.
Be kind said it.
Be
All
kind.
you have to type in is Girl Scouts, whatever, it'll come up in any city, any state, any town where they're going to be at, selling Girl Scout cookies.
Right, and here we know here where I live, I just go to Walmart. If we want Girl Scout cookies, we go to Walmart because that's where they're at.
Yeah, I mean,
they're always,
it's public information on their own website. A person can know where they're going to be, whether it be a local grocery store or a park or whatever, down the, whatever city and whatever town. It's public information that anybody can access. It wasn't like that time uploaded it to a Chomo channel. He uploaded it to his own channel.
No,
Hey, y'all. Hey, I'll be right back. I think my brother and his wife's back, and I think they're knocking at the door. I'm gonna go check real quick. Be right back.
telling his dog was barking. I heard her dog barking. Are you new around here, Matt?
Yeah. Am I around where?
On the YouTube streets.
Already.
No, I support Tommy and a couple other catchers, and I kind of enjoy the Cap, Nanya, everyone hates.
Bill, you got to go to Bill, and you got to hang out there and kind of mess around.
That was just a troll. That wasn't. I'm from like Tommy. Like I support Tommy. I support Predator catching. That's where I come from, and then obviously because Tommy does his chit chats. He opens up the door to anybody that wants to try and find this side of things. And I was just
Yeah.
one of the people that just ended up finding this side of things.
Did you know that I actually was a mod for Tommy in several channels for about 5 or 6 months? I don't know if you knew that or not.
To be honest with you, man, I didn't follow I just watched the catching. It wasn't until Tommy started mentioning when did it start? The locksmith thing. That's when it started.
Yeah,
That's
I
when I
was,
got interested. I'm
dude.
like, what the heck? Like, how did it
Oh,
get to this point? And then I found all the channels. I found Ed's channel. I found all these channels, and I just started and I'm like, oh my goodness, like this is in
yeah,
a very odd way entertaining, but then there's
right.
lines people cross, and then I'm like, damn it, like it's like a TV show, and then you get to this point, and I'm like, it's like the cat thing. I watched the cat thing until like the image was on the screen for like freaking over a minute, 2-3 minutes. I'm like, I don't want to keep, so I turn it off. I'm like, yeah, it's funny for 10 seconds.
Right.
and then it's
That
on the
thing
screen for
over
like
and
2
over.
hours. I'm like, oh my goodness, like this is now too far. It's not funny, and I'm turning it off.
Wait, hold on. Somebody said Tommy's trying to get in chat. Well, he's welcome here. He's not banned. I mean, I don't know what the link I think is pinned, right? Yeah, the link is pinned. Tommy's welcome to come up here. He asked me to take his a wrench away from him, so I did. That was just a few weeks ago or a month ago or something like that. So I did. But yeah, I mean, we still talk.
The reason why I come up here, Jeff, because honestly, I don't think you're a bad dude. Like honestly, I don't. I think you, like you admit, you say things after.
Stupid. I get stupid.
And to dude, like, I don't think you're a bad person. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. From the outside looking in, stolen valor. You know what? Out of all the problems in the world, I would say it's bad. It's very, very bad. But it's not like I'm not gonna hate someone for it.
I didn't do that. First of all, and second of all, a police officer actually came up and a Marine and said it's not.
Oh no, you weren't stolen valor. You were the one about the police officer. My bad. I get things all mixed up.
I said better, not even police. Peace is PEACE. I was a certified peace officer.
Yeah,
and I said,
I know.
And I didn't even say the word veteran, by the way, when it all started. I just said I kicked Ryan out the panel, which I shouldn't have, but I was mad. I think I was still drinking at the time. Yeah, I was still drinking. And I said, you know what? I meant to say serve my community. That's what I really meant to say. But I was drunk. I'm not justifying. I'm just saying the truth. And I said, hey, but I did work for the Federal Bureau of Prison Affairs, so I was kind of a fan, I guess. But whatever. I just said I serve my community, get off my panel. And then it turned into a whole freaking shit show.
Yeah, they made a mountain out of the molehill over the whole situation,
Exactly.
You never said I served in the military, and they the people wanted to make the inference because you said you served your country. They wanted to say, oh well, he's stolen valor, and actually you never said that you served in the military. You served your country in the military fashion. Just because people want to make that inference doesn't mean that that's what you were referring to, right?
Right, exactly. I always said, link, please, receipt, please. They always tell me receipt.
Well, you know what? At the end of the day, that's their bag of bricks to carry, not yours, Jeff, right?
Right. Yeah, if
they want to make that leap, I mean, my gosh, some of these people just went ham on you. And actually, I'm surprised Habby didn't go ham on you because he has about you over that.
Well, I will, in his credit, I did see it in chat. I think it was in TF.
I'll be honest. I even gave Jeff a hard time, and I used to type in chat like, "Jeff is not a veteran." Jeff, but then I don't know, like I just started. The body cam got me. I'll be honest with you, man. As soon as that body cam came out and your dad was on it and all that, that's when I'm like, all right, like if I could, I would actually reach out to this dude and actually be his friend. You know, like that's how
Yeah.
that body cam actually affected me, dude. Because I'm like, this dude is just an innocent person that makes mistakes every now and then and just says something
Stupid.
yeah, it's not even like you say something incriminating. Like you just say like flippant things, and it's like, you know, that those kind of people just, you know, they're not bad people. You know, like Cap. I don't think Cap's a bad person. I don't think Nanya's a bad person. I don't think Tommy's a bad person. I don't think there's really only one person who has a big red flag over his head for me.
Yeah. JD. I don't know. I'm just guessing. I don't know. You don't have to answer. But I appreciate that. Yeah, I did see some stuff, and Matt, see, you know, if I just say Matt, is that cool? I'm just trying to be respectful.
You can say what you want, to be honest with you.
But yeah, you know, I was like, you know, okay, it is what it is. But what got me upset when people got to narrative, it took a while actually. It took about I think like 3 weeks, maybe even a month, before it said that Chip said he's a military veteran. I was like, what the hell?
Right.
I was like, I
Right.
never said that. I never even
No,
said the
you
word
did
veteran
not.
at first.
No, you did not. You said that you served your country, and people made the inference and took umbrage to the fact they made the 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 I just forgot the word I was going to say. They
I
made the
get it.
presumption that you meant that you served in the military, and just because that's what they thought you meant, instead of trying to get clarification from you over it, you were attacked over it. And did you notice I never said a word about you stole of valor, not one word, because
Yeah,
I knew what you meant.
right.
Like I said, that's their bag of bricks to carry. You know, if they wanted clarification, you've given clarification about that many times, and some people just don't want to accept that, and that's still their bag of bricks to carry.
Right. Let me just say a couple things if I could. I appreciate that. Dewey Dixon said because you said on Veterans Day, actually, to the best of my memory, I don't think I went live or did any videos on Veterans Day, just to be honest with you.
I don't think so
Um,
either.
but if I did, I didn't know it was that day. Just FYI, I just wanted to throw that up real quick. A couple other
What
things.
difference does it make what day it is? Right? What difference does it
Right.
make what day it is? Whether it be
Yeah.
Veterans Days or Valentine's Day. You made a remark that, you know, that you served your country, and just because people wanted to make the infer that you meant you served in the military and lambast you for it, that's not your fault that they didn't ask for clarification, because you'd have been more than happy, and you did give clarification over what you meant. And
Right.
you should, that made you feel like you should go on an apology tour for that. Because I mean,
Right.
you know, because people took it the wrong way. It's not your fault that people took it the wrong way, right?
Yeah.
Am I wrong in my thinking?
No, you're right. But I do have to admit that once I look back at it, like I don't usually watch my streams unless there's something people tell me, and I'm like, oh shoot. So I go back and look at it. But I don't like my own voice. I'm very insecure about myself. So I don't really watch my streams. But there's occasions I do, and I hear myself talk about, well, you know, certain things. Like, oh, or you know what I mean, or like, why did I say it that way, or it came out the wrong way, or it may not make sense to the newer generation, or you know what I mean.
So just for, not that I care about your answer, if you say you're a veteran, you say you're a veteran. I'm not gonna hate you for it, but I don't know if you're in a sober state of mind, but do you consider yourself a veteran still?
Actually, I looked into it a lot more after all that BS. Man, this Delta 8's kicking my ass now. I think 4 hits. Sorry. I think out loud. But anyways, no. After I learned more about it, I know the term, and I put it. It's a thumbnail on one of my lives, which is on my channel. It's not a member, so it's on my channel, and it's just something in my family because my dad's an Army veteran, my son-in-law's a Marine veteran, my other son-in-law's a Navy veteran, and the list goes on and on. My uncle's a retired Air Force, and I have a buddy in the Army, a buddy in the Coast Guard, and the list goes on and on and on and on. I have other sides of my family that are in law enforcement. So there's it's just a term. It means you have an experience in a certain field or it's on thumbnail, you know what I mean? So it's something that I just say in privacy, I guess. Hold on, let me finish. So there's the let me finish, everybody. Clip it, clip it, clip it. But no, it's just something that we say in our family. Like so and so, I'll say my father is a retired veteran at Intel, because that's where he retired, was at Intel. And I'll say, and my uncle is retired Air Force, Chief Master Sergeant. Or I'll say, my cousin is a retired police officer and blank, blank, blank. I'm not going to dox, you know what I mean? So that's just what we say. And so I didn't think of it that way. You know what I mean? It's just, we all have different personalities. We come from different backgrounds. We're raised by different families. We're all from different religions or non-religions or whatever you want to call it. And so everybody's going to have an opinion. You know what I mean?
So in your family, it's split between military and law enforcement.
Yes, sir. For the most part, that, and I would say,
let me ask a follow-up. Is there any sort of passive competition between your military family members and your law enforcement family members?
No, that's the thing. We're like best friends. We're family. We love each other.
Do the law enforcement, and let me ask this, because what I'm trying to get to is I think you answered something there. I think you considering yourself a veteran might actually be a family little thing, meaning
right.
So it might not be. So do your law enforcement side, do they feel as respected as the military side?
My family?
Yes.
Pretty much, I guess, because we're a family. Maybe that might be the reason why. We just look at each other. We just respect each other.
Yeah, I think it's a family thing, dude. I think that because you got a family of military vets and ex-law enforcement, I think that this is the stuff that people need to think about is hey, where does Jeff come from, right? I'm not asking you for personal details, just the generic of how is his thinking this way, like Jillian or stupid psychology crap, you know what I'm saying? It's why is Jeff thinking this way? So now when you talk about that, you know what, man, it makes more sense because you kind of got a family of I'm not going to say anything about my family, but it's you got a family of basically you got military veterans, and then you probably got your law enforcement side that wants just as much respect as the military. So there's kind of this y'all probably don't even know it, but there's probably this respect thing going on where it's they're veterans, we're all veterans, we're all equal. When in reality, unless
and can I say something just real quick? I actually got it, and I felt bad. That's why I would have my Bobby Joe's panel, and I got doxxed. But the point of it is because I realized, wait a minute, I get it. I get what they're saying, because usually the term vet. I mean, even Ben, B-I-N, Ben, who's one of my best friends, by the way, in real life. He's a combat veteran, right? Okay. He knew what I meant. He knew because he noticed me as a person. And I wasn't trying to be disrespectful at all. But I also figured out, wait a minute, when I use that term on YouTube, not in a private conversation or whatever, you know what I mean? People are going to take it as people took it. Does that make sense? I don't know what else to say. I don't know.
Yeah, it makes sense.
The fact that people wanted to accuse you of stolen valor, I think was over the top. I mean, you made it plain and clear that you weren't in the military, that you were, that you served your country in the capacity of a in different ways.
Right.
That was, I mean, and just because people wanna can't bridge that gap in their own minds, that you can serve your country in different ways except for being in the military. That's their problem. That's not your problem. And I
Well,
wouldn't apologize for that.
I appreciate it. And one thing I made a statement
Had,
about.
had they asked you, instead of them jumping and gun and having a knee jerk reaction and wanting to pounce on you over that, maybe they should have came to you and asked you for clarification for it, because you've clarified that many times.
Yes, I appreciate that. It's on my community page. I've actually sent certain documents to a few people in the community, and I think they're here. They know who they are. Some unredacted completely. One of them I can say, and I will say because he's one of my good friends, is OTR. He has everything. So, well, of course, Casey and his family too. Casey Cox. They know everything. They live with me for quite a while, so we know everything about each other. They've seen everything. So yeah, there's that too. I mean, in case he's made those statements alone, OTR knows almost everything about me. There's a few other people. Even John Davis. We're not necessarily buddies now at all. By the way, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm praying for him, by the way, because we used to be good buddies. He helped with our first arrest and conviction on catch number 3, which is on PNN, police body cam footage. Predator News Now. Go there and check it out. Anyways, somebody get our link. Then we did 2 body cam footages. Is for one's an Alex catch, which is very memorable. You'll love it. And then there's our catch, where people thought when I said, "Hey, the police are on their way," they thought I was stupid. I already knew there was 2 to 3 officers in the area. I already knew that. So we already knew they were going to get caught, and they did. So, anyways, I can go on and on. Also, I talk too much.
And I mean, I don't know who it was that came up in your panel earlier and played some clip with the B saying the N word. And in context of that, I had made a remark about FM going around. I mean, he says it constantly. And actually, at first I thought he's Cuban, but he's not. He's Puerto Rican. And why that guy would always he says it in a derogatory way, even towards people. I think that's probably what was crass about it. But what I had said about that, it wasn't me saying that. I was just repeating what FM had said, and said how off-putting that is.
That's the
Yeah,
beauty of the internet right there. You say something and the internet's going to take it out of context, and they're going to make a short about it, and it's going to just totally derail. And that's the beauty of the internet.
yes, sir,
You
Matt.
gotta,
So
you
you
almost
are
gotta
so
feel
right.
honored, like Weird Al,
You guys are
like
both
Weird Al when he used to
Yankovic,
make like
parody.
songs. You gotta like feel honored that like you get like put into a short. Like you gotta almost
Right,
feel honored.
right.
Well, I mean, it's not like they were trying to build me up. They was trying to tear me down over it.
I
And
know,
then,
but like
and if they
you say
want to
that
tear
on
anybody
YouTube,
down,
you're
it'll
gonna.
all be FM for
Well, you
him,
don't think that was
using
funny?
that in
Like you
derogatory
don't
way.
think that short was funny? Replacing like the song, like the word in the song with you saying it, like that was like, come on, it was really funny.
Well, no, I mean, I fail to see the humor of it, considering the fact that I was just repeating, in the context. I thought it was disgusting that
I know what
FM.
I was actually on the panel, so I know the context, but still, I thought it was. You were like, when I know on the context, you're like, I'm not gonna say it with the hard R, and then you said it. It's like you're asking for it, Jenny.
Yeah,
Like, come on.
we all
Well,
do
no,
that
I
shit.
think I repeated what he said with the A on the end of it. Maybe because I do have a speech impediment, but maybe I didn't say it right, or people didn't hear it right. Because
No,
sometimes
we
it's
heard it.
hard
We heard
hard
it
to
loud and clear. It's on the song.
Well, I said it with an A on that song, not with the heart on. And
Jenna,
actually,
look,
I'll tell you, I
a
was
month.
sitting years and years and years ago at a bus, and there was a colored gal, a black woman that was sitting, an older woman that was sitting there with me, and we were sitting there just chit chatting, and there was some other black people that came up, colored people, African Americans, or whatever you want to say it, came up, and they were a younger generation, and they were calling each other that, just a slang, just calling each other that. And I asked this lady, I said, how do you feel about them saying that? She said, she made the remark, I find it even more offensive that people from my own race calls each other that.
Well, in about a month, rewatch that video, Jenna, and maybe you'll see how funny it is. Because it's hilarious.
And I even recently told the story when I was a little girl living in Florida. Me and my mother was outside washing slate glass door, the slate glass you can pull out on it. And my mother, a Jamaican man, which was very, very dark in color, he pulled up and exchanged pleasantries with my mother. And that night, we thought it's somebody, we lived just right on a highway. We thought a guy had, we thought that a guy had come off the highway and it was burning alive on a motorcycle in the front yard. And come to find out, well, the KKK used to hold their meetings in a pasture right across this highway, and they burned. Somebody in the neighborhood must have heard my mother speaking to this man, and they burned a cross soaked in creosote in our front yard as warning to us. And that right at that moment, I knew what reverse racism was all about. We were, that was a sign for my mother not to, I guess, talk to somebody who's Jamaican and very dark skin, or they're gonna, who knows what they're gonna do. That was a warning to my mother why they burnt that cross soaked in creosote in our front yard. And at that point, I knew that racism was a horrible thing.
But then
Racism
there's
is
white
something
people
that's
that do
taught.
bad things to white people, black people that do bad things to black people. Like, I literally, when growing up, I lived in a neighborhood with white people, and I was white. Now, because of where I moved from, I'm not going to give details, but because of where I moved from and because of where I moved to, it was two different things. I got picked on. I got made fun of. But it was white people going at white people. And I had like bad things happen in my yard. I had my house egged. They put something in my mailbox. They trashed the cars. Like they did a whole bunch of stuff. But it was white people doing it to white people. But it was because of where I moved from.
I mean, go figure that one. I mean, what? Why would people do that? I mean, what motivates people to be that way?
It's
Well,
people. It's not racism. It's just people. Like it's like everything. There's bad cops. There's bad firemen. There's bad white people. There's bad Asians. There's bad everything. Like it's just people stereotype one race as bad, and they're not. Like there's just as much bad white people. There's just as much bad Asians. There's just as much bad every race.
Right. Sure.
well,
Not
and good
all
as
Muslims
well.
are bad.
And good as
Not all
well.
Muslims are bad.
Right.
Well, I guess the point I'm trying to make is I can't wrap my mind around why people. But I'm questioning you. I'm questioning the motivation of why people pick on you because you come from a different part of different city, different town, different
Maybe it was
state,
because of how
whatever.
they were raised. Maybe it's stuff that you can't control. Maybe their grandparents got it
But they
from
were white.
the other
Well, they
race,
were
and they
white.
passed it
Why
down to
pick
their
on
son,
you
and
if
they
you're
passed it
white?
down to them.
If you're white, then why pick on you because you're white? What was the point behind them doing that? Do you even know?
Hey, it was just the society. I mean, I hold nothing against them. I mean, I held my own, and in the end of the day, I got respect, and like, because we never moved away, we never cowered, we never called the police, we never did any of that. We just accepted that, hey, this is something that we got to put up with for the time being. But I don't know why. I can't answer why. Maybe it's an intimidation tactic. Maybe it's, I don't know what it was, but
Well, I mean, I just kind of, just maybe thought that, you'd moved out of a predominantly black community into a white community, and people maybe caught wind that you had friends that were black or something. I was just
no,
making
that's not what I'm talking
assumptions.
about. I
I,
mean, I don't even
you know,
want to discuss details because it's on YouTube. But where I moved from,
I,
it has nothing to do with. I'll give you this. It has nothing to do with color. Has nothing to do with race. Like where I moved from was the total flip of where I moved to. And I'll give you this. I moved to a very country, dirt roads kind of town,
Compton,
right? And where I
Yeah,
came
yep,
from
yep.
wasn't that. It
right?
wasn't that. So when I got there, even though I was white, so it's not just race, it's class, it's society, it's country.
Financial situations, everything.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes, maybe you're just dealing with a bunch of country bumpkin jackholes.
Well, that's what I was saying. It's the people. Not everyone was bad, but it
Right.
just that street was bad. But not everyone
Yeah.
in school was bad. Not everyone was bad. That's the point I'm trying to say. Is like, not every, you know, they're not all bad.
Let me say this area. So the neighborhood I lived in was a nice neighborhood. It was upper middle class, but just a block from us was a place called, and people will probably going to look it up now, which is fine. I don't care. Los Rios. And it was like the upper class, you know what I mean? And Tom Cruise, Nicole Kidman had a house back there at some point for their summer home or some shit, or winter home. I don't remember. But whatever. And everybody's goal was, oh, I got to live in Los Rios. I got to live in Los Rios, you know? And we technically were on the map in Los Rios. We were just in the older part. And it's like everybody talks about, lower class, middle class, upper class, whatever. I hung around people from all classes, from all the way from poverty to my friend. His name is Jeff too, and he's actually a very, very actually. He's kind of famous now. Actually, he lives in Southern California now, but yeah, his dad was a multi-millionaire, and he literally gave me $10,000 worth of equipment, a guitar, a bass amp, a PA system, and an Ampeg full stack or half stack, and a Marshall full stack. And I was like, drums and everything. He just gave it to me. And his mom and dad said, "Yeah, it's okay, it's cool," you know. And
Well,
so not
I've had old adage for several years, and this is how it goes. People give you enough reasons to dislike them, irregardless of their race. Race doesn't matter.
right.
I mean, I mean, I don't know. I guess kind of out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaketh. People give you enough reasons to dislike them, irregardless of race. Race doesn't matter. Just some people jackholes in life.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's true. Both of you up here are Christians, but I understand, right? So we're all Christians up here. So long story short is I was going to a Southern Baptist church living in Dallas, Fort Worth, and as a teenager being in the youth group and whatnot, and then once I got a little bit older, I had my band, and we were opening up in clubs and doing some stuff, and we got pretty kind of high up there a little bit for a while. We had a couple offers and whatnot, got screwed over $100,000. But anyways, is what it is. We got to jam with Pantera. We had to hang out with them, before they were even famous, and even when they were, after they were famous, and everything else. So we had a good time and everything. It was a fun time, but the Baptist church we were in was it was more liberal. I guess you could say. And I don't mean that politically, but I guess that's the only term I can think of. And so I started I was a fan of Striper, who I later in life I became friends with, toured with, worked with, etc. Anyways, they were a Christian heavy metal band from the 80s. And so we started a band at our church in the youth group. And I had to write everything. I had to give the bass player his bass player tablature. I had to give the rhythm guitarist his chords. I had to write the lyrics. I mean, I had to do almost everything. But that was fine because I was used to being in a band. And we started a church band. And we went in one night and we had the stage. They put up lights and they had a big old thing ready for us and everything. They thought we were going to be Petra, if you know who Petra is, right? They thought we were going to be John Michaels or whatever. They thought we were going to be more softer. And we had our distortion on, we had our drummer. We were heavy metal and almost heavy metal. I would say pretty much glam hair metal, but whatever. And we played a song that we really put our hearts into, and it was about God, but we just played it the way we played it. And the whole youth group went wild, and not wild, ungodly wild. They just went wild. They loved it. But the elders of the church says they cannot do that again. And that was it for that little stuff in my life. But I'm still trying to there's actually video footage of that. It was, there's my ex-girlfriend Samantha, her mom recorded on her camcorder. My mom or dad did, but that camcorder got stolen. So there's other people too. So I'm trying to figure out a way to get hold of them through Facebook and see if they can send me the footage so I can upload it, edit it, and upload it to YouTube. Hopefully someday.
I have ran across a guy on YouTube, and I mean, this guy has a wonderful, wonderful voice. And I mean, he sings. He's got a song out. It's called Shadow. And his YouTube channel is Livingston Music. And my gosh, because this man can he sing?
I think Janae has a crush.
No, I don't have a crush, but he's young enough to be my son. But he's just, I mean, this guy's voice is just amazing. His singing ability. He's definitely God-given talent, and he uses them talents to glorify God. His family.
Some of the best singers are in church. Am I the only one that sees this or no?
Oh, I want to say something before I forget this, and I think I even have receipts actually. They're on my Facebook somewhere. I had a debate. Okay, one of my favorite new. It's more of a Christmas song now. It's called "Mary, Did You Know?" Do you guys know that song? Mary, did you know that your baby boy? I had a debate over the King James Bible with the founder of that song in the Gaithers. I'm not going to say his name. But I'm just going to say he's in the Gaithers. We had a debate over the phone. We had a debate over Facebook. We had a debate in person. The list goes on. And so I at that, especially at that time of my life, I was King James only, period. And he was not. He was NIV or New King James. I forgot which one. Mm-hmm. And we got into a heated ass debate. I'll be honest with you. We almost went to blows, man. It was bad as Christians. And I'm talking to a dude that's, famous, the Gaithers. They're on TV all the time. And anyways, a long story short is we had that debate. And then we finally one day, he called me and he's like, you know what, brother? I don't want to hate you and I don't want to dislike you, and we have our disagreements, and and we made a peace, and everything, and that's the last time we ever talked. I think he texts me once in a while, like on Father's Day or something, or Christmas, but that's about it. Yeah. Other than that, we don't talk anymore. It's like Robert Sweet from Striper. He wishes me a happy Father's Day and sometimes a Merry Christmas, and I wish him a happy birthday or whatever, and that's about it. we don't really talk anymore. I'm kind of. I'll be honest on air. I'm on air. I'm live. Hello, everybody. Yes, I'm saying this. Whatever. Him and his mother, the lead singer of Striper, multi-platinum album, Tell the Devil, Soldiers Under Man, and God We Trust, etc., etc. From the 80s. Michael Sweet is the lead singer. Robert Sweet's a drummer. Tim Gaines was the original bassist, and now Perry is the Richardson, who used to be in Firehouse, Love of a Lifetime, he's now the bassist. I'm friends with all of them, but Michael and I never got, and Oz Fox is guitars. But Michael and I never got along too well. But the ironic thing is, I reunited Michael and his mother and Michael and his sister after 20 years of not talking. And he still turned. Now, in person, because Robert Sweet and his wife, who played, if you saw the Motley Crue video, Smoking in the Boys' Room, she's the blonde in the front chewing bubblegum. That's her. That's Robert's wife. Anywho, she always would get us like all access passes, and they're on my channel. You can go look. I even got a video of Robert Sweet, where it's called Behind the Barricade. I think I'm on part 3 or 4 now, with Queensryche and Striper, of him signing autographs and taking pictures, and we're just filming a little bit of it, And we got stuff of Michael too, my daughter and Michael, Robert, the whole band. I got some backstage footage of the crowd that I was asked to film, and my friends who are the Ruddies are on there. It's on my channel. It's got 1.2 thousand views. So there's receipts for those who beg for receipts. There they are. And I'm going to upload more eventually. I'm taking a little break from that right now because I got so much to upload, and I don't want to just pound it all at once, But it was a fun time, And anyways. I'm rambling on. I always do. I ramble. I forgot the subject.
There's a guy that's on Facebook that I follow. His name is Kevin Lawson.
Yes.
Kevin Lawson is his name. And
Sounds very familiar.
He works in movies. He works in movies. He's an actor. And I do believe he might even be a stuntman, but I know he's an actor. And just some of the things that he puts out is just amazing. I'm not, he doesn't sing or anything, but he's very humorous. And just, he did one thing about, it was about, like a man's view about, collecting things and a woman's view about collecting things. And he goes and gets his wife's purse and goes out in the car and he starts pulling stuff out of her purse, and it's just hilarious. Some of the things that they, that he,
is it on YouTube or
his name is Kevin Lawson, I do believe his name is. But y'all check out that young singer. It's a Christian background. He's a Christian singer, but just amazing of the. He kind of does it in somewhat of a rap form, but is Livingston music. He is good. He is that good of a singer. He has amazing voice. His mother.
Calm down, Jenny. Calm down.
The name sounds familiar, but it's about it.
No, I just appreciate God given talent. I think God has blessed everybody with some kind of talent. It's just a matter of people, owning that talent and using it to glory. All good things work towards the glory of God. And he's using his God given talent for singing and being an excellent, writer of songs to glorify God. And I appreciate that about him. I like listening to him for that reason alone.
Yeah, it's not on Wikipedia yet. I know it takes money to get it as an artist, professional artist, but Striper's To Hell with the Devil is technically double platinum. And I almost got the double platinum award, and I didn't quite get it. Damn it. But I still might have a chance of getting one because of Robert, but that's about it. But I don't have it. I wish I could hang it on my wall behind me and be proud. I got the Tell the Devil signed original angel art, which was banned in America after the first 100,000 or so were released, but I don't have that double platinum Tell the Devil, which because they took it back then, they were throwing the devil in hell. Striper was throwing the devil in hell. And then to hell, like to hell with you, like to hell with the devil. That's what it meant. And they took it as offensive back then in 1986. So that limited release is limited. And I've got it, and I've got it autographed and framed on my wall behind
Well,
me.
you know
I
what?
got Robert.
It reminds me of a biblical saying, "Get thee behind me, Satan." Right?
Right. That's what it, yeah, they also put Revelation 20. You have to forgive me. I forgot the other part, chapter 20. They put another verse on that too. And they also put, of course, Isaiah 53:5. For by his stripes we are healed. You know, the stripes of Christ. You know, it was prophesied in the Old Testament. The cat of nine tails, and that's what striper means. And it means, oh my goodness, something to redemption, something. Oh, I used to have this memorized so good. But striper actually means something too. The word striper, Stryper, and it has a meaning to that as well. And it was very unpopular for them in 1982, 1983 to become a Christian metal band,
Right.
quote unquote, on the Sunset Strip. But they were so talented, people loved them. Even Motley Crue and Wrath, the ones that weren't Christians, you know what I mean? They took to them because they're like, "Wow, these guys are good," and they are good. They still are making albums to this day. I hope to get Robert Sweet on my show or Tim Gaines. I know I won't get Michael because him and I don't get along too well. We're in person, we get along fine, but over the phone or over private messenger or whatever, we argue all the time. So I just quit talking to him.
There's
Me
a
I
and
guy,
got
Rob,
I don't remember his last name. His first name is David. And this guy he's disabled, severely disabled. And he put out a song. It's called What a Glorious Day That Will Be.
mhm.
I can't remember the guy's last name. David, I don't remember his last name. I just can't think of David Roth. I don't remember his last name. But
I
I
was
mean,
going to say David Archuleta. It's not David Archuleta. Hey, Sabby, how's it going? Good to see you. But no, I can't remember his last name either.
yeah, it's a wonderful song. I mean,
What a
he's
day it will be when the Lord comes to me. I can't sing. I'm just trying to remember the lyrics.
when Jesus I shall see.
Yeah. Yep.
I got a crazy story about metal, Christian metal at a church. So I had a friend who was in a Christian metal band, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm not into Christian metal at all. But I'm not gonna lie, like some of his songs, like I did enjoy. And anyway, you know how like certain church groups rent out like churches for like groups? Well,
Yeah.
we were a part of a church group that like would rent out this church, right? And we would always start the group with like worship, and then there would be like a teaching, and then it would break out into like a small groups discussion, right? So
Right.
on this one Thursday, the church invited my friend to do the worship part. Well, now that I think about it, I guess it wasn't a good setup for him. But anyway, he was supposed to do the worship portion, right? So instead of doing like worship songs, your typical worship songs, not your hymns, like your worship songs, like your hill song and all that stuff, right?
More contemporary.
So he goes on and does this like Christian metal thing. Well, afterwards, a bunch of, no offense, Jenna Ann, and this is not attacking you, like a bunch of elderly ladies and elderly men like complained to the church about Christian metal, and yeah, he wasn't allowed back to perform, and like they made like
That
such a big deal over it.
that's what happened. Dude, that's the story I told about what happened to me when I was 16. We come up with this amazing band and amazing, like there was so much talent in that band. It was amazing. even though I wrote all the songs, but they could sing. I can't sing. You know, the
Well, you
drummer
know,
could drum
the Bible says make a joyful noise unto the
to
Lord.
the yeah.
So,
But so that's what happened. No, hold on, just one
This was a
second. Is
Methodist church, so I'm not sure, like,
this?
if
Well, we were
Methodists are
Southern.
like,
This was Southern Baptist, and it was everybody was so happy that our youth pastor, our assistant youth pastor, I mean the whole youth group, the staff. It was the elderly people. And I'm talking, I'm 16 years old. These people are in their like 70s and 80s, like elderly people. And they said, no, 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 never again. And we were so excited. The youth group was so excited. In fact, we built that youth group from that one show. Like people were coming from all over North Dallas and stuff. It was crazy. And like, when are they going to play again? And they wouldn't let us play ever again. The only thing we ever got to do was play an acoustical thing in regular church service. That was it, not the youth group.
I
And
will
it
say
had to
one
be
thing: these churches have got to figure it out for this next generation, because this way of doing church now is not going to reach them. Like, I'm sorry, but I mean, I'm not saying go all out. I was watching something about like this one church. I don't know if y'all saw it. They did a field goal with a Bible. Did y'all see that video of that
no. I
one
didn't.
church that they
I,
did a coin flip, and then they literally did a kickoff with the Bible. They
that's
kicked
crazy.
the Bible. Now, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying the church should become that, but I'm saying like music. Like, have you ever seen the movie Jesus Revolution?
I believe I have. I don't. It
Like,
sounds
that's
familiar,
kind
but
of
that's
like
all I can
what it
remember.
is, where it's like we gotta almost like change the way you do church if you want these like this next generation to be interested, because this old hymns and just standing, singing, worshiping, and then listen to a message like all this ADHD and ADD and all this stuff, like it's not gonna reach them. Like, it ain't like, and I'm not saying put on a play either, but I'm saying it's gonna be very tough to reach this freaking, iPad generation.
Right.
I don't know how they do youth groups because I don't get involved in that. But I
Well,
know I
you know
don't
what?
see a lot of youth in like the adult service. You get what I'm saying? When I do, they're freaking lost because they have no idea what the pastor's talking about. Like, I don't care what you say.
well, that
We
kind of
just say that.
starts at home. And I say that because the Bible says, train up a child in the ways of the Lord, and he shall never depart thee. So that's up to Christian parents to raise good Christian children.
That's true. That's true. But then you got
Um,
parents that are even
hold
like
on.
20 years
I'm, I'm
old.
not. I'm not. I'm not being rude, but I don't want to forget. Some of my favorite preachers, some of my past, obviously, is Adrian Rogers, Charles Stanley, Billy Graham, Billy Sunday. You know, I used to have respect for Jack Hyles, but I don't anymore. I'm sorry.
No,
I do have.
no.
You know about him probably,
Yes,
Jen A.
yes. I know all about
Yeah,
Jack Hyles.
yeah. I used to go to pastor school there. I'm on the website, unfortunately.
Yeah,
Yes, and we learned about their situation later on
yeah,
in life,
yeah.
Illuminati and all that
They
stuff.
had a lot of monkey business going on with Jack
Yes, they
Hyles and
did.
the guy that was below him that took over and all sorts of stuff.
Jack Scott. There's pictures of
Yeah.
me and Jack Scott
Mhm.
all over the internet. Yes, and I just said it. You can look it up, whatever.
Yeah.
I don't care. All I know is, and by the way, here's for the first time. Hey everybody, you asked me this question for 2 years. Here's your fucking answer. Excuse my language. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that. Sorry, Janae. Sorry, Lord. I'm going to finally answer something. Somebody want me to prove where I preached in front of 10,000 people in person and over, I think it was 1.5 million, 2.5 million via live. It was First Baptist Church of Hammond, Indiana, pastored by Jack Scott, emissary of Dr. Jack Hyles in
Yeah.
2007. And yes, look it up. You'll find it. There's your freaking answer. So whoever asked where the receipts are, I personally, I don't think I found it. I think my brother did. If I find a link, I will post it in my community page. But that's it right there.
Dude,
And but
even
only
if you
thing is,
preach for two
it.
people, I
But
respect it.
I want to say one more thing though. The problem is the reason why I didn't want to say that is my daughters are on there and they sing in a Navajo outfit, and my daughters were minors on that video. They're adults now. I'm just saying, there it is. So if that's the wrong thing to say, I don't know. I'm just finally answering people's questions because they wanted receipts on that. There's your answer. That's the only time I'm going to say it. And I got permission from my daughters, and they're adults now, but they were minors there. So if you like watching minors, go ahead, go at it, whatever. Even though, yes, it
Don't
wasn't
say it
cursed.
like that, man.
I
Why are you
know.
gonna
That's why.
say it like that?
No,
Now
no,
I'm
no, hold
not
on.
even gonna
No, no,
watch
no,
it
no,
because I was gonna watch it for your preaching. Now you say it like that.
no, 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 no,
You,
no. You
dude,
didn't
you
let me
just
finish.
ruined it, man.
No, no, I wasn't
Only if you're
done.
Girl Scouts.
I ain't
No,
even no.
I'm
No,
just
no,
I
I
don't.
kidding.
I'm not
wasn't
even
done.
gonna watch it now. Nope.
No, 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 I wasn't done. I was talking
Nope.
about for the
Nope.
no.
You lost it, Jeff. I don't want nothing to do with it anymore. I don't care.
Oh my gosh! Let me finish my sentence, dude. I said for
You
the.
turned it into something like that.
Oh my gosh! No, for the predators that are
I don't think
watching.
you meant it that way.
That's what I meant. I meant for the predators that are watching, and you know who I'm talking about. I mentioned earlier in the stream, but for everybody that's normal,
Right.
obviously you can look that up and watch. That's what I meant, dude. You didn't let me finish my sentence. I hate that. It's like,
My
oh,
bad.
that's all good, dude. But yeah, no. So that's where that came from, and then we preached. We what it's called. I don't know if I want to get too much detail, but anyway, we were missionaries to the Navajo Nation, and we had to go on a tour. I'll just say the word tour. I won't even say the actual word, but we had to go on a tour through the country. We had to present our ministry. Our daughters used to sing a song, do something in Navajo, and then my wife and I would introduce ourselves, and I would preach a sermon, or I would give a demonstration, or whatever. That's what we did. And we did that for about 7 months. After that, we went to the Navajo Nation. We moved there. And then my oldest daughter and I went on a few trips by ourselves because we couldn't take the whole family. So we had to do. Or my youngest daughter, sometimes it was my middle daughter. We would go to like throughout New Mexico, Arizona, the Southwest area. And then I went by myself to California for pastor school in '08. And that, I know you probably think that's college. No, it's just called pastor school. It's like a convention. But I would put up my stuff there at a Baptist church, and Tony Hudson, and just a lot of great preachers, and just politicians. Arnold Schwarzenegger was the governor. He was supposed to show up. He never did. But the mayor of Santa Clarita showed up, and San Jose. So that was pretty cool. All law enforcement that could be there were there, firefighters, EMTs. It's really cool. I had a lot of good times. My best times, and I don't care what anybody thinks about this, but the most happiest time of my life was when I was spiritual. It's not when I was sinning. It's not now. It was when I was spiritual. That was the most happiest time of my life.
I've got another crazy story. It has to
What's
do
up,
with
Blacksmith?
church. Like this was when I was like younger in my 20s, right? So I got invited to a men's retreat. This was before I was even saved. Somebody invited, not even gonna, I'll tell it, forget it. I went to it because this shows I'm just, I'm not perfect, and people stood by me and helped me through my journey. But I went to a men's retreat, right?
Right.
And I got drunk at this men's retreat, and I was like belly flopping off this dock, and dude, I made a complete fool of myself. But
My name is Jim.
yeah,
Sorry.
I mean, they embraced me afterwards. I mean, these same people were there when I got baptized, but I don't even know why I brought that up.
Dude, I go to subjects and I forget what I was going to talk about. Well, okay, for those who just came in, a long story short, it started out as basically Jenny. I think you can agree with this. A beef between Jenny and I that started on Locksmith Channel, I think. And we went through our issues. Well, there was an argument at first, obviously. There was kind of a gang up, whatever you want to call it, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And we talked one-on-one. Nick Cook suggested that, and we took his advice, and we did it, and people respected that. And we had a one-on-one, and for the most part, I think we resolved our issues.
Yep.
That's what's going on. Even Matt C. and Jen A. went at it for a while, and we're all up here just chilling.
Well,
So,
Messi, JJ, and like 2 other people all went at her, and
yeah.
I didn't know. Like, I was so into it that I had my phone up to my ear like it was a phone. So I never actually realized like how many people. I thought it was literally me and JJ, because I messaged him. I said, hey, let's go on Jetstream and let's try and get Jen A up there so we can try and talk to her about like being a Christian. And so that's what we did. So that's why when I came on, I was like, where's Jen A? Like, tell her to come up and talk to my friend that's going through seminary. And then he hopped off. Then I hopped off. I had to go wrangling back. Then when we came back, I never realized how much, because I got on and I just was treating it like a phone call. And I never realized it was like 5 of us going at her, and I wasn't letting people
you know
talk.
what? I want to shout out Nick Cook. I hope he doesn't mind me saying this. He did
Besides him yelling at, like, I don't know what he yelled at, but like either JJ or I don't know, but someone made a sound, and then he goes and flips out.
No, hold on. Let me just say this, and I hope he doesn't mind me saying this. I say this for all the good in the world above God. Is he private messaged me? He says, "Hey, you and Jen A should have this private," and then he came on a panel and said that. So it's not even giving away private information. He said, you and Jen A should work this out one-on-one. And he said, you should drop everybody. And I said, well, I'll have everybody mute, but you guys dropped anyways. I appreciate that. And Jen A and I had a long conversation, and we came to a peace treaty, which is great. That's awesome, And we may not agree on everything, but we agree on enough to make a peace treaty, Just like Vic and I did.
Do I have to sign in blood? I'm just kidding.
Remember the movie Jen A and Matt C. Remember the movie Stand By Me?
To be honest with you, no.
I don't either.
Oh, okay. Corey Feldman and what's his name? River Phoenix.
Yes.
They raced the train across the bridge.
Yes, I watched that recently on Netflix or something. I watched that recently. It's a good.
I've watched it. I've probably watched it over 200 times in my life. It's one of my favorite movies of all time, and they do this. And I actually did this one time when I was 12. Where you cut your finger, and you do a blood pack thing. Of course, you don't want to do that nowadays. Holy crap! You don't know what you might get. But
right.
But that was the thing.
Conjuring movie.
Right. But that's what we did back then. I've only did it one time, to the best of my memory, and I even felt weird about it then. I was like, "Will I get a disease or?" It's weird. Back in the 80s,
I see Locksmith's in chat. Locksmith still hasn't returned the shed.
Return the what now?
His shed. He knows what I'm talking about. He rented the shed, and he hasn't returned it. I know all about it.
Return to the shed.
Yes, he lives in a shed.
No, he doesn't. He has
Yes,
a home.
he does. He rented a shed. He lives in it, and he needs to return it. I work at the Home Depot that he bought the shed from.
Where at? What kind of, without doxing?
I'm not saying none, but I work at the Home Depot. I saw him walk in, right?
No,
his name was Locksmith. He was going in introducing himself. Hey, I'm locksmith, and I need a 10 by 12 shed. And I gave him one of the best quality 10 by 12 sheds that we have, and it was a rental. And
Oh,
he's missing the payment plans.
okay. Before he has a home now, by the way, I know that for a fact. But before that, even if he did, who cares? I mean, like, who cares? You know what I mean? It's like, what the hell? You know, it's like whatever you need to do, you need to do. You know, what the hell? But yeah.
I'm not being serious.
Can I
Okay.
draw? Can I draw? Can I
What the
draw?
fuck is Matt talking about? I'm talking nonsense.
I fell for it. Go ahead, Jenny. Sorry.
Can I draw a ball question to you guys? What's your view on flat Earth theory?
I'm not a flat earther.
Me neither.
Okay. Cool.
Me neither. Although, I have found that some Christians, they want to hang on to that flat Earth theory. Like it's their salvation or something. About
religion. Yeah.
They don't realize there's three heavens. They don't realize there's three heavens.
Did you hear about there's a people that did this experiment where they shot this light through a hole, and it was going through three different boards with a hole in, and it was supposed to stay 16 feet off the ground at each hole where the light was going through. But at the last one, they couldn't see the light the light anymore because of the curvature. You're gonna have to these group. They spent $10,000 on this experiment, and they just shot this light through these holes in this
like black holes or what?
No, it was like a light, like a flashlight. They just had all these boards right along, and they just shone this light through the holes, and they were supposed to see the light at the very, very end of the holes, right? If the earth is flat, but they couldn't see the light. And then they asked the person holding the light, they said, can you raise it above your head? They still couldn't see it. The person had to get on the ladder. It was 23 foot. The difference was 23 feet. It was 17 feet, and then 23 feet, and then even so they tried to prove the earth. They spent all this money trying to prove the earth was flat, but with this experiment they actually proved that the earth has curvature.
Right, it's round.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the reason why I asked
the Bible, it says in the Old Testament that the earth is round. I mean,
well, here's some more verses we can go by with that. I mean, well, I mean, one of the questions I ask people, especially Christians, want to hang their hat on the flat Earth theory. I ask them, where's the part where you actually jump off the Earth? Then, where's jump off points? And then I ask them, and then I tell them that the Bible says that Jesus was 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth. That he took the keys of death and hell with him upon his resurrection. And flat earthers cannot tell me, they cannot dispel that the heart of the heart of the earth is it's where hell's at right now, is in the heart of the earth.
So hell has enlarged itself. That's what causes volcanoes and earthquakes. Yep.
Well, the point I'm trying to make is people that believe in, especially Christians, believe in this flat earth theory. They cannot say where hell's at. They cannot give an explanation where hell's at.
There can't be any Christians that believe in flat earth. Well,
there's plenty of them.
There's some, dude.
They have to be in a cult type church.
I don't know, but there's plenty of them.
Or weird state of mind. No, and by the way, if there's any flat earthers in here, I'm not ragging on you. We're not trying to offend you. We're just going by our opinion. Look at the banner.
I hold a biblical opinion.
Just look up anyone that's a flat earther. Look up guy spends $10,000 on flat earth experiment only to prove himself wrong. All you gotta do is Google that and you'll see what I'm talking about. This guy tried to prove it. He wasted money proving himself wrong.
I wonder if that was Zachary Hubbard. I think he's a big flat earther, Zachary Hubbard.
Yeah, they did
Hey,
this life thing.
I usually don't do this, but I don't care about clicks and views. But I just got a message. I'll let the person remain anonymous. He's a great catcher. And decoy. It says, yay. It says Tommy and Jason, I assume Jason Casey, are fighting on
Yeah,
menus.
they're
That was
going at each other right now.
FF.
I keep going back there, like on my YouTube thing,
Damn.
but I don't like to see Tommy like that.
Oh, is Tommy going off pretty hard or what?
Yeah, I just don't like seeing Tommy on panels as his fan. I
Yeah.
just don't
But
like seeing it.
let
A
me tell
lot
you
of us don't
something.
like seeing it.
Let me tell you something. I've said this over and over, and JC Casey can, and I'll be very careful. I say this. I'll say F off. He's a snake. My last catch was with Jason Casey in person, and he's a snake, a liar, and a POS. I'm just gonna say that. So I don't know what's going on. I'm not seeing it. Hopefully she'll
I
keep it up.
think
I can
Tommy's
watch it.
defending his brother. I think that's what the whole thing's about, and that's where it's
Wait,
like, dude,
wait,
come
hold on.
on, man, like
Tommy
seriously.
defended Tommy's brother or Tommy defended Jason's brother?
No, I think
Tommy defended his own
just because I'm
RSO brother.
reading their chat, because I'm not listening to it, because I don't want this to cut off, because we're talking Christian stuff, and this is better than that. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm trying to be
No,
godly
it's
here,
okay. We
But I
go
am
from
reading
every
their chat, and I
direction.
do see it like, Tommy, you don't have to defend yourself, and I think it has to do with his brother.
Yeah. That's why I dropped
That's
down
the
at
ultimate
29. I
challenge.
was at 140 or something earlier. I wonder why. It's like, why did it drop so fast? And of course, I thought to myself, somebody's live. And of
Yeah,
course, now
none
we,
is live.
Well, I
which
mean, as
doesn't.
far as all that goes, Tommy tries to say that the girl was 17 years old, and the girl she was 14 years old. And
Are you
Tommy, I mean,
sure?
yes, I'm positive. I'm
How
positive about that. The
how
girl,
how old was the brother?
uh, 18, 19, something like that. I know the girl was 14 years old,
Oh,
and
I
he
thought.
was
Yeah,
See,
only,
I thought it was like they dated at 16 and 17 or something like that, or 15, 17 or something like that. Then when he turned
no,
18, something
no,
happened.
no,
I don't know.
she was only 14 years old. But and,
Yeah, it's
the way it gets me is
pretty young.
Tommy goes around and he talks about family members being you know a pet Chomo sympathizers. His brother's been convicted for over that girl, and he did prison time for it. I think he might still be in prison. I don't know, but isn't that hypocritical, Tommy? Isn't that Tommy being a Chomo sympathizer? Because his brother was convicted for it, and the girl was 14 years old. So I mean,
I,
personally,
people live
I,
in people
I'm gonna
live
let
in
Matt
bad
answer.
houses.
Matt probably has the right answer more than I can explain
well,
it.
nah, I'm just gonna answer from. You see, I have to not bring the personal side of it because I'm not a fan of Tommy. For Tommy, like I'm not his friend. Like I'm not a friend of Tommy Fellows. I'm a fan of Colorado Pet Patrol, right? So it's like a business. You got to separate the two. What Tommy's private life is and his brother's private life is, I don't wish to know it, right? Unless it's like if
Right.
Tommy's doing it, if Tommy's like,
That's
then
different.
okay, that's a problem. But he's not. It's his brother. Yeah, he's been accused of the
Adopted brother, by the
child
way.
abuse thing, but you listen to the story, it's that stuff happens all the time. Kids getting their parents in trouble. And so I have to separate the two. Is it hypocritical? Yes. If I pay attention to the personal side of things, there's a lot of hypocrisy going on.
Right. Well,
So
I
I
mean,
look at it like a
I
business.
believe it's not even his blood brother. It's his adopted. I think it's mom
but
adopted.
it's still his brother. I mean, his family paid. I think I was $100,000 to our lawyers for him to defend him. But but Tommy wants to still say the girl was 17 and she wasn't. She was
We
14
shouldn't
years
be
old.
talking about it. Like You see, that's his
Yeah,
big
that's
problem.
true.
Like, that's his big problem is I wouldn't know, and I guarantee hundreds of Colorado Pet Patrol people would not know anything if he just kind of like never mentioned the initial allegations, right? If he just kept that like quiet, which okay, he's open and honest and he likes to vent, but like I said, it's YouTube, like so that's the thing. It's like he opened the door to it, man, and it's like, man, like you do good, man, and it's like it just frustrates me sometimes. I'm like, dude, he does so good, and it just this
Let,
side.
let me just answer your question or elaborate if I could. Like, if I became a full time catcher, which I wanted to be, but I never did. I've only got 7 on camera, but whatever. Um, I wouldn't even be involved in the drama community at all.
Right. Right.
I would
Well, he got
literally just
like
catch and that's it. If there was a political situation or a TOS thing like Skeeter Jean came on Ryan's, I think I was up there, I don't remember. Uh, we all talked about it as a catching community when the TOS came out, the new TOS. But other than that, I would just like PTI. She's amazing. He's amazing. PCI, PCM, Samuel. The list goes on. They don't really get involved.
yeah.
Alex,
I've
he
followed
don't get
one
involved.
Florida catcher. I think it's Protect the Innocent. Is that the Florida person?
Yes, she's
I think he's the one I
amazing.
watch. And have you heard of I've only watched a couple of them. They're called like Scum Busters or something like that. They're not on YouTube anymore, but they're a Florida catcher.
Wow.
Scum Buckets or something like that.
I like Alex.
Yeah, he's look. I'm pretty much Alex Sip. He's my favorite.
Yeah, he Alex sets a standard for a good catcher. My opinion. That's my
Right.
You know who one of the best catchers is? Freaking Sheriff Grady Judd.
Oh yeah.
He's
Of
one of
course.
the, if you want to talk about catchers, that dude just caught like 200 in a trafficking sting.
Right.
He's got
There.
more than like everybody in like a year. He caught like 1,000 people this year.
The only thing I don't like, the only thing I don't like about him, he's great. I love him, by the way. But the only thing I disagree with him is he don't support pet catchers. But I kind of get it because he has his
No,
own
he
team.
does. Chris Hansen. Did you know that Chris Hansen did a sting with him?
Chris Hansen's different.
He
He's
just
a
says,
TV.
let the law enforcement, and you can have your interview after the law enforcement do their job. So
Yeah.
he's saying like anyone can interview these predators that he catches, but like probably like the Tommy situation, you got to get law enforcement involved first. So it's like,
Right.
you
But he
know, that
doesn't.
part, you know,
But he
if
doesn't
law
get law
enforcement is
enforcement
saying, hey,
involved
you
first.
can do it, you just got to do it
That's the
after
problem.
we do our
And
job.
actually, I watched Tommy for several years now, 2 years, however long he's been up. And I know people have seen it. It's been around for a hot second. And he had his first few catches where I do believe he might use some of his own children's pictures for decoys. But he invited a guy over, and he did, the catch there at his own home, and his 2 sons were filming this guy. Was the cameraman was filming these guys from this guy from his cell phone, and Tommy let the guy go.
I've heard this, but I've never seen it. Just so everybody knows,
I've
I've heard
seen it.
this,
I've
but I've
seen
never
No,
seen it.
And
it's
also there,
unfortunately true.
and when he's living in his dad's other old house, his dad's house, he was doing a live stream one day, and he was having his youngest son man the printer as
Yeah.
disgusting chats were coming, being printed, and pictures of these pedophiles' genitalia being, he's retrieving them. The point I'm trying to make is don't involve your children in your predator catching.
Right. Yeah, I agree with that.
But I think it's almost like the Todd argument. I don't think he had any malicious intent. I think he was just, doing it out of passion because of what happened to his son,
Well,
and he wasn't thinking.
there's a big difference between Todd, being in a public place, you know, interviewing or talking to Girl Scouts, with a mothers there, Girl Scout leaders there, what have you, and uploading that to drum up business for the Girl Scout, franchise, and a big difference when you using pictures of your own children as for decoy pictures and invite a predator over, and then your children are video recording them, and then a year or two later, then you have one of your children monitoring, manning a printer while you're downstairs doing a live stream. They're upstairs manning a printer, and they're pulling off filthy chats and inappropriate pictures of men's genitalia. Is when you involve your children in that kind of stuff, your own children in it, I mean, Tom wasn't predator catching. Tom was just, trying to drum up some business,
No, I
for
agree.
the Girl Scout. But if you're a
Right.
predator catcher,
Yeah.
you need
I'm
to
just
raise
saying
your
that I don't think
standard and
he
not
was
involve
like.
your children, and not involve your children in with it.
I just don't think he knew what he was doing. I think he learned like a very hard way.
Right.
I just think some people are just naive and rush into things they don't think. And I don't think anything he did was trying to put his sons in harm's way. I don't think he's a
No.
bad father. And I don't think his actions have ever been malicious. Like I just don't think he's ever had actions that he intended to do anybody any sort of harm, whether it be emotionally, physically, or what have you.
Well, I mean, he did get
I mean,
arrested for child abuse, neglect. What's the son's
did it?
son?
Yeah, but it also got dropped. Like that happens. Let me tell you right now, that happens a lot. There's a lot of times where something will come out or a report will be made and there's an investigation and it gets dropped. But that got dropped. He showed proof that it got dropped.
I mean,
I don't
Todd
know.
or Tommy? Todd or
Tommy.
Tommy? I'm confused.
Tommy.
Oh, because the Girl Scout thing. I was thinking Todd.
No, I'm talking about Tommy. She said he got arrested for child abuse. I said, yeah, because there was a report made, and that's what police do. I mean, but
they arrested him
sometimes
for
people
it.
get arrested, but an arrest, and that's the unfortunate thing about the system. An arrest might not even end up in a charge, might not even end
Okay.
up in a conviction,
It,
and that's
give
when
me
it ended
1
up.
minute.
With Tommy, he got arrested, but there was no charge, there was no conviction of child abuse.
Give me 1 minute. So there was a dude that had high risk uniform on in jail in the county jail here when I worked there, and he was suspected of murder and charged, I believe, actually. And so he was in jail. He was high risk. And then I had my injury. I worked at Walmart as a disabled people greeter for like 4 hours a day. That's all I could do. I was on crutches, wheelchairs, whatnot. Anyways, he at a point where I could finally stand without crutches or wheelchair, he tapped me on the shoulder, and whispered in my ear. He goes, "Do you remember me?" I looked over and I saw him, and I kind of jumped a little bit, the best I could. He's like, "Hey man, what's going on?" I was like, and I'm not gonna dox the person. He said, "I got released by Sergeant so and so because the person who actually did it confessed, and they found DNA evidence. So he was charged for murder, and he was completely innocent." And it's like, oh my gosh! So not everybody that goes to jail or being charged or accused or whatever.
There's a lot of innocent people that's sitting in jails. Of course there is. There's a lot of people there's a lot of people that's not innocent.
But there's a lot of people in jail that's in there for like domestic violence, but it's because the wife called.
Right.
Now, granted, it probably did happen, but there's times where in that situation, it doesn't happen.
You're trying to get the person off of you, whether
yeah, like you've never dealt with like an angry teenager. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like an angry teenager could get their parent in trouble.
Oh yeah.
100%.
Mm.
And I think that is unfortunately what he's dealing with. But I don't think that's a representation of his parenting.
Right.
I had
Yeah.
fantastic parents. Was I a rebel? Yes.
Same here. I had great parents, but I was a rebel. Yep.
It's just, some people are what you call brats.
Right.
I'm a brat. His
I
son's
told
probably a brat. He's probably a good kid, but he's just in his like bratty stage.
I told the story maybe once or twice, maybe like 2 years ago, once again like a year ago, but whatever. I was like, oh gosh, I don't know, 13, 14, maybe 15, I don't know. And we used to sneak out of our windows at night. We'd paint the town red. That's what we call it, paint the town red. And we would go knock at certain chicks from school's windows. And they would give us their dad's liquor. And we would go like do stupid shit. In fact, it got to the point where we got in a lot of trouble. But, it's off our records now because we were juveniles. But we did stupid shit. And then one night, we were, this is funny, okay? We had this dude, I don't want to say his name because he died, because he hoofed Freon, stepped in on the freeway, and put his hands out and let a semi truck hit him. So I won't say his name. But it was that, he was a big dude. He was a really big dude. And one of my friends, his dad was a big dude, muscular wise, mostly. He was a big dude. And he wrote the first King James Bible on computer, by the way. So yeah, that's probably doxing a little bit. But yeah, if you want to dig hard enough, you'll find out who I'm talking about. He was the first person who put the King James Bible on a hard drive or disk or whatever it was. And anyway, so we went and we had this certain knocks in our windows. And we're in middle school, and it was all and I was like, okay, that's so and so. I opened my window one night. I decided not to close the window. It was so hot, Dallas, Texas. It was so hot, and so I decided not to close the window. So I left it open like a foot. And I thought about it the whole night. I was like, well, somebody could come in and hurt my parents. You know what I mean? And my little brother, and it wore on me. But long story short, I went down the street, I tapped on my buddy's window, and our routine every night was to lift weights and listen to Skid Row, Youth Gone Wild. That was our thing in '89. That was our deal. That was our thing. Lift weights, listen to Skid Row, Youth Gone Wild for like 2 hours and then sneak out. And we got to his house, and his dad had his business there. He had laser alarms and bars on the windows, all this stuff. And I would do on the window, and he finally came out. 3 minutes later, we're across the street, and there's this chick across the street that we were friends with, and we were talking to her, and all of a sudden, I almost said his name, but I said, so-and-so, somebody's running after us, and I think it's so-and-so, the guy that died from sniffing Freon and committing suicide. Anyways, I was like, he's running after us, man. We're going to get killed. It was his dad. And he was running full force, dude, and shoved his son. Not real hard, hard enough. He controlled himself. And then, so our other buddy ran home. He freaked out and just ran home. I stood there in shock. He brought me home to my parents, knocked at the front door. It's like 1:30, I don't know, 2:30 in the morning, whatever it was. He's like, I just want to let you know I caught my son and your son and the other person sneaking out and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh gosh, I'm in shit creek without a paddle. So there's like stories like that. I can go on and on, but yeah. The good old days,
I never got in trouble as a kid. I never got in trouble. No, I did. I was very shy when I was a child, even around my own family. No,
yeah, my mom. My mom said she was too. She was really shy. There was a gal I liked in youth group at church. I think it was I middle school or junior? I think it was junior high. And her parents were very strict Southern Baptists, and everything. And she became very popular, very, very quick in high school, junior high school. And we liked each other, but we were afraid to even ask to go to the church Valentine thing or whatever, or prom or whatever, because her parents were really, really strict. Mine were strict, but not that strict. And so we just we never really went anywhere with it too much. Yeah, her parents were so strict, it was ridiculous. She couldn't come to our band practices for church. We were practicing for that gig. She couldn't come to certain youth group meetings or anything. They were overprotective, and I kind of get it. I get it now, but back then I was like, what the heck,
Yeah, I felt sorry for anyone that grew up like that.
I mean, yeah, I was pretty much. I mean, I'll be honest, I was a rebel.
They're the ones that hide stuff, because the parents are so overbearing, they hide stuff.
Right. They were so conservative. It's like when I went to her house, it's like we could only go in certain rooms, like living room. I think it was living room, the dining room, the kitchen, and there was an area that had a pool table, an arcade, or whatever, and that was it. And if they would come in and check on us every 5 minutes, it's like, oh my gosh, we're just chilling, we're just talking, we're having a good time, playing pool, playing arcades, whatever, But it kind of makes you wonder, it really does. Her dad was especially, he was I don't know, he was really suspicious. He was really.
At least they care,
If that was the case, yeah, of course. But if they were overbearing or doing something, weird behind the scenes, it kind of makes sense too.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's there's got to be a balance. You almost gotta. I mean, I'm not a parent, but it's almost like you gotta play as a friend. So they tell you crap, but you don't you're not letting them get away with it. So you're not actually their friend. And that's kind of how I see it as. It's where you want them to talk to you. They want you want them to kind of be I'm not parents, I'm not really, but it just seems like I see a lot of parents that are super overbearing and
yeah,
they hide stuff. But then again, on the other end, if you're a parent that don't give a crap, then they just go out and they do that stuff regardless. So it's trying to find that middle ground of hey, I don't care that you smoke. And then, oh yeah, Dad, Mom, I smoke weed. What? You smoke what? Yeah. It's almost like that. You got to get that confession from him, and then you don't let him get away with it.
You know what? I'll tell you a funny story. So I told this 2 years ago on my stream, maybe 3, but I was getting stuck so much back in those times in Dallas Fort Worth, and everything. And so one time, my friend and I, who got stoned all the time, but we were both Christians, we were Catholic, right? And we was like, you know what? I said to my friend, I was like, hey, my youth group is cool. It's fun. It's entertaining. He's like, okay, let's go there instead. So we did. So we came home all excited. Spirituality was up. Everything else. We were on fire for God that night. Everything. We were so excited, and we came home. And you know what my mom said? She goes, "You're stoned. You're stoned." I'm like, actually, no. For the first time, I'm sober. In a long time, because we used to smoke the reefer all the time, and everything, and the bud, whatever you guys call it nowadays. And she, because the first time in a long time she saw me sober and different, with the light in my eyes, it's like I got filled with the Holy Spirit that night, and she literally thought I was stoned, and I got grounded for 2
That's
weeks,
crazy.
and we actually went to church that night. It's so crazy. Oh my
That's
goodness.
crazy. You got that Holy Spirit anointed.
Right. Yep.
What do y'all feel about as Christians? What do y'all feel about the drunk on the Holy Spirit people?
That's more like Pentecostal,
Nah, no,
right?
I'm not putting a title on it, but you know what I'm
No,
talking about.
no offense.
Speaking in
For people to
tongues,
shake on the ground and run around church.
yeah,
And
that's all a bunch of baloney. I think that people's got demons in them. There's
what
no
about
such
the
thing.
guy he has his jacket, and is it something Copeland? He like, no, it's Benny Hinn. He like swings his coat, and he like
Benny Hinn
like
is
half the row falls down.
Benny Hinn is a working cheap clothing.
Yo, that's comedy to me. That stuff is comedy to me. Like, I'll give you a good story about being baptized by the Holy Spirit, right? So I was in this church service, and it was a Pentecostal church service, right? And they were saying, anyone that wants to be baptized by the Holy Spirit, come on up. So I came on up, right, with a bunch of people. So this pastor was like, close your eyes. So I didn't know what was happening. And he was laying hands on everyone. Shh, shh, shh. And I guess everyone was falling. Well, he gets to me. Shh, taps me on the head. Shh. And I don't fall down. I stay standing. And he's going down the road. Shh. And so after about a minute, I open my eyes and I realize I'm literally the only one in this altar standing. Everyone around me has dropped to the ground, convulsing, and has got a blanket over them. And I'm just standing there like, and I must have ruined that pastor's ego.
See,
And I
I heard
probably ruined half the belief of the church, too.
I heard that the people up there were like paid or something. I don't know.
Yeah, you have to be, because I went through it. I didn't know what I was doing. Some crazy friends invited me to this church service. They were freaking running around with flags in the air, talking in tongues. Like, it was scary. And then they like pushed me forward on this baptized with the Holy Spirit. And like I said,
There's no such thing as talking in tongues. The only the time the Bible talks about talking, it's talking in
All epistles.
a different language.
Right. Yep.
There's no such thing as some heavily, heavily talk. It's just talking. It's like if somebody gets up and talks in, let's say, Swahili, then or God gives the ability for somebody to speak Swahili, so other people, crowd can hear, in their mother tongue, in their mother language, what this guy's talking about, because he's, God's given the anointing of speaking in another language. But people want to say, oh, it's all that, that's all a bunch of baloney.
it really is.
Well, in First or Second Corinthians, it talks about the actual tongues of that time. So if Paul spoke or Peter spoke, I'm just giving examples here, in a different language, people could hear them in their own language, and that only lasted 70 years.
Exactly.
But these were people that were literally like touched by God. And so I agree with y'all with the tongue thing. Like, I've never felt nothing overcome me that made me want to talk in tongues.
Yeah.
Those people are crazy.
When I was working at a prison in Santa Fe, a lot of people that went to the prison went to this Pentecostal church called the Potter's House. And the drummer there was the previous drummer for Wasp, one of my favorite metal bands from the 80s, right? I was like, oh, cool. He got saved. Cool. And so I went there, and they said, let's pray. And then everybody spoke in tongues. I was like, oh, this it actually felt evil. It was weird.
It's creepy, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's super creepy. Pentecostal
Yeah.
churches are. I went to one. It was a revival too. So it was like that. It was scary. I couldn't wait to get home.
It makes
And I'm
me
not.
wonder. It makes me wonder if they don't have demons in them.
That's why I couldn't
What?
wait to get home. And then I'm in their van afterwards, and I got this person in the back seat kicking the window, and everyone's sitting there. Oh, he's drunk on the Holy Spirit. No, he's freaking possessed by
There you go.
a demonic spirit.
Well, you know, I mean,
You were
Jesus
a
came
button.
across the guy and he asked him, you know, well, it says you no chains could bind him, and he was sleeping in the graves and stuff. And Jesus walked up to me, he asked him, what's your name? The guy responds, my name is Legion. We are
Legion
many.
for I'm many. Yep. Yep.
So one man can have a legion of demons up in him. Some people can have a demon or six up in them.
Well, I've said this before in public, so I'll say it again. But I don't hate at all. In fact, I love my aunt and uncle. My uncle's more of the King James Bible, whatever, like my type of thing. His wife, my aunt, is more the Pentecostal charismatic, short hair tapered in the back, and she thinks she's a prophetess. Yeah, it's very weird. And she just blows out and starts speaking in quote unquote tongues out of the blue. And it just freaks me out. I'm sorry. And no offense, anybody here that's charismatic or Pentecostal, I'm not trying to be offensive. I'm just saying what my experience freaks me out. And it freaks him out too, by the way. My uncle. So, yeah.
You know something that gets me about the Jehovah's Witnesses? They believe that there's only going to be 144,000. You have to be Jehovah's Witnesses that's going to be in heaven. And they're jockeying for positions, to be one of them 144,000. Although, when they show up at your door 2 by 2 and it's a man and a woman, the Bible says 144,000 is going to walk the face of the earth in end times are going to be male virgins. And actually, I had a discussion, from the original 12 tribes of Israel, and I had a discussion with the pastor recently, and I think I might have figured out, who these 144,000 that are male virgins, that's going to walk the face of the earth. When they put out when they put out a decree to try to kill Jesus, they killed all the boys were 3 years and under. And I think them are going to be the 144,000 because to walk the face of the earth and then time to preach the gospel to get people saved. And the preacher says, you know what, Jenny, that's a feasible answer. That may very well be. Because they killed male boys from the age of 3 and under, in the attempt of trying to kill Jesus. They killed multitude of little boys. That's why I think 144,000 is going to be.
Yeah, it's crazy.
For that.
Today when I had a clearer mind, my brother and I used to infiltrate Kingdom Halls, Mormon temples, whatever, and we used to go in there and pretend like we were them. And once we got the microphone or the opportunity, we would stand up and start preaching the gospel, and it was a matter of minutes before we got kicked out. And then one time I was up there in Minneapolis, and I had to go visit my cousin. I was a pastor at this time. I was very spiritual. I knew a lot of Spanish too, because of my exposure. And I went to Minneapolis, and I said, you know what would be fun is to go check out the old insane asylum that we went to when we were teenagers and see what's going on there. Get some potted footage on a camcorder or whatever it was back then. And it was gone, and we ended up at Witness Hall, and it happened to be Spanish night. And my cousin is very, 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 very like to himself. He's been on my channel one time, his cousin Ziggy, maybe twice. But yeah, he doesn't Ziggy. Long beard, they call him ZZ Top Guy. But anyways, that was like 2 years ago. You can find him. Anyway, so he was very like to himself, didn't want to get involved in any drama or anything. And I'm like, oh, it's a Kingdom Hall. They tore it down and they built a Kingdom Hall. I was like, hey, check this out. This will be fun. I'm going to go give them the gospel. So I walked in there. At that time, I knew pretty good Spanish. And we walked in there and we found out it was a Spanish meeting. And we sat down. And they had their Wake magazines and whatever, the Jehovah's Witness kid. They study that stuff. And we had to beg for it for like an hour. And I finally got the microphone. And I forgot the exact words in Spanish, but I was like something like, Nuevo Jesus Christ, well, whatever I said. And they literally were trying to yank the microphone in my hand. And I said, in Spanish, I said, quit assaulting me. And some people got it, and they walked out and asked us questions later. But a long story short, we got escorted out by security. And we went in the parking lot, and there was about 3 or 4 people that came out and was like, hey, I heard what you said. Tell us more, And we did. We gave them gospel tracts, and we did whatever we could, It was kind of funny. And by the way, that was in Prior Lake, Minnesota, suburb of Minneapolis. So,
If you ever want to hear an excellent preacher preach, I think the world is. It's on one I watch, and he's from Law Liberty Baptist Church. He's down in Jacksonville, Florida, and his name is Pastor Adam Fannin, Fannin.
okay.
Adam Fannin.
James Knox is near there. He's in DeLand. If he's still alive, it's been a while. He was one of my favorites. But folks, I appreciate you coming up here. I'm getting tired. I can already talk.
I'm feeling eat Rice Krispie treats for dinner.
I'm very crashed. So I'm gonna get off here. I appreciate y'all coming up. Thank you, Janae, for our
thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff.
And appreciate that. Matt C for coming up and being
nice
cool.
to meet you, Matt.
Yeah, may God bless you and keep you, and may His face shine upon you and bless generations. Whatever that verse is in Exodus.
All right. Well, you guys go ahead and drop yourself down if you don't mind. I'm going to play a little music on out. People can chat a bit. And I appreciate y'all sincerely. I really do.
Take care. God bless.
Yeah, God bless. And thank you for everything. God bless. Might hear, see here, a little bit of an echo because I got my phone in the background. It's turned all the way down. It can go without being on mute, but anyways. I'll play a little music. Hold on. Shoot. Or brand one. They play a little bit of music here from StreamYard, I guess. I want to chat a bit. All right. Pasta. La pasta.
Sup?
Sorry. Thank you, by the way.
No, I just wanted to stop up real quick and say thank you for letting me come up earlier, and sorry for coming in so hot. But
No,
it just
you did great.
I
It
think
worked
that
out.
yeah, I think that it did work out. I was watching, and I appreciate you listening. And I'm sorry I went in so hot on those guys. It's just like when when you call somebody out one on one, and it's 4-on-1, that's not such a fair thing. And I think you guys,
Right.
you and Jen, needed to discuss that stuff one on one without all of the distraction of the other people. So
Right.
I just wanted to drop back on and say thank you for doing that, and I hope you guys at least found some common ground and straightened some stuff out. And
We did. Yeah.
good. I'm glad to
Thank
hear it,
you.
man.
Actually, I'm glad you did come up because that probably wouldn't have happened. So,
Well, I mean, listen, we can all disagree with Jen A on her thoughts and her beliefs and stuff like that, but you know, sitting up here with 3 or 4 people just bashing on her, that doesn't accomplish anything. and
right.
and the real reason that you put the stream together tonight was for you and her to talk some things out which needed to happen, and it sounds like that happened. And you know I'm glad that did happen. Nobody says that everybody has to agree with everything that everybody says or does or their beliefs. But on the other hand, when you want to talk something out with somebody, it should be one on one without a circus of people around adding in their 2 cents. You know what I mean?
Right. And actually, Ed said the same thing in his family too. It's like, yeah, you're right.
So I appreciate you listening to me, man. And I just, I know you're getting ready to end this. You've been going for damn over 4.5 hours, but I saw you were still up here. And so I figured I'd drop in and say thank you for having that one-on-one with her and being, having enough respect for her to do that and not let everybody else just sit here and bash on her. You know what I mean?
And may I say, Nick, you and I don't really talk much as behind the scenes. Whatever. The point of it is for those who don't know, Nick is genuinely a good person. I wish people would get that. Uh, and people on the other side, which I was on for a while, and I did what I did. And but Nick is really behind the scenes. He is the same on panel for the most part. He's a good person. He means so well. I wish the people that don't see that, would see that. So I just wanted to put it up.
I try to be, Jeff, and you know what? The way that I let that stuff not bother me is I don't even watch them, and
Yeah,
that's just the truth. I'm not sub to a single one of them, and I don't care what those people have to say about me. So I talk to who I talk to, and I don't care what those people have to say about me, and so I don't watch them. It's
right,
it's a group hate mentality. It's where they like to get together in large groups and hate on people, and I don't like that. So I choose not um, to take part in that. So
Right. I feel bad for putting this up. I just saw it. And I was like, holy crap. So apparently on some panel somewhere, Tommy, people are finally seeing. And sorry, Nick. I don't mean to change the subject, but
no, it's okay.
my last catch was with JC Casey in person.
I
Like that
remember.
was my last. And finally, people are finally figuring out who he is. Whether you dislike Tommy or not, it's not the point. It's all sides. And so apparently there was something going on where Jason Casey right now, Tommy is saying he is going to fight him now. I don't know, but yeah. Anyways, yeah. I tried to warn people about a year ago. Well, yeah, over a year ago. I was like, listen, this guy's a snake. OTR knows it. Well, I don't want to do this.
Well, you know what, Jeff? In a lot of situations, people have to find out that stuff for themselves. You can tell
Right.
them till you're blue in the face, but people have to find out certain things for themselves. So I don't know much about the guy. I'm not going to comment on him because I've only seen him around here and there. I know the stuff that went on between you and him, and like I said, people.
OTR and Seven.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I remember that. I remember the whole thing. I remember what went down with that last catch that you had, where he kind of ran up on the people before you even got there, ran up on the guy before you got there. I kind of remember
Right.
that. But in certain situations,
Our backup on that one.
yeah, right. I mean,
He was our police caller.
right. Well, you have to let people figure certain things out for themselves, unfortunately. And you can preach until you're blue in the face, man, and until they have their own encounter or their own opinion formed about the person. There's not a whole lot you can do about it. You just let them figure that stuff out for themselves, man. And I'm glad to see that you're going down the right path. And I do not believe that you have been drinking. I will come out and say that. And I'm happy for you. I just had a friend reach 6 months sober.
Nice.
And it's been one of the hardest things that I've watched him do, because we've been friends since we were in grade school. And I have watched him drink a 24-pack of beer and a handle of tequila a day since we were teenagers. And this has been one of the hardest things I've ever had to watch him go through in his life. But he's done it. And if he can do it, you can do it. So stay strong. And, the other advice that I have for you, Jeff, is try to stay away from the drama.
Right.
Try to stay away from it, man. That's what I do. A lot of the channels that you talk about, I'm not sub to.
Yeah.
I don't care what they have to say. Their opinion about me doesn't matter.
Right.
And it'll help you mentally to stay on the straight and narrow when you don't have that garbage flowing into your head. And that's what a lot of this stuff is. The catchers are not garbage. Okay, I'm not saying the catchers are garbage. I'm talking about the drama catchers.
Right.
I do not watch the drama catchers.
You see, like PTI or PCI or PCM.
Those are exactly the ones that I'm sub to.
Right. Exactly. Or Alex or whatever.
Yep. 100%. The other ones, I see them as drama, and I do not like it to participate in it and stay as far away from it as I can. After the year that I had last year with the personal issues in my life and the drama that I had to deal with just from being on YouTube, that you're aware of, obviously.
Yep.
I said no, I'm just not doing it anymore. I have a few channels that I go to, and I stay away from those other ones because I really don't care what they have to say, and that'll go a long way too, man, towards helping you out. You know,
You
and
know,
you know,
I,
go ahead, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Nick has always been so cool, and I literally betrayed him twice, and I feel so bad. And he's still there, internet form, but he's still there. And Nick is a good person. Anybody who talks bad about Nick is just ignorant. And I did it once when I was drunk, maybe twice. I think I read our chat log or something, whatever, or our messages, whatever you want to call them.
That is
But
what it is, man.
yeah, and I feel so horrible. But he was there for me one night when he could have called the police on me. And him and Warbot, I think it was, and one time with him at FTR, and he was there for me, and I feel horrible. I don't know what else to say. I just,
Well, understand that I accept your apology, and that there was nobody put on this earth except for one person that was perfect, and I just hope for what you can do to make up for that is to keep strong and to
right.
stay away from the booze. If the doctors prescribe you meds, that's cool. Take them the way you're supposed to, and
Right.
and just do what you can to make yourself a better person, Jeff.
Right.
That's all
And,
any of us can do in life.
yeah, that's so true, man. Like this, I'm already got plans on going back to the gym, and
Yep.
and I want to see my kids more, my grandkids more, just do more things for my family, and work harder, and that's my goal. And
Yep.
unfortunately, 2010 was one of the hardest times in my life because my son died, but in 2011, but 2023 was a rough year for me,
Yeah.
in general, and I want to get past that. But, I have to admit, I'm so tired, Nick. I have to go to sleep.
No,
Sorry.
it's all good, brother. I came up here just for a minute, man, and
And I appreciate you, man.
get some rest and stay strong, brother, and just keep doing, just do right, man. Just if you know what's right, you know what's wrong, and try not to let the drama get to you, because that's when it affects you mentally. That's when it makes you weak. And
Right,
if you know the stuff's gonna get to you, just turn it off, man. Just turn it off.
right.
That's
Yeah,
what I do.
YouTube is just a click,
It
but
is.
once you click it off, it's real life, It's
Well,
just
and that's the thing. When I unsubscribe to all those channels, and you know what channels I'm talking about,
yeah,
they're not there anymore.
right,
The only way I hear about them is if somebody talks about it, and that's actually kind of nice because I don't care what
right,
they're saying. I don't go around it. I'm not a part of it. I go into Ed's, I go into Locks, I go into Bill's, I
right.
come into your streams. I was just in Cat Eye stream for a couple hours talking on her panel. So just a lot can be said by clearing out this. Oh, look who jumped up
What's
here.
up, Ed?
What's up,
Be
Edward?
sober, be vigilant, because your adversary, the devil, walketh about seeking whom he may devour.
Roy and Lion. Yep, absolutely, brother.
What's up, brother?
What's
What's
up?
up, man?
You were asking about what that verse was earlier, Jeff. That's why I said it.
Right, yeah. Thank you, thank you.
First Peter 5:8.
Edward knows his stuff, man. This dude,
Yeah, he does.
he's so intelligent. He blows my mind. I'm like, okay, yeah, you're right, you're right.
Yeah, I know he does. I know. I've known Homeboy for, let's see.
And if Jenny's listening, the medicine I was talking about earlier is antabuse. It makes you violently ill if you drink.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It doesn't take away alcohol cravings, but it'll make you wish you didn't drink alcohol if you drink some while taking that shit.
There's one that they can give you for opiates too that does the same thing, right, Edward? I
think
can't
so.
remember. I can't remember what it's called, but it's,
Not methadone. Well, methadone.
no, it's not
one of them,
methadone. It's not.
it's
methadone.
another one.
There's,
Yeah.
I can't remember the name of it, but it's a medicine that you take that if you take opioids with it, it makes you extremely ill.
Not Deloxin. Shoot.
I knew somebody who was on it a long time ago. I just can't remember it.
Yeah. They offered me that when I went in. I said I went off the morphine. I went off the 230s. I went off the this, the that, the third. Well, you have to get on this. Like, no, Suboxone.
Yes, that's it. That's it.
There you go.
Yeah.
I was like, no, I'm going to my doctor.
Yeah.
My family doctor. And he gave me a low dose of morphine and a low dose of clozapine.
Yeah.
And
I was going to say, was it Vivitrol? Vivitrol does opiates and alcohol, I think.
Yeah.
I never heard of that, actually. Huh.
Yeah, the Suboxone is what I was talking about.
Yeah, it's not as bad as what's it called, methadone. No.
Yeah. Well, methadone is just an opiate substitute, isn't it?
Synthetic. Yeah.
Yeah.
Vivitrol is not naltrexone. It's also goes by the name Revia. If you ever heard of Revia, it's an injection. It's an injection that helps you prevent opioids and alcohol.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I wondered where you've been all night, Edward.
Yeah, I had my short stream earlier, and
yeah, I was.
Oh shit! I'm sorry.
No. It was long before you went live, Jeff.
Yeah.
Oh,
afternoon.
I missed so many. After we watch a lot of lives because I miss them, it's like, oh shit, they went live like 5 times in a week. I'm like, oh shit, I missed it. It's like, damn. And so I go by and watch it. But I still have to watch one from last night because something about Juniper and somebody got into it or something.
Nah,
Jilly
it's all
or
straight. Well, yeah. I mean, there is
Jilly
that,
or something. I don't know. But I miss so much stuff, you know.
I know.
You know,
Jilly took the biggest heel turn I've ever seen in the community.
yeah.
Yeah,
That's a fact.
yeah, that's what I heard.
Yeah.
Well, Jen A and I are cool now, Ed.
Okay, good.
Yep, we cleared everything up, and thanks to Nick. Honestly, thanks to Nick, because everybody was up like kind of ganging up on her a little bit, you know, if you will. And then Nick's like, "Hey, man," he came up. He's like, you know, just you and her. Everybody dropped down. Her and I had a discussion, and we were cool by like what, an hour, 2 hours later, whatever.
Yeah.
It was good. So we're all good.
All right, awesome.
Yep. It's the way it should be, man. When you got a problem with a dude or a person, you know, 1-on-1, you don't need the peanut gallery chiming in and beating up on her. You know, it's like
Right.
everybody knows who Jen A is. Everybody knows what she's about, and you don't have to agree with her or anything like that. But you know, you can survive in the same space with her and still not agree with her. You know, people have been beaten up on her for 2 years.
And like I said before, there's plenty of subject matter you could choose from without picking on a disability of hers.
That's
right.
That's
Like
right.
with me, it's like so much stuff on me. People still do it. You know, like they tell me about whatever, and it's like, you know, well, I kind of deserve it. You know, it's like, yeah, it is what it is. I just move on. You know, whatever.
Well, you know, on top of that, you know, Edward and I think we talked about this the other night. There was a point in time where every time that I heard somebody say some shit about Edward, I'd go to him and be like, dude, this person said this or this person said that. At some point, you got to tell these people to stop doing that to you.
Yep.
Right.
And things become a lot easier, you know, like you don't care at that point. If you don't hear it, it's not there.
Like,
you know?
like NWO came in and doxed my full name earlier. Said there's a video, there's a channel out with this. I was like, well, so you're going to come in? So you're saying that channel's doxing me while you come up here and dox me?
Dox me, right?
You know, like, what the fuck? Right. You know, I don't give a shit, you know?
Yeah.
So.
You know, there's very few things that I will contact people over. or Edward about now. You know, if it's very serious, I'll get in touch with him, or you know, but the like I said, the best thing that I ever did was unsubscribe from all those fucking drama channels.
Right. Yeah.
Because it's just not there anymore. I don't watch it, and if I don't watch it, I don't give a shit about it, and it doesn't take up that space in my brain. I can use it for more productive things, you know.
Yep.
And I don't. I think it was a last stream I did. Vic came up and he was talking about tangible evidence, and we were talking about different things, and there's no record of anything on you. And it's almost like somebody, well, I'm not going to, he didn't say the name on the panel, but he told me in private, and I'm not going to say who it is, of course. You probably know what I'm talking about. Probably took that document and messed with it, is what I think that happened.
I don't know anything about what you're talking about. I will say that, yeah, I'm not sure what you're saying, but
there's nothing there. Your case is closed.
Exactly.
I mean,
yeah.
That's right.
I was convicted for methamphetamine. I was convicted for methamphetamine. I was convicted of a Class A misdemeanor.
Right.
Methamphetamine, which was a felony, but then they brought it down to a misdemeanor.
Right. Exactly. That's all there is.
Yep.
It's like, what the hell?
Well, I
I
will say, Jeff and Edward, I will speak on this because I handled it. There was a fake channel that came out with a supposedly fake email from a fake detective at Edwards County Sheriff's Department, which I dealt with. Not only was I able to pick it apart, but I called the Polk County Sheriff's Department and asked to speak to that detective who doesn't work there.
Yeah,
and nobody works there. There's no detective by that name. So
plus that email contradicted itself 4 or 5 times in the email itself.
Yeah. So that was just that was just somebody else trying to put out.
And now that video's gone because I said yesterday that's impersonating a police officer. So now that video's gone.
Yeah. Yep.
Are we still there? Oh, okay, we're back. Ed, I actually want to call you if I can. Next couple of days because there's something I found out that you're going to want to know, and it's going to probably prove everybody stupid. Just
okay. Sure.
Well, we kind of know that there's a lot of stupid people, anyways, Jeff. I mean, just. I mean, you know, this shit with Edward's been going on for 11 months now, and they've been trying so hard to get it at my dude here.
Dude, it's almost a year, man.
Yeah, I know.
I fell for the shit too. I'm being honest. Edward knows that.
Yeah.
I mean, I was like, you know what? Let me stop and look into this a little bit. I talked to a couple police officers. I looked at Google, I looked at my Truth Finder, whatever. You fill in the blank. I was like, there's nothing here. You know what I mean? And it's like, yeah, we don't have anything on this dude. I'm like, except for, you know, the meth thing or whatever.
Right.
It's like, oh my gosh, I feel horrible. And I didn't know what to do. It's like, I'm probably unforgivable, but thankfully Ed is very forgiving. And, you know, to the best of my knowledge, Ed's forgiven me. You know what I mean? It's like,
there's a few people in this community I won't forgive, but, you know, yeah, of course, Jeff, yeah, you're one that I would, you know.
I appreciate that. Yeah. But yeah, I just felt like so horrible, and that's when I stopped. I was like, I'm not dragging anymore. It's stupid. There's nothing to drag. I mean, there's nothing there. It's like, holy cow.
Well, that's why they're manufacturing shit, Jeff.
Right.
That's why they manufactured that email the other day. I mean, because there's nothing there.
Right.
You know, that's I have my suspicions on who manufactured that email.
I know who did, but I won't say it on air.
Well, I know that it was a conglomerate. I know that it wasn't just one person. So, you know.
Yep. About 4 people, 3 or 4 people. Yeah.
I'll say 3.
I'm being careful, but okay.
I don't care. I don't care. I know who did it. and
Yeah,
I'm not afraid
I
to.
do too.
I'm not gonna come out and say it, but
I'm not
I
either.
know
I'll
he
come
did
out and
it.
say it. It's a guy, part of that part of it is somebody who murdered somebody in Louisville, Kentucky.
Yep,
Well,
yep,
yes, there's
that's one of
actually
them.
more than I guess I
Yeah.
know more than I guess I know more.
Well, yeah. Well,
Shoot.
there's another one who took a drive with somebody in Arizona. He was definitely part of it, and I just know
There is
I know because I made some comments under some videos that guy left, and just by his responses, I know who they were. So it doesn't really matter. It's the same people that have
How
been.
about this? Can I do this? With all due respect, can I end the live and let's talk in private? Because I got something I want to tell you
Sure.
Yeah,
guys.
sure.
Yeah.
All right.
Not a problem.
Thank you everybody for coming by. Locksmith, love you, my brother. I don't know who Lieutenant Doofy is. Scam Innovator, cool. Everybody else, God bless. Thank you for coming by, and we'll talk to you next time. God bless.